Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. Get ready for heart-pounding action, thrilling adventures with fresh and unique elements, a touch of romance, and a dash of harem. Everything you're craving is right here. We're excited to have you join us on this journey. So come along to Novel Love Hearing, we're waiting for you. As a small favor, please consider sharing Novel Love Hearing with your friends, family, in YouTube comments, on Discord, Reddit, or anywhere else you hang out online. Happy listening, and enjoy the ride, let alone greater elves. For the Son of Glory, who was believed to be favored by the glory of knighthood, all this was just part of the routine. A fact that somewhat irked List, who now felt unable to attract attention without making a big move. Father, I'll leave these greater elves to the development committee to handle. They should build plantations for them as quickly as possible. If we sow now, we can still reap 1 or 2 harvests after autumn. Have you named them? There are too many, impossible to name them all at once. We'll decide on that later. I've been quite busy lately and might have to be away for a while. If there are no particularly difficult decisions to make, I'd like you to oversee everything. I will take good care of everything on Flame Island for you. After sorting out the estate development matters, List immediately immersed himself in Ek's laboratory, working with Ek to set up a purification magic. This magic was based on a magic array and, with the help of Bard's abilities, could reverse the sealed space, breaking down the barriers of space. Conspiracies were brewing in secret, necessitating meticulous preparations. While creating the purification magic, List was also developing his Phoenix incarnation abilities, practicing several powerful magics that Ek had developed for him. Even with a strong set of trump cards, he was still genuinely arranging fallback plans and various escape schemes, fearing not for the 10,000 possibilities but for the one that might actually occur. Dragon Knights seemed to stand at the pinnacle of power, yet dragons were diverse in kind, including sacred and evil dragons, and the enigmatic dragon of the magic web. Who knew whether forces existed that could threaten him? Fortunately, the destiny power represented by the smoke mission was truly formidable, revealing the conspiracies in advance and facilitating List's strategic planning. He and Ek labored in the laboratory for a whole week, arranging numerous fallbacks. Feeling that the preparations were about right, he then prepared to set off for Firm Earth to oversee Florenza Chase Wind Arrow's first mind battle. Accompanying them were 4 blood servants adept in wind language, equipped with the latest model of the simple magic platform. The task of these 4 blood servants was to monitor Florenza and Picard Earth Rage, to be informed of their progress in subduing the aluminum dragon at all times. They brought magic equipment personally designed by Ek, extremely capable of hiding their presence, especially at night when even domain knights could not detect them. After arriving at Firm Earth, the 4 blood servants immediately went undercover. Ek continued to ride Unicorn Charlie, hiding at the edges of the material world. List did not show himself immediately either, riding the formless dragon Bard as he searched the vicinity for a natural node. He carefully scoured the wilderness to the south of Firm Earth and indeed discovered a natural node. The exit was within the aluminum dragon's territory, on a somewhat bald hillock. He tried scraping at the hillock, only to find that it was actually a mine. A brass ore mine. The value of brass ore was average, mainly used for equipment and making copper coins, a pity that the mine was far within the boundaries of the Eagle Kingdom, and List could not mine it. So he simply noted down the location, perhaps for the time when the Flame Kingdom could annex this territory after the fall of the Eagle Kingdom. The natural node has been found. This way, the journey to and fro can be greatly shortened. No amount of Gushan Imperial's conspiracies will be able to truly get at me. A few days after discovering this natural node of brass ore, Florenza, under the influence of silver coin persuasion, finally got the chance for a mind battle with the juvenile aluminum dragon. And with this, List's vigilance was heightened to an extremely cautious level. Chapter 1010, Failure. The appearance of the aluminum dragon was not one of shining silver, instead, it had a grayish-white texture, and seemed delicate and soft at first glance. But though the aluminum dragon's face was slender, its features were rough and rugged, which somewhat disrupted the animal's overall softness, adding instead a strange sense of power. At the moment, the creature was only about 30 meters long, with a wingspan of roughly the same, not particularly large, but for its age of just 50 years, it wasn't small either. The details of Florenza Chase Wind Arrow's mind battle were known only to List, hidden at the edge of the material realm, witnessing the entire process. There was nothing too complex about it, simply mounting up and then, in a flash, the aluminum dragon paused, jerked its neck in the next moment, flinging Florenza away, then let out a roar before turning away and soaring towards the blue sky and white clouds. Obviously, Florenza had failed. Witnessing it all, List's lips curled into a smile. None of this had been outside his expectations. To ride a dragon, with Florenza's talents and skills, there was still some ripening needed. Ek curiously asked, "Brother, if these people truly succeeded in dragon riding, Would you let the aluminum dragon go? Aren't dragons extremely precious creatures that we should never let go of no matter what? List ruffled her hair. If they really succeed in dragon riding. Hee, it's okay. Destiny, you see, if it belongs to you, it will come to you even if you don't strive for it. If it's not yours, even if you seize it, you won't be able to hold on to it. We just need to do what we must, and leave the rest to destiny. Whose side was destiny on? Clearly, it was on List's side. Florenza had already failed at dragon riding. The young knight, thrown to the ground, watched the receding figure of the aluminum dragon, lying lost and dispirited on the muddy ground for a long time without getting up. He had been so confident of succeeding in dragon riding, especially since the aluminum dragon had shown him some affection, he hadn't expected such an ending. However, Florenza's ordeal was far from over. When the news of his failure got back, what awaited him was the look of cold indifference in the eyes of Duke Piro Grey Iron, and the ill-concealed schadenfreude of Marquis Pilaf Earth Frenzy. There was also Picard Earth Rage, incessantly querying him for details of the mind battle. According to the agreement among the three houses, those who failed at dragon riding were obligated to reveal the process of their failure. In the small castle, List held a teacup, sipping his tea while listening to Florenza's narrative. Stumbling and hesitating, Florenza reluctantly disclosed the reason for his failure in the mind battle. It turned out that during the battle, the aluminum dragon had been an adult and was able to turn into a stream of water. It didn't resort to violence. Instead, it required Florenza to break through its liquid transformation and successfully locate the Dragon Tooth platform. So you couldn't even find the Dragon Tooth platform within a mass of liquid? Piro bit his lip in frustration. Have you remembered nothing of what I've told you about dragons? Father, you cannot fathom the strength of the aluminum dragon during the mind battle. Florenza retorted forcefully, filled with suppressed rage. Seeing no more information forthcoming, Pilaf swiftly left with his son Picard, preparing to woo the aluminum dragon with ready silver coins to earn a chance at the mind battle. Young dragons are easily swayed, especially when one caters to their preferences, but even a simple task demanded swift action. Delays can lead to unexpected changes. List too prepared to depart, as no schemes had surfaced and it seemed none would unfold now. But just as he was about to leave the castle, Florenza Chase Wind Arrow suddenly caught up to him. Your Majesty, Florenza apologizes for taking up a moment of your time. List looked at Florenza curiously, wondering what the other man wanted. Florenza knelt on one knee. Florenza, having failed at dragon riding, no longer sees a purpose in staying in the Grey Iron Duchy. As a bastard son, I have not contributed to the duchy, and have no place within the Grey Iron family. I wish to follow your Majesty. He was actually planning to pledge allegiance to List. This took List by surprise. Why do you wish to follow me? The Grey Iron Duchy has no place for me, and the Eagle Kingdom will treat me no differently. Only the Flame Kingdom is the most suitable choice for me. And your Majesty, your past great achievements are all things I admire. Following behind you is the best path for Florenza. These words were very candid, and whether judging from relationships or prospects, List was an eminently suitable landlord to follow. Though Florenza had not succeeded in dragon riding, he had obtained the preliminary recognition from an aluminum dragon, and was on the verge of completing his chi at a young age, clearly showing exceptional talent, and could be recruited as a follower. You may rise. As for your allegiance, I need Duke Piro's consent, List stated. In fact, this is exactly what my father hoped I would do. Oh, why is that? He probably no longer has faith in the future of the Grey Iron Duchy. With the aluminum dragon riding attempt failing, this nation is almost out of options. Having lost the dragon and at odds with the Eagle royal family, my father needs someone to make sensible choices for the family. He also has an illegitimate son who may have a chance to attempt dragon riding in the next opportunity, while I wish to continue our family's presence in the Flame Kingdom. Very well, I can accept your allegiance. However, you will have to make your own way to the Flame Kingdom. You will have plenty of time on the journey to think it over, and if you regret this decision, you may leave midway. I won't regret it. Florenza stood up, bowed deeply to List, and determined that he would head to the Flame Kingdom. To leave this place that brought him shame and disappointment. What he didn't know was that as he was packing his belongings, saying farewell to Duke Piro, and setting off on his own, List was secretly observing him the whole time. Only after he left the Grey Iron Duchy and traveled far beyond the southern wilderness of Firm Earth did List confirm that the conspiracy had nothing to do with him. With Florenza not involved, Duke Piro is unlikely to be a major factor either, or the conspiracy would have acted by now. That means the conspirer, the schemer from the Kushan Imperial, must stand behind the Earth Fury family. Next, I'll send more blood servants over, to monitor the Earth Fury family. Having not encountered the expected conspiracy, List was quite disappointed. He disliked being the target of someone else's attentions. Picard Earthrage's ambition to conquer the aluminum dragon might still take months, meaning that he had to guard against a conspiracy for a few more months. Fortunately, with blood servants monitoring the Earth Fury family, he didn't need to stay in firm Earth at all times, and could thus avoid danger. He could develop his territory with peace of mind. It was just a pity that the smoke mission had to be delayed further. Shortly after List departed, several blood servants quietly infiltrated the Earth Fury family's castle, working cautiously as servants by day and stealthily transforming into bats at night to gather information. That night, a blood servant, in the guise of a bat, carefully avoided the magic array set up in the castle, hanging upside down in a corner of a secret meeting room. The servant listened to the entire meeting clearly from beginning to end, which started with Marquis Pilaf of Boulder and his two sons, Picard and Pilot, discussing how to conquer the aluminum dragon. Soon a guest was ushered in. As the guest entered, Marquis Pilaf of Boulder immediately questioned, "You said you would act when Florence attempted dragon riding, so why the delay? Now, List has left, and there's no chance to take action." "Don't rush, Marquis Pilaf. There's a reason we didn't strike. Although my master is powerful, the target is a formless dragon, and we must be extremely cautious since there is only one opportunity. Wasn't this time a perfect opportunity?" With Florence attempting dragon riding, List would have certainly been watching. Do you think a dragon knight who could establish a new kingdom would lose his sense over an aluminum dragon and be completely unguarded? Be patient. Let him think the conquest of the aluminum dragon is truly pleasant cooperation. Only this way, during the next mind battle, he will become complacent, and then... At this, the blood servant held its breath, listening intently as the guest ominously said, "Then will come the moment to deal List a fatal blow." The atmosphere in the meeting room seemed to pause. After a moment, the guest continued, "When that time arrives, the sacred dragon formless dragon shall belong to my master. And the Earth Fury family, Picard and Pilot can continue their attempt on the aluminum dragon. If successful, they will establish a new Grand Duchy under the support of my master and join the ranks of the dragon-rearing families." Chapter 1011, It Belongs to Me Now. There's only one chance, one strike for a sure kill. Indeed a perfect plan, which relieves me quite a bit. So it's the Marquis of Boulder in cahoot with the Kashan Imperial, plotting against me. The cloaked bear-wearer should have been swept into the dustbin of history by now. It was hard for the Kashan Imperial and the Marquis of Boulder to imagine that their conspiracy had long been thoroughly seen through by List. And after seeing through the conspiracy, List had actually relaxed, as all necessary preparations had been completed early on. Now he just awaited the arrival of the second mind battle. At that time, he could counter their plans and ensnare the schemers from the Kashan Imperial in one go, and take the opportunity to snatch away the underaged aluminum dragon. Now for the next few months, just carry on as usual. List intended to go about his activities as usual over these months, waiting for Picard's Earthrage from the Marquis of Boulder to initiate the mind battle, before he would move to confront the conspiracy. However, just a month had passed when new information was delivered by a blood servant. Picard had bonded well with the aluminum dragon. It only took a month, and not many silver coins had been spent to already gain the aluminum dragon's favor, preparing Picard for the mind battle. This was an unexpected contingency. No one had thought that Picard and the aluminum dragon would bond so well. There were almost signs of a prearrangement. Because of this, List could not wait any longer. Get ready. Let's set off for firm Earth right now, witness this mind battle, and brace for the ensuing conspiracy. Brother, don't worry. Is fully prepared. Subsequently, the two headed for firm Earth and stealthily hid at the edge of the material boundary, watching from afar the aluminum dragon and the circling Picard. They even checked the camp of the Earth Fury family, finding no unusual presence there, just some ordinary knights. If it weren't for the reminder from the smoke mission and the reports from the blood servants, List might actually believe this was a friendly collaboration. But now, he remained extremely vigilant and had Ak follow closely behind, secretly protecting himself within the material boundary. With Ak's capability for instantaneous super magic, he could block any assassination attempt at once. It seems everything is normal, however, it is precisely this state of normality that hints at something abnormal. Be careful, Ak. Don't worry, brother. Ak will protect you. Not just me, you must also take good care of yourself. List smiled and then, riding the formless dragon, appeared openly to greet Marquis Pilaf as a way to lure the snake out of its hole. Marquis Pilaf, your son is quite remarkable, to have won over the aluminum dragon in such a short time. Thank your majesty for the praise. It's all due to Picard's own efforts, but he cannot compare to your majesty. To tame an aluminum dragon is to have the glory of a knight shine upon the Earth Fury family. Pilaf couldn't contain his excitement, trying to remain composed but unable to calm down. Dragon. The dragons at the pinnacle of power in this world. And the dragon knights who harness them will establish a state belonging to their family and ascend into the ranks of the dragon-rearing families. For this opportunity, the Earth Fury family was willing to risk everything. Soon after, List, Pilaf, and Piro of Duke Grey Iron were sitting together in the same tent. Duke Grey Iron Piro's entire face was green as if his wife had been tormented by someone else for 3 days and 3 nights. The aluminum dragon was discovered by his illegitimate son and took the family's vast resources to attempt taming it. Now, just one step short, he stands to lose both the dragon and wealth. How could he become and collected? Behind him was another bastard, a very young knight who, given the chance, would be the next to attempt dragon riding. Currently, this young knight's eyes were also green with envy, wishing he could instantly devour Picard to prevent him from dragon riding. Marquis Pilaf of Boulder wore a full-faced smile, not minding Piro's rage at all. It was a glorious moment for the Earth Fury family, why not smile? As for List, he appeared serene, seemingly unconcerned whether Picard would successfully ride the dragon or not. In reality, he was exceptionally focused and ready to transform into a phoenix at any moment to escape Kushan Imperial's deadly plot. The bone dragon Vinny formed a faint skull pattern on his face, which would immediately transform into armor to protect List and provide him with a divine weapon, the bone dragon sword, should any battle break out. Little fire dragon Leo remained vigilant as well, ready to burst out and transform into a majestic fire dragon for a head-on battle. Formless dragon Bard had slipped into the material boundary, constantly alert to prevent other dragon knights from stealthily approaching. Ak and Unicorn Charlie stood on the back of the formless dragon, also preparing to take action. Now everything was ready, all that was missing was the east wind. And this east wind was actually hidden within the camp, in a tent where 2 individuals dressed as knights were observing something through a mirror-like device. There was no reflective surface on the mirror, only magical runes forming strange patterns that flickered on and off. Counselor, the mage called Dacraloides is right above the camp, while the target is inside the tent. Should we make our move now? Do you have a guaranteed kill if we move now? I'm confident I can take out List directly, then use the jade fruit to incapacitate the formless dragon. But are you sure you can hold off that sea monster magician? The young archmage, who has reportedly mastered both the water and ice elements, is still not enough in my presence. Dominance. I admire that dominance of yours, counselor. So let's begin the assassination. Shall we not wait? Should we start the assassination when Picard engages in the mind battle? Starting now, our preparation isn't sufficient and List's attention won't be easily diverted. You might be good at plotting conspiracies, counselor, but assassinations are my forte. An assassin who truly walks in the shadows never needs to be fully prepared, only to catch the victim by surprise. The night-clad assassin declared, as he took off his armor and stripped off his clothes. Naked, his body was covered in black patterns, dense and intricate like a layer of silk-tight clothing. Next moment, the assassin, as if diving into a river, jumped directly into the corner shadows of the tent. His body seemed to melt and merge into the shadows. Watching the assassin disappear, the other knight, known as the counselor, also removed his armor, and from a box beside him, he donned a luxurious golden magic cloak. He took out a magic staff adorned with a dozen gemstones and held it in his hand, activating each gemstone in turn. Then he glanced again at the mirror device in his hands. When the magical runes on it formed the correct pattern, he, with a face showing signs of age, put on a stern expression, sharply stabbing the magic staff into the ground and activating all the gemstones at once. Next moment, a golden light burst from the top of the magic staff, radiating like sunlight in all directions, lighting up all the space instantly. In the blink of an eye, the golden light covered a radius of over 100 kilometers. Above and below, everywhere was bathed in magic light as brilliant as the sun's rays. Sunlight illuminates everything, there's nowhere to hide, whispered the elderly magician. At the same time, the tent where List was located, too, was penetrated by this dazzling light, casting faint human shadows on the ground. Just then, List felt a sudden jolt in his heart, his pupils dilated rapidly as he saw a distorted human figure leaping out from his own shadow. The twisted figure held a gruesome greatsword composed of countless shattered crystals, which pierced straight through List's chest. The Thunder Roar armor, acquired from the previous light green gemstone dragon knight Carlo Violet, offered no protection whatsoever. Without even a chance to react, he was skewered through the heart by the shattered crystal greatsword. Death is like the wind, always at my side. The twisted figure let out a grating laugh, a taunt as well as a declaration of death. The very next second, the twisted figure unhesitatingly leapt out of List's shadow, its gloomy body bending down, legs coiled, ready to spring toward the diving, rescue-bound formless dragon. But before he could leap, a giant ice block had already crashed down from above. He was ready to dodge, but suddenly felt his back seared as if by a red-hot iron. A flame had mysteriously wrapped around his body, and a detached voice reached his ears. Death is like the wind, always at my side? I quite like that line of yours, but it belongs to me now. Chapter 1012, Why is it so? The twisted figure glanced back only once and saw List Flame, whom he had just stabbed through the chest with his sword, truly transform into a blaze of fire. The massive hand of flame already gripped him, binding him, preventing any chance of escape. The flame seemed about to morph into a giant bird, yet maintained a human shape without alteration. Through them, one could vaguely see List's blurred face, with a pair of clear eyes upon it. His gaze was as cold and indifferent as his tone, as if looking at a dead man. You! Before the twisted figure could register shock, a huge block of ice smashed down upon his head. With a thunderous crash, the twisted figure was slammed into the ground by the sturdy ice, though it was uncertain if he was flattened. However, List wouldn't easily assume that an assassin who could leap out of the shadows could be so simply crushed to death. He swiftly cancelled the phoenix incarnation that had kicked in at the critical moment, and reconnected with Bone Dragon Vinny. In the blink of an eye, a set of Bone Dragon armor forcibly shattered the damaged Thunder Roar, rearming List, with the Bone Dragon sword taking the place of the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword as his weapon. His eyes coldly swept over the tent still enveloped in golden light. Pyro was dumbstruck, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Pilaf watched List in horror, as if shocked by the assassination attempt, but, in fact, terrified that List remained completely unscathed. As for the others, there was panic and chaos all around, with each reacting differently. List paid no attention to these people, for to him, they were merely ants. What he needed now was to find the assassin who could pose a threat to his safety. The assassin's ability to leap from the shadows left no doubt that he was a shadow incarnation from the Kushan Imperial, and his power far exceeded the levels of shallow shadow, deep shadow, and shadows. The sudden and powerful assassination attempt was beyond imagination in both strength and method. Without the assassin's death, List would find no peace. Do you really think you can escape my sight? List's sword blasted the huge ice block to pieces, but beneath it, he found only a humanoid depression and no sign of the assassin's corpse. Clearly, the assassin had once again merged into the shadows. But beneath the skull-like helmet, List was using the Eye of Magic, carefully observing every inch of shadow and meticulously sensing every change in magic power. Above in the sky, woo! The formless dragon's cry was filled with rage. Someone dared to lay an assassination attempt in front of it, against its knight. This was a relentless slap in the face of its proud dragon life. It, too, was deeply concerned for List's safety. In its mind, List's shadow had become increasingly clear, and it was not far from a successful mind branding. The golden light locked down the space, and it couldn't reach List's side immediately. It could only breathe out dragon breath, shattering space to utterly break the space around the tent. In cooperation with List, it blocked the assassin's escape route. The enemy could lock down List, but List could do the same to the enemy. With the attempt at a one-strike kill foiled, the moment to be led by List had come. Riding on a unicorn, Ak dove down following the formless dragon. Her delicate, pretty face was very stern, while her heart brimmed with self-reproach. She blamed herself for not being able to cast magic immediately to block the assassin's strike. Even though List had managed to dodge the crisis with Phoenix incarnation, she couldn't let it go. She had promised to protect her brother, and now she had failed. The anger in her heart needed release. After instantly casting the advanced heist system magic, Eternal Sturdy Ice, she quickly began setting up a purification magic array to dispel the golden light covering a 100-kilometer radius. Magic exploded from her hands, and with Unicorn Charlie's amplified blessing, countless invisible ripples spread out. They collided rapidly with the golden light, as if in silence yet seemingly producing the screeching sound of glass shattering. The golden light managed to hold for barely 10 seconds before it broke down progressively. The space that had been sealed by the golden light also reverted to its original state at once, and the formless dragon could once again traverse the boundaries of matter. At the same time, a sizable disturbance came from a tent. It was the magician clad in a golden magic cloak, whose wand embedded with a dozen gemstones exploded thunderously, with each gem shattering to dust. The middle-aged magician was greatly shocked. However, the gaze of Ak glittered in midair. Found it, the source of the space blockade. Charlie, let's go down. Whoever dares to assassinate my brother is not a good person, they must all be killed. Although she was a pure sea serpent, she was never a mere vase in a greenhouse, having lived in the ocean since childhood. Always fighting against sea monsters, how could she possibly be tender-hearted? Humphrey Unicorn Charlie's golden spiral horn flickered, and with a leap, he was already at the entrance of the tent. Ak casually sent a gust of wind to blow away the tent. After mastering the Earth Elemental incarnation perfectly, she had been practicing the Wind Elemental avatar and had already achieved minor success. As the tent was blown away, a burst of golden light shone from where the tent had been, the middle-aged magician in the golden magic cloak reacting quite promptly. This burst of golden light was his cast magic. Yet Ak, with the 8 Dragons God sword in hand, the gemstone crown on her head, and the magic cloak draped over her, merely waved the divine artifact in her hand, and ice blocks quickly formed in front of her. Boom. Even though the ice blocks were shattered instantly, the golden light dissipated as a result. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged magician snorted coldly and casually unleashed a seemingly powerful thunder magic spell, coldly saying, "Young sea serpent, the vastness of truth is beyond your current comprehension. Lightning storm." As his words fell, boom. A massive storm suddenly rose from his hands, mixed with countless flashes of lightning, striking towards Ak, who never deigned to communicate with strangers, merely waved the eight dragons' god's sword again. Numerous rocks and clumps of soil rose from the ground, as if underground monsters opened their gaping mouths, quickly swallowing the tornado laced with lightning. Soon after, a few crisp sounds were heard from within the earthen envelope, which failed to tear it apart, and then everything fell silent. The middle-aged magician was taken aback once again and, without time to ponder why, he prepared to unleash another spell. Ak seized the initiative, as numerous streams of water condensed from the air, wrapping directly around the middle-aged magician like chains binding him. With a gentle tug outward, his limbs were immediately dislocated. Of course, whether they were merely dislocated or actually broken bones was temporarily unknown. "Ah!" the middle-aged magician screamed, then, enduring the sharp pain, asked, "Why is your magic so powerful?" Ak had no intention of communicating and was about to cast eternal sturdy ice instantly to freeze the magician solid, then leave him for List to deal with. The middle-aged magician, unwilling to be restrained, opened his mouth and recast a new spell. It was a wind system magic that could form a wind blade capable of tearing everything apart with a mere breath. However, contrary to the magician's expectations, as soon as the wind blade took shape, the eternal sturdy ice also condensed, encasing both him and the wind blade he had just produced within the eternal sturdy ice, both frozen as lifelike statues. With his body frozen, his mind could still operate, and through the transparent ice, the middle-aged magician watched Ak's departing figure, with only one thought echoing in his mind: why did it turn out like this? Chapter 1013, Courage. Thank you Banming and Traveler Lost in the Stars for your generous rewards of 10,000 coins. Without any hesitation, Ak had frozen an archmage with loose strength and was already riding Unicorn Charlie, rushing towards the central tent where List was. Formless Dragon Bard had already sealed the space around the tent, making it impossible for Ak to approach. He could only reinforce a water wave shield on the periphery to prevent the assassin from escaping. My brother will be fine. The Phoenix incarnation ignores physical attacks, and even severe wounds can heal instantly. However, she still kept her attention ready to release magic, quietly waiting for news. At this moment, List inside the tent had not seen the location of the assassin through the eye of magic, which puzzled him. He could clearly feel the assassin hiding in someone's shadow but could not pinpoint the exact position, which was quite mystifying. Vinny, switch the view. I need to use the Bone Dragon's vision. Yes, Your Majesty. In an instant, List's eyes under the helmet had turned into eerie blue ghostly fires, and his vision suddenly changed into a peculiar gray-white world. In this vision, the real materials of reality only had vague outlines, while souls were vividly displayed. They floated around like glowing light bulbs. Your Majesty. This matter has nothing to do with me, Duke Birot said from the corner, trembling, as List's presence inflicted immense pressure on him. Pilaf also hurriedly said, Your Majesty, I also have no idea why there is an assassin here. Shut up. List swept his gaze over them with an intense killing intent that was utterly undisguised. He had already spotted a strange light by Pilaf's feet. This vague, bright light was very distorted but faintly showed a human figure bound within a shadow, clearly the assassin. The assassin's special magic concealment technique could deceive even the eye of magic, but it couldn't hide his soul. The next moment, in Pilaf's widened pupils, List lifted the bone dragon sword and suddenly stabbed at his feet. In that moment, Pilaf thought List was about to kill him on the spot, giving him no chance to defend himself for being involved in the conspiracy, so he immediately chewed the dog's mantle mushroom hidden in his mouth. With a fierce aura, he bellowed, You devil, for the honor of the Earth Fury family, you must die. Boom. His body swelled up like a balloon. But all of this happened very quickly to others, yet very slowly to List, who was utterly indifferent about what Pilaf thought. The bone dragon sword pierced straight into Pilaf's shadow, and through the bone dragon vision, List could see the bone dragon sword accurately striking the assassin's twisted soul. It was only a moment's pause before the twisted soul flowed like water towards another side, clearly not locked down by the bone dragon sword. The assassin's methods also ignored physical attacks. Leo, assist me. List decided instantly, abandoning the bone dragon sword, reaching down with both hands to grab the twisted soul, mentally communicating with Leo who was ready to strike. The raging fire dragon magic power mixed with his superior chi was entirely concentrated at his fingertips as he lunged forward, directly seizing the fleeing twisted soul. Flames transformed in his hands, and dragon might surged wildly. Ah! The twisted soul suddenly revealed itself, a strange blurred body, bound by flames, unable to escape, only able to emit a piercing scream. Countless fire attribute magic powers surged into his body, almost instantly dispersing the magic power within him, no longer able to maintain operational balance. The special techniques he employed also collapsed as a result, fully revealing a human body. Completely covered in tattoos. List had just grabbed him by the neck. He asked coldly, "Who gave you the guts to assassinate me?" The tattoo-covered assassin couldn't utter a word, his body trembling like it was electrified, the result of the fire attribute magic power burning his organs. Crack. A great sword, made of broken crystals, fell down. It was the very one he had used to assassinate List. At that moment, Pilaf the Earth Frenzy, who had been busy transforming, finally swung his basin-sized fist at List. Die. List slowly turned his head. From the shoulder of his bone dragon armor, a small bone dragon claw extended automatically, striking at Pilaf's fist. However, in a hair's breadth moment, Pilaf dodged List's unexpected bone dragon claw and smashed his fist towards the assassin in List's hand. Killing to silence him? The unexpected occurred, but it didn't affect List's movements. He simply used the bone dragon wings on the back of his bone dragon armor to cover the assassin, blocking Pilaf's fist. The seemingly ferocious punch hit the bone dragon wing without causing any pain or itch. The bone dragon sword, which had already recovered its tail, swept sideways, harshly dragging Pilaf into the ground. Deeply embedded underground, a perfect human outline was imprinted. List then lifted his foot and lightly stepped on him, making it impossible for Pilaf to struggle, even producing the sound of bones cracking. Even the most ferocious cloaked bear-wearer, when facing a knight merged with a dragon, was merely a slightly larger and. Even though at this moment List was merged with an incomplete bone dragon, he could still easily crush Marquis Pilaf. And who gave you the courage, Liang Jingru? Mission completed. Reward, submission from the Grey Iron family. The crippled assassin was thrown onto the ground by List, his magic power completely bound by the mountain copper manacles. He possessed high magic of the dark attribute, which surprised List. A shadow incarnation actually cultivated high-energy magic power. Marquis Pilaf was also shackled with mountain copper manacles, guarded by Duke Biro. His son, Picard, was the same. In fact, even without the shackles, they couldn't make any waves, having been turned into half-dead cripples by List's punches. Moreover, Ak was already riding a unicorn, ready to release advanced magic. The Eternal sturdy ice to freeze them one by one. At this moment, as he observed the nervous expressions of the people in the camp, he was slightly absent-minded, already summoning the smoke mission. The mission about being vigilant of two-mind battles was smoothly completed, rewarded with the submission of the Grey Iron family. This intrigued him. But he did not continue to dwell on this. He checked the new smoke mission. As the king of the Flame Kingdom, the conspiracy against you by the Kashan Imperial undoubtedly is an enormous provocation, intolerable to endure. Since the Kashan Imperial is beyond reach, why not vent your anger on the conspirators first? Reward, Cloaked Bear-Wearer Cultivator's Manual. Vetting on the conspirators, does that refer to these few? List looked at the assassin covered with a piece of rag, the father and son of Earth Fury lying unconscious on the ground, and the Archmage frozen within a chunk of hard ice outside. Next, indeed, it's time to properly settle the account for this assassination. Chapter 1014, Coercion and Bribery. The wilderness camp had already been taken over by List with a firm hand. At this moment, he was staring at Piro as he interrogated, Duke Pirot, I believe you owe me an explanation. I came here at your invitation to oversee the distribution of the aluminum dragon, only to find myself the target of a long-planned assassination. If I weren't well prepared, I might not have been able to leave here alive today. Your Majesty, I beg you to believe me, the assassination has nothing to do with me, the Grey Iron family, or the Grey Iron Duchy. I truly wanted to invite your Majesty to oversee the dragon riding distribution. All of this must be the work of Pilaf colluding with assassins, it must be, and the Eagle Royal family is certainly fanning the flames behind the scenes. The more Piro spoke, the more nervous he became. It must be so, the Eagle Royal family is behind Pilaf, and all of this, including the aluminum dragon, is a conspiracy of the Eagle Royal family. Adonis Moonlight Silver is indeed cunning, taking advantage of my eagerness to revive the Grey Iron family and thus luring your Majesty here. Piro knew nothing about the Kashan Imperial, so he was unaware that the assassins were from the Kashan Imperial. The Archmage and the assassin were now unable to speak, and both Pilaf father and son were unconscious, leaving no one to tell Piro the truth. Therefore, after Piro had filled in the blanks with his imagination, He was increasingly convinced that all this was backed by the Eagle royal family. Your Majesty, Adonis must have used me. Please believe me, I, Piro, have never thought of betraying your Majesty. List was non-committal. With a clench of his teeth, Piro said, the assassination attempt has failed, and the Eagle royal family will surely react soon. When that time comes, not only will the aluminum dragon be out of reach, but the Grey Iron Duchy will also have reached its end. Your Majesty, please take in the Grey Iron family. The Grey Iron family is willing to follow you to develop in the Flame Kingdom. This was clearly the so-called reward of the smoke mission. After being scared by the facts concocted in his own mind, Piro decisively decided to amputate a limb to survive. Giving up the Grey Iron Duchy and fleeing to the Flame Kingdom for refuge. I will not leave the aluminum dragon for the Eagle Kingdom. List followed Piro's self-created narrative, announcing his sovereignty over the aluminum dragon. I will ride away the aluminum dragon, making the Eagle Kingdom lose both its lady and its soldiers. As for the Grey Iron family, I am willing to believe you, Piro, did not play a role in the conspiracy. Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. Piro breathed a sigh of relief. List added, but are you sure the Grey Iron family will unite with you to give up the Grey Iron Duchy and go to the Flame Kingdom? Piro was taken aback for a moment, then gave a bitter smile. Your Majesty's concern is indeed valid. My credibility within the family has greatly diminished, and traveling such a long distance to develop in a new kingdom would frighten many knights. However, his tone changed and Piro's expression gradually became serious, but staying would mean being swallowed up by Adonis sooner or later. I understand this, King of the Eagle Kingdom. The future of the Grey Iron family is already cut off in the Eagle Kingdom. Only by following Your Majesty will the Grey Iron family be able to revive in the Flame Kingdom. If you really intend to develop in the Flame Kingdom, I welcome the Grey Iron family to prosper there, as long as you can take away a large number of the Knight class and join the Flame Kingdom. Even your title of Duke can be hereditary. The title of Duke can be retained? A Duke without a duchy. Normally, the title of a Duke without a duchy is usually granted to the offspring of the royal family of a kingdom, or marquises with outstanding military achievements. Only Dragon Knights can found a nation and receive the title of Grand Duke, and if offspring fail at dragon riding, they can inherit the title of Duke and continue to manage the duchy. Although the status of a Duke without a duchy is somewhat lower, it is still much wider in territory than that of a Marquis, and they can enjoy more resources. Together with the original foundation of the Grey Iron family, even though they are no longer in the dragon-rearing family sequence, they can still enjoy the treatment of top-tier nobles. This was a better damage control plan than any, and Piro was thrilled. I will try to persuade more of the Knight class to go to the Flame Kingdom. But as Your Majesty is concerned, the Grey Iron Duchy is too far away from the Flame Kingdom. The long journey there would scare off most knights. And if the Eagle royal family discovers this, they might chase us along the way. I can draw a map for you, setting you on another safer route, to the coastal border south of the Eagle Kingdom and the Yellowstone Kingdom. There, I have established a new teleportation array, directly connected to the Flame Kingdom. Recruiting the Grey Iron family and the Knights of the Grey Iron Duchy was just a side story. List restrained the assassin, the Archmage, Pilaf, and his son. His next step was to conquer the aluminum dragon. If time permitted, he could peacefully use silver coins to conquer the aluminum dragon. However, it was hard to say that the Eagle Kingdom hadn't been involved in this assassination plot. To avoid prolonged complications, he decided to take violent measures. He signaled Duke Pirat to return to the Grey Iron Duchy, preparing for the family's relocation, and then he began searching for the aluminum dragon in the wilderness. He quickly found the dragon, which was drinking water in a valley, a juvenile metal dragon with a 30-meter body length and wingspan that had also noticed the arrival of List and his companions. Leo and Bard firmly locked onto the aluminum dragon's position. From left and right, they flew calmly towards the valley, pressuring the dragon but not so much that it was driven to flee in panic. Leo, Bard, it's up to you now. Anak, please ask Charlie to help with the translation, so the aluminum dragon understands the choices it faces. List, sitting on Bard's back, said to Ak, who rode on Unicorn Charlie. Charlie could discern good from evil and communicate with many creatures' minds. It could also engage in vague communication with dragons, proving to be a very capable diplomat. Roar. The aluminum dragon's scales bristled as it let out a sharp, wary cry, its body tensing, ready to take flight at any moment. Oh roar. Woo-yeah. Leo and Bard each emitted a majestic dragon's roar, responding to the aluminum dragon's alarm. With a snort, Unicorn Charlie's golden horn flickered, already initiating a mental conversation with the aluminum dragon. After a moment of conversation, faced with two formidable dragons and the promise from List that it could lay on a mountain of silver coins to sleep, the juvenile aluminum dragon was indecisive. But rationality prevailed, and through Charlie's translation, it expressed its willingness to undergo a mind battle with List. However, should the mind battle fail, List must let it go free. Agreed. List didn't hesitate for a moment. He was confident in himself and had extensive experience with mind battles. He was also well aware of the mental battle tactics of aluminum dragons and didn't expect to fail. If he did, he would let it go as promised. If it were to flee, he could always capture it later and try a second mind battle using a bewildering dragon mind fruit. In any case, after persuading the dragon with good words and without a dragon-slaying battle breaking out, List successfully gained the opportunity for a mind battle. Taking a deep breath and under the aluminum dragon's slightly resentful gaze, he leapt onto its back and steadily walked toward the exquisite dragon tooth platform. He found his footing on the uneven spots and settled down. In an instant, an extraordinary feeling swept over him, and he entered a world shimmering with silver light. Chapter 1015, Ever-changing. Lee Ct didn't know why an aluminum dragon was so fond of the metal silver, so much that even its mind world was a shimmering world of metallic silver. There were no flowers, plants, or trees, only mountains of silver and rivers flowing like silver from the horizon to Lee Ct's feet. On the opposite bank, an adult aluminum dragon with cold, gleaming eyes was giving Lee Ct a malevolent stare. In the real world, it couldn't resist Lee Ct's oppression, but in the mind world, it was completely in control. With a roar that undeniably declared it was about to use cruel methods to deal with Lee Ct. An approach different from Florenza Chasewind Arrow's mind battle. Florenza didn't encounter a battle, merely needing to break through the aluminum dragon's liquid transformation and find the dragon tooth platform. Clearly, such different treatments in the mind battle were entirely determined by the aluminum dragon's likes and dislikes. It admired Florenza, so the mind battle hovered near the baseline. It loathed Lee Ct, so the mind battle reached the highest difficulty. But, you think this can scare me off, aluminum dragon? Lee Ct held the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword in his hand, his body shrouded by a faint mist. The mist, representing destiny, slightly flowed and turned the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword a fiery red. Roar. The aluminum dragon moved its nearly 60-meter-long body slightly, its grayish-white scales looked like candles about to melt, and it spat out a silver-white metallic torrent in response to Lee Ct's challenge. Break. Lee Ct, holding the sword in both hands, released a surge of dragon chi and abruptly cleaved the metallic torrent. The aluminum dragon's metallic stream, unlike the iron dragon and copper dragons, resembled a dense liquid that, even when split, could still extend and wrap around to completely swallow Lee Ct and turn him into a statue. However, such a minor technique couldn't trouble Lee Ct. He stimulated his dragon chi into flames that exploded around his body, shattering and spurting the metallic torrent in all directions. Aluminum dragon, unleash whatever techniques you have. I'll make you fully understand that whether it's the real world or the mind world, I am the nightmare you cannot escape. Lee Ct said, as a pair of wings suddenly sprouted from his back, belonging to a phoenix incarnation. With his development of the phoenix incarnation, he had long mastered the ability to partially transform. Flapping the wings of fire, he rose into the air, looking down at the aluminum dragon that had yet to take flight. It was unclear whether it was his ability to fly that enraged the aluminum dragon, or his boastfulness, but the aluminum dragon suddenly unfolded its 60-meter wingspan. As it flapped its wings progressively larger, its body also melted more and more. In a blink, it liquefied and continuously extended into a pair of wings that could blot out the sun. These wings ascended continuously, reaching the high skies of the mind world and then swooped down towards Lee Ct. Enveloped by the force of wind and thunder, it seemed poised to obliterate Lee Ct in one strike. Fancy tricks, useless. Lee Ct's eyes widened as wisps of mist merged into his body, making the already fiery Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword burn even fiercer, as though it were a weapon belonging to a fire god, a blaze that sets the prairies afire. This sword exists only in dreams. Buzz. Boom. The flaming longsword, facing the aluminum dragon turned into wings of wind and thunder, struck heavily. The flames surged and extended for miles, as if slicing through the world itself, viciously striking the wings of wind and thunder. Clang, crack, snap. The wings of wind and thunder were instantly split in two, where the liquid metal aluminum was intensely burned by the red flames, sending out dazzling white flames. Accompanied by horrible cries from the aluminum dragon, it was unclear where they originated. Roar. The two halves of the wings fell directly onto the metallic silver ground. As the white flames died down, the two halves melted and recombined into an aluminum dragon. Throughout this process, Lee Ct didn't intervene, simply speaking coldly, the mind world is but a dream. You can do as you please in your dream, but I can, too. Because the dream worlds I have visited are beyond your imagination, my understanding of the dream world also surpasses your imagination, aluminum dragon. This was the absolute truth. He indeed had participated in the dreamscapes of the fire dragon, formless dragon, light green gemstone dragon, gray iron dragon, mountain copper dragon, among others. Rich in experience. Moreover, he owned the bewildering dragon mind fruit, a fruit originating from Jade Dragon representing the power of dreams. More terrifyingly, he also had a leg of the Jade Dragon in his collection. Although the Jade Dragon's hind leg was difficult to research, list, or rather, Ak managed to glean some information and tap into a corner of the power of dreams. To describe it precisely, it was like Neo in the Matrix gaining superpowers within the simulation because he understood it was a fictitious networked world, enabling him to manually remove bullets from the heroine and even fly within the Matrix. List experienced something similar. After tapping into a hint of dream power, he too could harness the surrounding mist to augment his own strength. This was his greatest confidence in dragon riding. Roar. The aluminum dragon, unconvinced, attacked again. With the phoenix wings flapping on his back, List gently shook his head. Foolish aluminum dragon, becoming my dragon is an inescapable fate for you. Better realize it sooner. PFFT. The flame sword swung again, its giant blade slicing the aluminum dragon into two halves, the cut fiercely burning. Not waiting for the aluminum dragon's screams of agony, he swung the flame sword once more, making a horizontal chop that quartered the bifurcated aluminum dragon. The four pieces of aluminum dragon fell to the ground and quickly reformed into one in agonizing screams, panting heavily and staring intently at List. Still not convinced? Roar. Of course, the aluminum dragon was not convinced, its intention clearly communicated to List. Defeating it did not mean winning the battle of minds, he had to shatter its liquid transformation, find the dragon tooth platform, and mount it. At once. It transformed into a pool of metallic liquid and merged indistinguishably into the silvery river. This is indeed challenging, but not enough to stop me. List felt like he was Relangshen fighting Sun Wukong in their transformation duel, his three eyes atop his head seeing everything. No matter how many times Sun Wukong transformed, he could not escape his divine sight, always being discovered. If you hide, don't blame me for unleashing my powerful moves. Whistle. A phoenix cry, and List had transformed into a majestic, flame-composed phoenix, hovering over the metallic silver river, his wings beating and shaking off clusters of flames. Soon the entire metallic silver river was engulfed in flames, continuously searing. When the temperature surpassed 660 degrees Celsius, part of the metallic silver abruptly melted into liquid. That was not silver, but aluminum. Silver melts at the 962 degrees Celsius, while aluminum melts at 660 degrees Celsius. A single transformation distinguishes silver from aluminum. In the interplay of the five elements, fire overcomes metal, and List firmly suppressed the aluminum dragon. Roar. Unable to hide any longer, the aluminum dragon resentfully regrouped into its dragon form. At that moment, List returned to his human form, diving directly onto the back of the aluminum dragon. Amidst the aluminum dragon's reluctant twists, he accurately found the position of the dragon tooth platform and settled down onto it. This time, between man and dragon, a true spiritual union and mental connection were established. List could empathize with the aluminum dragon's frustration and helplessness, while the dragon could sense List's spirited mood. Their emotions intertwined and finally transformed into a loud roar, soaring into the shiny silver sky, crossing the dazzling brightness in a blink. The view shifted, returning to the real world. Smelling the familiar wild scents, sitting no longer on a 60-meter-long, adult-wing dragon, but on a 30-meter-long, wing young aluminum dragon. Chapter 1016, collecting some interest when List rode the newly conquered aluminum dragon and descended upon Iron Shell Fort. Duke Piro's gaze was fixed on the aluminum dragon with a mix of emotions before he finally let out a long sigh. It was only 2 days, yet the aluminum dragon had become something in List's pocket, a feat of dragon taming so terrifying it overwhelmed him with emotion. The last hope of the Grey Iron Duchy had vanished, and for the Grey Iron family to carry on its glory, he was left with no choice but to choose this uncertain path as a follower. Your Majesty, of the 12 Marquises of the Grey Iron Duchy, I have been in contact with 5. 2 have decided to follow my heir, Pifwaert, and stay in the Grey Iron Duchy. 3 Marquises, all direct followers of mine, have decided to relocate their families and accompany me to the Flame Kingdom. Duke Piro added, however, they wish to meet you and hear your promise. Only 3 are willing to go? What about the other 7 Marquises? List was somewhat disappointed, as not many nobles were willing to go. The 7 are Marquises with large fiefs. I have sent messengers to them, and if they are willing, they will follow later. If they are not, they will stay. In addition, there are a bunch of earls and viscounts whom I have also contacted. Only about 10 to 20% are urgently ready to leave with me. Given time, Piro was confident he could persuade a third of the nobles to follow him to the Flame Kingdom. However, since time was of the essence and to avoid being intercepted by the Eagle Kingdom in a protracted endeavor, Piro would only stay here for a few days before departing. With such haste, many nobles simply could not take their family resources with them, hence their reluctance to leave. If the Eagle royal family does not come to stop them, these nobles can take their time to decide. After all, the Grey Iron Duchy has its sovereignty, and if the nobles wish to leave, the Eagle royal family wouldn't dare to intercept too aggressively. Should they attempt to, I shall intervene, and I believe the Eagle royal family would not dare to rekindle the dragon-slaying war. Then I'll go and rally them again. Yes, feel free to rally them. For now, I will hold off the Eagle Kingdom. After all, I promised to protect the Grey Iron Duchy for 20 years. This was an excuse, a reason for List to remain there without being pushed to leave. As long as he did not force the Grey Iron Duchy's nobles to leave, the Eagle royal family was unlikely to turn against him outright. At most, there was an unspoken agreement for List to partition the Grey Iron Duchy with Piro acting as his spokesperson, while Pifwaert would presumably represent the Eagle Kingdom. The nobles had just divided the dragons among 3 households, and now 2 were dividing up the country. Such were the exchanges of noble interests. However, before that, List had one more issue to attend to. Duke Piro, there are 2 marquises, direct followers of yours, who are not willing to go. Tell them to promptly assemble their knight orders and follow me to conquer Firm Earth, for I must exterminate the Earth Fury family. The Earth Fury family had dared to participate in an assassination conspiracy, a challenge to a sovereign king and a holy dragon knight. Eradicating them was the only way to quell List's wrath. The Smoke Mission had also said that he should vent his anger on the conspirators. Since it was impractical to seek revenge against the mastermind behind Gaius, Emperor Jupiter of the Kushan Empire, he would simply take some interest now and wait until a later date, when he was more powerful, to settle the full account with the Kushan Empire. Father, why must my people wage war and plunder the Earth Fury family for him? This will leave me at a great disadvantage in the future. How are we to handle our relationship with the Eagle royal family? Inside Iron Shell Fort, Pifwaert argued with Duke Piro. Duke Piro looked at his eldest legitimate son and legal heir as if he were a stranger, because he is the great holy dragon knight, and no one can defy his orders, not even our Grey Iron family. Grey Iron Dragon, Aluminum Dragon, father, you have made too many mistakes in this matter, leading to the decline of the Grey Iron family's honor. The loss of the Grey Iron Dragon was indeed from my hands, but the fault lies ultimately with Adonis, not me. I never intended to lead our family to ruin, but Adonis had already set his sights on the Grey Iron family. The Aluminum Dragon is a conspiracy. Pifwaert, you shouldn't be so trusting of Adonis. At least King Adonis is more trustworthy than you, father, who believes the man who took our family's dragon. The fault of the war lies neither with List, Adonis, nor myself. I find no hatred for List, for he had ample reason to seek revenge on the Grey Iron family involved in the Dragon Slaughter War. Instead, Adonis should have compensated the Grey Iron family for our losses, but he did not. That is a betrayal of the alliance. I do not agree with your words, father. Forget it, we need not speak so self-righteously. I will not abandon the Grey Iron family, and neither will you. From this day forth, you and I, father and son, will part ways. I shall take the surname Grey Iron and head to the Flame Kingdom to forge my path, and you, do as you please. After a moment of silence, Pifwaert said coldly, the Grey Iron family dissipated in the hands of my father, not me. From now on, Fallen Iron shall be my surname, a constant reminder of this shameful period. HMPH. Piro Grey Iron flung his hand in dismissal, do as you wish. As of today, the Earth Fury family will vanish into smoke, and this castle will also be destroyed by me, to serve as a warning to any noble who dares to act against a dragon knight. Prepare to face the rightful fury. Pilaf and his son, Pilaf the Earth Frenzy, were sentenced to death by List. All that awaited was the interrogation to extract all information about the conspiracy and the martial heritage of the Cloaked Bear Wearer, and then they would be exiled to the exiled lands. A death sentence for a noble, euphemistically called exile. Charge. On the ground, a large number of knights surged toward the castle, while knights from the Earth Fury family guarded it fiercely. Seeing this, List immediately brandished his shattered crystal greatsword, and with a fierce burst of chi, he split a crack in the castle, killing countless knights with the blast of chi. Following the breach in the castle walls, the charging knights swarmed in and quickly overwhelmed the castle. This sword is indeed fine, with a very unique and imposing design, perfectly suited for my use. Not paying attention to the battle below, List took pleasure in appreciating the greatsword in his hand. The sword had been seized from an assassin, and the seizure also yielded a bewildering dragon mind fruit, which surprised yet didn't surprise him. Since a mind fruit tree could grow on Mind Island and bear bewildering dragon mind fruits, other places must surely do so as well. And this also meant that the royal family of the Kushan Imperial certainly had possession of parts of the Jade Dragon's remains. I wonder if assembling the Jade Dragon's body could resurrect this sacred dragon, a creature of incredible power. Regrettably, the assassin was still unconscious, the archmage who broke the ice was also out cold, and the Pilaf father and son were wailing that they knew nothing, leaving too little information to be interrogated. Regarding the Kashan Imperial and this conspiracy, they would have to wait for the assassin and the archmage to awaken. First, I'll collect some interest from the Earth Fury family, and later, I'll deal with this archmage and this assassin. Chapter 1017, Death by Arrogance. The Earth Fury family had already been overrun by the raging charge of the Night Order, and with Pilaf the Earth Frenzy no longer presiding over it, the castle relied solely on his legitimate eldest son, P-Fonty Earth Fury, to maintain its operations. Compared to Pilaf, whose strength was on par with top domain knights, P-Fonty's current power was, at best, that of a completion-level Sky Knight. And the two Marquises from Grey Iron Duchy advancing on them were both completion-level Sky Knights. Outnumbered 2-1, P-Fonty was directly and disastrously defeated. His defeat, just like the war orchestrated by Liszt, had a predetermined outcome. Every person, young and old, was captured and became prisoners at the victor's feet. Hand over all the contracts of the elves, offer up the wealth of the Earth Fury family, confess your guilt, and you and your remaining 3 brothers commit suicide, and I will spare the Earth Fury family the sin of attempting my assassination. Liszt stood in front of P-Fonty, who was bound by mountain copper manacles, looking imposing in his bone dragon armor. P-Fonty did not look at his brothers, he simply turned his head and glanced at his wife, teary-eyed, and his 3 sons, aged 10, 8, and 4. Then, with a mixture of sorrow and anger, he looked at Liszt. I am a noble of the Eagle Kingdom. My father and brothers attempted to assassinate you, but that did not betray the knightly code of ethics. Do you really want to play on the literal meaning of the words, victory for those in power, defeat for those who are vanquished? Hearing this, P-Fonty ultimately succumbed and said, I understand. On behalf of the Earth Fury family, I am willing to acknowledge my sins to His Majesty King Liszt, and am also willing to hand over the family's elves and wealth. May I meet my father before I take my own life? Liszt casually said, no. P-Fonty nodded his head, asked for nothing more, and honestly severed all contracts with the elves, then handed them one by one to Liszt. To Liszt's disappointment, he had thought that, as an old marquis and an inheritor of ancient warriors, the Earth Fury family would have at least a dozen greater elves. But aside from the 5 greater elves previously surrendered, the Earth Fury family now only had 6 greater elves left. 2 Little Wheat greater elves, 1 Magic Potion class Iris greater elf, 1 Sticky Rice greater elf, 1 Ginger greater elf, and 1 Beet greater elf. In other words, over the years, the entire Earth Fury family had only accumulated 11 greater elves. Though considering Marquina de Mariaua Stone of Kashan Imperial, there weren't many greater elves either. These 11 greater elves were already considerable, just not in line with Liszt's expectations. In addition, the Earth Fury family had 172 little minor elves and more than 800 elf bugs. It's a bit less than expected, but it's still a huge replenishment for me, further closing the gap with the dragon-rearing family's heritage. Flame Island is simply too large, one can never have too many elves. Liszt happily packaged up the elves and secured them on the back of the formless dragon. Next, he took possession of the Earth Fury family's wealth. Assets such as gemstones, magic metals, crystals, gold coins, and other materials that could be taken away were all chosen by him. The remaining assets like immovable property and resources like food, copper coins, and metals were distributed among the knights who had come charging. The Earth Fury family was annihilated, gone like smoke and clouds. Liszt had already returned to his domain with a wealth of materials, tearing through space. So many elves and such treasure, upon reaching the ears of the astonished nobles of Flame Island, they understood that their son of glory, who had become their king, had once again made a grand transaction out in the world. The Earth Fury family has just been destroyed like that? Marquis of Bulltail, Li William, asked in surprise upon hearing the news. Yes, father, assassins and archmages need strict supervision, not a single oversight can be allowed. As for Father Pilaf and his 3 sons, you will personally oversee their interrogation to ensure they spill everything. I need to know how the Kashan Imperial is conspiring with these people, plotting against me. Don't worry, I will take good care of these 3. But you also need to be cautious. The news of the Earth Fury family's downfall could very well enrage the Eagle Royal family. I know, but I must go to protect Duke Piro and these knights who have fled to me. If the Flame Kingdom wants to develop, population is its biggest constraint. Moreover, in this matter, I am the real victim, having been assassinated for the 2nd time. I believe the Eagle Royal family will not dare to turn their face. 2 assassination attempts, the first with 5 dragons and 2 dragon knights, were forcefully counter-killed by Liszt. The second was a formidable assassin and archmage from the Kashan Imperial, who joined forces to set a deadly trap, Yet List still managed to evade and counter-kill. Without preparation for a sure kill, the Eagle royal family would absolutely not dare to act recklessly. Therefore, List returned once again to the Grey Iron Duchy, carrying the prestige of having decimated the Earth Fury family, and more noble knights from the Grey Iron Duchy joined the migration caravan, following the map personally drawn by Yak, heading in the direction of heroic Yellow City. One could imagine. As the Eagle Kingdom could not come up with any countermeasures, more nobles from the Grey Iron Duchy would choose to flee and seek development in the Flame Kingdom. Anyone could see that after losing the dragons, the fate of the Grey Iron Duchy was hanging by a thread. Now it was a multiple-choice question, whether to join the Eagle Kingdom or the Flame Kingdom. The advantage of joining the Eagle Kingdom was that there was no need to migrate, and the family could preserve its wealth to the greatest extent. The downside was that as a vassal to a ruined country, it would not be easy to vie for glory. The disadvantage of joining the Flame Kingdom was the need to migrate and the surrender of a great deal of wealth and serfs. The benefit was that in the new kingdom, opportunities abounded, and with ambition, one could eventually grow and strengthen the family. Your Majesty, from this moment on, the Grey Iron family will charge into battle for Your Majesty. After departing from Iron Shell Fort, Piro realized he had taken with him only a group of followers, along with several mistresses and illegitimate children, and had not brought any family members. His lawful wife decided to stay and live with his son Pifward, continuing to defend what was ultimately indefensible in the Grey Iron Duchy. Look forward, Duke Piro. When Piro left the Grey Iron Duchy with his knights, thousands of kilometers away in the royal palace of the Eagle Kingdom, the Iron Dragon Chain Palace, King Adonis Moonlight Silver, looking at the intelligence in his hands, showed no emotion. He simply narrated calmly to the Queen, Emperor Jupiter has indeed set his sights on the sacred dragon, Invisible Dragon, but in his cleverness, he refused to collaborate with me and instead chose the brute Pilaf. Now, he has gained nothing, having lost his most important assassins and archmages. That's not a good thing, Adonis. List has grown stronger, and he has taken the aluminum dragon. The Queen sighed. I think it's a good thing. I understand Emperor Jupiter, the man is stubborn and vindictive. Just wait, he will not be content with his failure. When he comes again, it's destined to be a wild battle with List, and that's when my chance to profit will come. I hope so. The Queen shook her head, then asked, what do you think should be done about the Earth Fury family? Peel off the Earth Frenzy. If he hadn't been greedy for the aluminum dragon and had reported to me, I would naturally have protected the Earth Fury family. But since he chose to betray me, this is all self-inflicted. Now, with Piro busy escaping, I can use the pretext of dealing with the Earth Fury family to swallow up the Grey Iron Duchy and compensate for the kingdom's losses. That won't really compensate for much. Storing strength and waiting for the right opportunity, haven't we been anticipating this situation for a long time? Adonis took the Queen's hand and spoke with forced cheer, I've seen how many young heroes rise and fall. With List's unbridled nature, venturing thousands of miles just to snatch dragons, he will eventually die from his own arrogance. As he spoke, he stood up, pointing across the land with a laugh. At that time, it will be my moment to sweep away the despondency and restore the glory of the eagle. Chapter 1018, King of Shadows. The assassin and the archmage had not yet woken up when Pilaf and his son were already confessing under torture. According to Pilaf, his family had long been in contact with the Kushan Imperial. Because they operated a trade route together, the Kushan Imperial quickly used the news of the aluminum dragon to win over the Earth Fury family. I don't know how they learned about the aluminum dragon, but Shadow Incarnation is a massive organization, probably explaining how they accidentally discovered the aluminum dragon while investigating Piro. It is well known that Piro is involved with List, so isn't it expected for Shadow Incarnation to investigate? Thus, having received the news of the aluminum dragon, people from the Kushan Imperial began to plot their conspiracy. The assassin is named Louis Shadow. He is the most powerful agent within the Shadow Incarnation, surpassing the levels of Shallow Shadow, Deep Shadow, and Shadowless, reaching a pinnacle that rivals Dragon Knights and Archmages. I'm not very familiar with this level, only knowing Louis calls himself the King of Shadows. Apart from the King of Shadows Louis Shadow, there was also an Archmage, the chief magical advisor to the Kushan Imperial royal family, Laurel Truth. I'm not very familiar with Laurel Truth either, only knowing that he is a veteran Archmage, his power unfathomable. Moreover, he carries the Kushan Imperial royal family's divine artifact, the Light of Confinement magic staff, which can lock the void and prevent any being from escaping the confinement light. Pilaf, a tough man, had to undergo various tortures before he could intermittently reveal the entire conspiracy process. He was not familiar with the King of Shadows, Louis Shadow, nor Archmage Laurel Truth, but had been in contact through an intermediary. This intermediary was a trusted knight of Emperor Jupiter, who was executing the entire Eagle Kingdom's strategy and the collusion with nobles. Where is this intermediary now? Do you really believe he is Emperor Jupiter's confidant? Inquired the Marquis of Bulltail, who was responsible for the interrogation. Pilaf scoffed in response, I don't know where he is, he always comes to us, not the other way around. Why would I believe him? Don't you find this question laughable? With the King of Shadows and the Archmage standing before me, you ask me whether I believe his identity. Do you think I should? So you're confident in plotting with him to act against the Flame King? Haven't you heard of the Flame King's glorious battle achievements? The temptation of the aluminum dragon, for a major family like us, is something you wouldn't understand. Besides, the assassination was carried out by them, not by me personally. If successful, I could enter the dragon-rearing family. If not, I could still continue to enjoy. I just didn't expect List to kill Louis Shadow, and I jumped out. Pilaf still regretted his recklessness then. List was clearly targeting his shadow, not himself. Compelled to act, he exposed his own identity. He still didn't know that List had long been aware of his conspiratorial identity. I've said all I could say, even the cloaked bear-wearer cultivator's manual I've handed over. As a captive, I request to pay a ransom for the freedom of myself and my 2 sons, Pilaf said. Unfortunately, Marquis Pilaf, the Earth Fury family has been destroyed, no one will pay your ransom anymore. Impossible. That's the truth. You've drawn the Flame King's wrath by attempting to assassinate him, leading to the destruction of the Earth Fury family. Additionally, we've just received news that the Eagle Royal family has acted, declaring that the Earth Fury family colluded with Duke Piro of the Grey Iron Duchy in a plot to rebel against the Eagle Kingdom, and their lands have been reclaimed by the royal family. What? Pilaf exclaimed, his eyes wide with rage. Impossible. I also find it hard to believe, but the decisiveness of the Eagle Kingdom's king is extraordinary. Knowing that the aluminum dragon was lost, he immediately allied with the Flame King to partition the Grey Iron Duchy and the Earth Fury family, compensating for the losses caused by this incident. Li Huiliang reflected with emotion. Nobles exist around interest, yet such barefaced exchange of benefits swiftly shattered the slight sense of justice and morality in his mind. He shook his head. He walked out of the sturdy prison built underground and returned to the office in Reed City, when soon an assistant came to report, Sir, a Sky Knight who claims to be a follower of His Majesty the King, Florenza Chase Wind Arrow, wishes to enter the Flame Kingdom and hopes to be granted permission. Florenza Chase Wind Arrow? Li Huiliang quickly recalled that List had mentioned someone named Florenza who, having failed at dragon riding, was prepared to follow him, but it was uncertain if he would come. To be recognized by an aluminum dragon clearly marked him as a talent with potential qualifications for a dragon knight. Therefore, Li Huiliang nodded, allow his passage and bring him to the office. I want to arrange him personally. List habitually acted as a hands-off supervisor, leaving all matters, big and small, for him to handle. He was extremely busy and had almost no time to rest. Yet sitting in his spacious and bright office, Li Huiliang felt an indescribable comfort, power. This intoxicating brew always had a way of making one revel in its essence. At last, even I, Li Huiliang, have a day where all the high nobles bow before me. The Eagle Royal family moves swiftly. The Grey Iron Duchy has already become a thing of the past. Riding on the back of an aluminum dragon, List thought of the news he had just received with some regret. Only 1/5 of the nobles of Grey Iron Duchy had been rallied by Piro, Grey Iron to travel to heroic Yellow City. The Eagle Kingdom immediately acted, branding Piro a traitor and abolishing the Grey Iron Duchy. They also announced that all nobles from Grey Iron Duchy would be treated equally, allowing outstanding knights' progeny to participate in the Dragon Knight candidacy program and other benefits. With this, the nobles who were originally reluctant to migrate naturally leaned toward the Eagle Kingdom. The ones who truly followed Piro consisted of only 4 marquises, 17 earls, and 38 viscounts. However, there were more lower-ranking nobles, these lesser nobles, willing to give up their modest family inheritances, prepared to move to the Flame Kingdom in search of opportunities. To see if they could rise among the ranks of the great nobles. Wald, Bumblebee was one such aspiring baron, who came from a family that had been in beekeeping for generations, taking their surname from the bear bees they bred. Unfortunately, wars were rare in the Grey Iron Duchy, so their noble title had always remained a modest baron, following a Viscount Lord. This Viscount Lord was not outstanding but rather timid and afraid of action. He had refused to participate in several battles he could have joined, so Wald naturally had no opportunity to go to the battlefield. He had long wanted to break away from this Viscount, and now was the perfect opportunity, as the Duke personally called for development in the Flame Kingdom. The Flame Kingdom. Wald rode on his horse, his heart brimming with dreams of the future. A powerful dragon knight, legendary and risen in just a few years, only by following such a king to establish a new nation did the knight's rigorous training and charges into battle hold meaning. Yet, his family members were anxious. Inside the carriage sat his wife and his sister, who was yet unmarried. They felt the bumps of the carriage, much like their current emotional state. How much longer until we reach Heroic Yellow City? Wald's sister lifted the curtain of the window, looking out at the endless primeval forest, feeling perturbed. Wald's wife shook her head. I don't know. We have been walking in this forest for a week and have yet to complete this journey. I'm starting to question whether leaving the Grey Iron Duchy was a mistake. The original castle was small, but it was nice living there. Do you think we can still go back? That's definitely not possible now. Wald is set on following that holy dragon knight to the Flame Kingdom, pinning all hopes of reviving the Bumblebee family on the Flame Kingdom. The sister said with skepticism, such a great figure should be worth following, right? The wife sighed, I know that His Majesty the King is indeed great, but such a great figure is too far from us. The Bumblebee family is just a minor nobility. I fear that even if we follow behind His Majesty the King, His Majesty won't even recognize the name Wald, Bumblebee. Chapter 1019, Double Fury. It was inevitable, really, that list would be unaware of the name Wald, Bumblebee. As more knights followed him, it became increasingly difficult to pay attention to a single baron. Every mountain was to be tunneled through, and every waterway was to be bridged. These tasks were all supervised by Pyro. His duties, aside from riding dragons to patrol and drive away any magical beasts that might invade the migrating caravan, were to ponder the sub-dragon clues provided by Pyro, Grey Iron. This was part of the deal struck during the previous mind battle. The sub-dragon clues Pyro had offered concerned Nemea the Giant Lion. According to legend, there wasn't much information available about Nemea the Giant Lion. What List knew was that it was said to be impervious to weapons and indestructible. Pyro's information corroborated this. 10 years ago, when the Grey Iron Dragonborn was known as the Ash King and was the Grey Iron family's dragon that repressed the Grey Iron Duchy, it happened upon a robust lion while roaming the endless wilderness to the south of the duchy. The Ash King decided to hunt the lion for food. However, after a fierce battle, the lion wasn't killed. Naturally, the Ash King wasn't willing to let it go. Upon returning to the Grey Iron Duchy, he had Pyro summon magicians to set up a magic array to hunt down Nemea the Giant Lion. Still, they didn't manage to kill it, and instead, Nemea the Giant Lion turned the tables and escaped unscathed. I sent people to the Fertile Lands 3 times, and all 3 hunting expeditions failed, resulting in a significant loss of resources, which ultimately led to nothing. I even went to the Fertile Lands myself 2 years ago and saw from a distance that Nemea the Giant Lion was still alive and well, without a sight of its kin. Pyro could neither capture nor kill Nemea the Giant Lion, but he couldn't bear to give up on it either, so he kept the secret hidden. He continued to investigate Nemea the Giant Lion in secret. I found a record stating that in the era of the Moon Empire, Nemea the Giant Lion was a social animal. After a native tribe killed one, they made armor from its hide that could rival an archmage. Isn't Nemea the Giant Lion supposed to be indestructible? Well, there might be some special method to kill Nemea the Giant Lion, otherwise, they'd be overwhelming in number, yet now there are almost no traces of them to be found. Since Pyro had informed him that Nemea the Giant Lion actually resided in the southern wilderness, known as the Fertile Lands, List naturally planned to see this creature for himself. However, finding Nemea the Giant Lion was not easy. Even Pyro, from the back of the Grey Iron Dragon, had to search for a whole half-month before locating it. Such a creature, Nemea the Giant Lion, would actually hide in mountain caves to dwell, invisible even to the eye of magic. Clearing his thoughts, List no longer contemplated the matter of Nemea the Giant Lion. He would have to wait until he had escorted the knights to Heroic Yellow City before he could spare the time. The direct line distance from Grey Iron Duchy to Heroic Yellow City was about 7,000 kilometers. The journey was treacherous, and even with knights as escorts, it would take at least 2 months to safely arrive at Heroic Yellow City. List's time, however, was incredibly precious. He only escorted the migrating knights halfway before turning back to return to Flame Island. The reason was simple: Archmage Lerald, Truth had awoken and was ready for interrogation. At that moment, the Archmage Lerald was dressed in a specially tailored prison uniform designed to prevent connectivity with the magic web and preclude the casting of powerful magic spells that might facilitate an escape. As for his original golden magic cloak, it was but a gloriously decorated garment that slightly boosted the strength of spells cast. Lerald, Truth. List had not even begun to interrogate when Lerald suddenly looked at him and enunciated, "The Archmage who defeated me that day, was it Lord Dacre Truth?" "Yes, but now let's discuss something else first. Who was behind the attempt on my life this time? Isn't it clear enough who orchestrated it from behind? No one other than Emperor Jupiter could command an Archmage and the King of Shadows." Lerald's complexion was still somewhat pale, but his spirit showed no signs of fatigue. "King List, we don't need to beat around the bush. I can disclose everything that I know, but I have one condition." "What is the condition?" I want to pass on all the knowledge I have acquired over the years to Lord Acroloides. I hope she can inherit my research and delve into more profound truths. What kind of condition is that? You still want to play the role of Acroloides' teacher? No, after so many years pursuing the truth, my mastery and understanding of magic pale in comparison to the young sea monster magician. Clearly, I am not qualified to be her teacher. King List, you do not need to doubt my intentions. The assassination attempt on you was merely a transaction. I bear no malice towards you personally. You think I'll believe that? Why not? I am an archmage. Seeking the truth is my life's mission. Emperor Jupiter and I simply collaborated with each other. He needed me to oversee magical services for him, while I needed him to provide me with research resources. Then he exchanged the light of confinement for my attempt on your life. The light of confinement was that already destroyed magic wand. With an air of inevitability, Lerald stated, to me, Emperor Jupiter is utterly oblivious to the allure of the truth. Unfortunately, the archmages of the legendary continent have long since withered away, and I had no choice but to collaborate with the Kushan Empire. However, things are different now. Lord Acroloides is a magician of rare talent. She has proven she can surpass all other archmages. Confronted with this spiel from Lerald, List found himself at a loss for words. He had been ready to give this archmage a piece of his mind, to make it clear how foolish it was to attempt his assassination, and to extract information about the Kushan Empire. Unexpectedly, the archmage didn't play by the rules, seemingly dismissive of the assassination and even desiring to cooperate with Acroloides. So you think you can stab at me and just smooth it over with a few words? You require compensation, is that it? I can't provide resources of that kind. My mage tower is in the Kushan Empire, clearly I must forsake it. However, I can exchange the information I hold, along with all of my knowledge, for your forgiveness, Lerald offered. Additionally, I can stay in the Flame Kingdom and provide magical services for the kingdom as long as my daily research needs are met. The interrogation wasn't going smoothly. Or rather, it was going too smoothly. Lerald showed no intention of resisting, assuming a stance of being ready to sell himself to settle his debt, pressing for the cooperation to start immediately. This left List with no outlet for the rage boiling inside him. After all, he couldn't simply kill the man outright. And indeed, the knowledge held by an archmage was too tantalizing a lure for List to cast aside. So, he had no choice but to approach Acroloides to see if she was willing to cooperate with Lerald. Acroloides flatly said, an archmage certainly has value for cooperation, but he did attempt to assassinate my brother. Such a person is not to Acroloides' liking. Without a doubt, Acroloides supported the idea of simply executing the archmage. Brother is not fond of him either, but after all, he is an archmage. It would be too wasteful to discard his knowledge. Besides, his ability to conduct research could greatly aid your own experiments. Let's keep him. Have Charlie keep a constant eye on him, and if he shows any malice, wipe him out. That decided it. Archmage Lerald Truth formally joined the Flame Kingdom. List's anger, however, remained unvented, so he turned his gaze to Louis, Shadow Buddy, the King of Shadows, who was recovering from his injuries and on the verge of awakening. Attempting on my life, you shall bear twice the fury I hold. Chapter 1020, You Know to Lerald, Truth received amnesty, the price of which was that he would serve the Flame Kingdom for life and devote all his acquired knowledge and held information. List had no interest in understanding his magic knowledge, but the information he held, especially that related to the Kushan Imperial, was very worth exploring. The founding time of the Kushan Imperial was no longer reliable. It was said to have originated from a kingdom 2,000 years ago, which, after merging with the surrounding three kingdoms through marriage and other means, formed the Kushan Federal Empire. In the 2,000 years since, the royal families of the four kingdoms merged with each other, eventually leaving only one imperial household. There were some differences between the imperial household of the empire and those of the kingdoms and duchies. The main difference was that the emperor's offspring needed to be infant. Apart from the eldest legitimate son who would inherit the emperor's position, the other offspring would be given titles and start their own families with different surnames. If the eldest legitimate son died young, these offspring would have the chance to move into the palace and become the new emperor, though the opportunity was slim. Every emperor received the best resources for cultivation and held office for a long time. They often practiced the method of skipping a generation for succession, passing the throne to a grandson. If the grandson died young, the son could step forward and continue to cultivate a new grandson. This generation's emperor had inherited the emperor's position directly from his grandfather and already had a grandson. The imperial bloodline would not be interrupted. Emperor Jupiter himself was a dark dragon knight, his son was a dragon knight, and his grandson was also being nurtured to become a dragon knight. The royal family has a secret treasure, a tree related to the jade dragon that bears jade fruit. You should have seized a jade fruit from Louis, Shadow Buddy, It's the appearance of the jade fruit that ensures every generation of the imperial lineage, provided the talent is not too poor, can almost certainly ride dragons. Does the Kushan royal family have many such jade fruits? I don't know, even I cannot pry into such secrets. By the way, there's a mystery I've always wanted to unravel. Are you able to ride so many dragons because you also possess a jade fruit? Lerald, Truth gazed intensely at List. He was curious about all information related to the legendary jade dragon. List asked noncommittally, "Why do you ask?" "When Emperor Jupiter made a deal with me to request your assassination, he told me that without external aid, a knight could not possibly ride a second dragon. And all three great empires hold jade fruits, which have also given rise to dragon knights who ride two dragons." This was an important piece of information. Clearly, the jade dragon had indeed been dismembered and its remains scattered across the entire legendary continent, including the Muffa continent. Families that possessed the corpse of the jade dragon were obviously able to become enduring dragon-rearing families that wouldn't lack dragons to make up numbers, and thus could grow into empires. For example, the Flame family that List had founded, normally developing for a few hundred years, fit the pattern of an empire's rise perfectly. Lerald added, "Sadly, the sacred dragon has been missing for thousands of years, and the three great empires could not obtain a sacred dragon. Only you have ridden a formless dragon." After getting the news of the formless dragon, when Emperor Jupiter summoned me, he said he was determined to have the formless dragon. Big talker. List was alert in his heart but showed disdain on his face. Lerald shook his head. "I'm not familiar with the secret forces of the Kushan Imperial, but I know Emperor Jupiter well. Once he wants something, he will pay any price. With the formless dragon in your hands, he will not give up but will continue to look for an opportunity to snatch it away. Then let him come. Even the Archmage and the King of Shadows couldn't harm me when they teamed up to assassinate me. I don't believe he has any tricks left." List's confidence was well-founded. This assassination attempt had proven again that the power of destiny favored him, and all conspiracies and tricks could not hide from him. Lerald then narrated the overt strength of the Kushan Imperial. The Imperial Dragon Lair supported 31 dragons, among which were 22 dragon knights, much more powerful than the strength of a typical kingdom. Fortunately, most of the Kushan Empire's dragon knights were used to combat the Neverfall Empire, or else it would have been too easy to annex the surrounding small countries, and they would have already expanded eastward. Afterward, Lerald spoke of the political landscape of the legendary continent. The Neverfall Empire was recognized as the strongest nation, followed closely by the Blue Dragon Empire, and finally, the Kushan Empire. These three empires were often at war, in a situation similar to a tripartite standoff. Next came 11 kingdoms and countless duchies, along with 3 major city-states. Freedom City-State, Lost City-State, Mercenary City-State. City-states were small alliances of dragon-rearing families, existing in the form of mercenary corps, mainly to oppose the Kushan Empire, which was the only empire that liked to plunder smaller countries. Because of the great distance and the unexpected decline of magic civilization, the difficulty of imperial expansion increased. Otherwise, in these thousands of years, there would have been some talented and ambitious dragon knights capable of unifying the legendary continent. So, how do you view the downfall of the ancient Moon Empire? I'm not sure, but based on my years of persistent excavation of ancient ruins, I've deduced that during the heyday of the Moon Empire, a huge catastrophe of destruction suddenly erupted. After that, the entire magic civilization collapsed overnight, and only then did knights develop in these ruins of civilization. Have you heard of the Muffa continent? You know about the Muffa continent too? Lerald looked at Lee Ct with renewed esteem. Indeed, there is a Muffa continent similar to the legendary continent, where there were close interactions between the two continents in ancient times. The magicians of the Muffa continent also achieved unification, called the Sun Empire. What happened to the Sun Empire in the end? It's hard to say clearly, but I personally deduce that at the same time as the Moon Empire, the Sun Empire also collapsed thunderingly. And in the ancient seas there was also a civilization, ruled by mermaids. Some of the ruins I've excavated contain items from the sea and sky ships. Sky ships? Lee Ct raised an eyebrow. The flying vessels that traversed the Devil Sea, humans from the time of the Moon Empire and Sun Empire didn't like to travel on ordinary ships, they always flew in the sky, side by side with dragons. Lerald said with some emotion, as to every magician, the magic civilization of ancient times was an ideal state. How much do you know about dragons? I've certainly studied a lot about these magical creatures. They are the embodiment of the limits of magic power, representing the manifestation of some kind of truth. As far as I know, there should be 36 types of gemstone dragons, 72 types of metal dragons, 8 types of elemental dragons, 5 types of sacred dragons, and 3 types of evil dragons. But I'm not very familiar with the specific kinds. You also know about the evil dragons? Lee became quite interested. What do you know about them? Lerald was taken aback. So your majesty, you know about evil dragons too? That shouldn't be right. This place is a wild countryside. Small kingdoms like Eagle, Steel Ridge, and Blast Furnace Fortress shouldn't be able to get any news about evil dragons. Ah, it must have been Lord Acraloides who taught you. I didn't expect her to be so young, yet so knowledgeable. To Lee, this didn't sound quite right. It was he who had taught Acraloides, not the other way around. He was the renowned scholar acknowledged by the Magic Guild of the Flame Kingdom. Chapter 1021, Torture. It was just a muttered complaint. List was well aware of his limitations. His so-called vast knowledge was mostly courtesy titles given to him out of politeness by others. Now, it was Acraloides who was truly the most learned in the Flame Kingdom, especially when it came to knowledge of magic. Some basic principles were beyond List's comprehension, so profound were they. That was also why he had spared Archmage Lerald Truth's life. Some cutting-edge knowledge could only be vaguely understood by Lerald. Kenley Truth and Chris Truth, the two vice presidents of the Magic Guild, were constrained by their own levels of cultivation and often couldn't keep up with Acraloides' pace. As for the seven mermaids, they were superior magic creatures. However, their knowledge of magic wasn't even on par with that of human grand magicians. During this period, Acraloides has developed a strong distaste for you because you participated in an attempt on my life. Therefore, your assignment for the time being will be the compilation of great encyclopedia. Once you've become accustomed to life in the Flame Kingdom, I'll involve you in Acraloides' experimental research, he said. That's fine, but when do you plan to build a mage tower for me, your majesty? He had not yet started his work and was already asking for his perks. List waved his hand dismissively. No rush for the mage tower. With the architectural art I now possess, constructing wondrous buildings is a matter of minutes. Once my king's castle and royal palace are complete, it will be your mage tower's turn. He still needed more time to assess Lerald's character. It simply wasn't possible to fully trust someone after just a few conversations. Lerald Truth could not disagree. Compiling great encyclopedia is indeed a good idea, but I have no patience for the task myself. You'll need to help me find a group of grand magicians to assist me. I am only willing to provide dictation. In addition, you'll need to prepare a laboratory for me. I want to develop a magic curriculum to teach to Lord Acraloides eventually. That can be easily arranged, but there is another issue we need to discuss. What information do you have about Louis Shadow, the King of Shadows? Louis Shadow is the leader of Shadow Incarnation, an ace up the sleeve of Emperor Jupiter. I don't know much about his background, only that he has twice successfully assassinated dragon knights from smaller kingdoms. He exists on a higher level within Shadow Incarnation, above the rank of Shadows. Shallow Shadow corresponds to Elite Earth Knight. Deep Shadow corresponds to the average level Sky Knight. Shadows corresponds to completion level Sky Knight. Louis Shadow is the King of Shadows, at the level of a Dragon Knight or Archmage. Suddenly remembering something additional, Lerald continued, the reason Louis became the King of Shadows is probably related to Emperor Jupiter's Dark Dragon, a creature inherited from the previous Emperor. Jupiter himself is also grooming his grandson, hoping he can inherit the Dark Dragon. The Dark Dragon is related to the King of Shadows. Could it be that Shadow Incarnation is a system of cultivation similar to Light Magic Swordsman or Fire Paladin? With doubts in mind, List stood up to leave. He urgently needed to deal with some necessary tasks, such as practicing and harmonizing with the dragons. Without which even dragons bound with mind branding would become estranged. Moreover, he needed to properly soothe the elves, especially those recently obtained from the Earth Fury family and the Grey Iron family. With a sudden increase of greater elves, List didn't know what to name them. He considered following the dragon-rearing family's tradition of not naming even the greater elves. As of today, he could hardly look after the elves anymore. He didn't even have time to properly bond with the 3 dragon elves at home, including Jayla, the uniquely different Thorn Greater Elf, who was virtually left to fend for herself. Fortunately, Jayla was currently learning how to manage and striving to be a good elves butler of the Flame Castle. Back then, when a single tool-up bug failed to evolve, I was heartbroken for days. Now, almost every month, a few elf bugs die, yet it has become hard for even the thought of sighing to last long, List said, looking at Jayla as she proudly educated the new little minor elves, a wistful sentiment playing across his lips. The main issue was that his rise to power was too wild, and there had never been a perfect harmony between his mentality and his strength. What, did you all get that? Jayla, with hands on hips, finished scolding the little minor elves. Wearing a set of extra small flat habii, she looked somewhat absurd. The minor elves looked at each other, then dispersed without any of them responding to Jayla. Jayla was so annoyed that she cried out, "What? Elves have never been gregarious creatures, They have relatively independent personalities, which is why they often lack obedience and are easily immersed in their own worlds. For example, the corn grater elf, Mickey, counted corn kernels every day when he was a minor elf and continued to do so as a greater elf, striving to count from 1 to 100. Once he counted to 100, he might be able to evolve into a dragon elf. Before List could complete his round of training with the dragons, the King of Shadows, Louis Shadow, whom he had targeted with double fury, had already woken up from his stupor. Unlike Archmage Laeral Truth, he was assaulted by List's frenzied flames in his internal organs and nearly died. So, even after waking up, he was still gasping for breath, ready to faint at any moment. Louis Shadow, do you understand your current situation? List personally interrogated the King of Shadows, his curiosity about the shadow incarnation undiminished. How did you avoid my assassination? Louis, instead of answering, retorted with a question and was panting after uttering just a few words. I see you're still not quite awake, not realizing the situation you're in. No, you're not human, definitely not. I clearly stabbed your heart, felt the heart bursting, such a euphonic sound. Nonsense. Right from the start, Louis presented an uncooperative stance. No matter how List interrogated him, he just kept repeating phrases like List is not human, you're already dead, and I wouldn't fail an assassination, stubbornly unyielding. This angered List immensely, not just double fury, but triple. But the current Louis couldn't be beaten, his body was too weak and could die from any blow. Therefore, List forced himself to calm down, and a spark of insight crossed his mind. If Louis is so uncooperative, it's either because of his loyal to a fault nature, or it's because he dares not speak carelessly. Combining this with what Laeral Truth had said before, that the King of Shadows might be related to the Dark Dragon, List grew more suspicious that Louis was a type of dragon wraith under the Dark Dragon's influence. Unlike Paris, who could train independently as a light magic swordsman, Louis might be unable to escape the Dark Dragon's control. Don't wish to speak, huh? If you want to play the waiting game with me, then I'll allow you to wait. List got up and left the underground dungeon immediately. He ordered a magician with healing abilities, heal his body as soon as possible. He also handed over the interrogation duties to the dungeon warden. When his body can withstand it, torture him daily with severe punishment. He doesn't need to speak, just keep him from dying. Your Majesty, you can rest assured. I might not be good at interrogation, but I excel at torturing prisoners. The dungeon warden, a Sky Knight with the rank of Earl, volunteered to manage the dungeon specifically to torture mortals. It could be said he was a sadist. After seeing List off, the warden went to the cell with a smile at the corner of his mouth and, with an unspeakable gaze, watched Louis Shadow, making his hair stand on end. Then he cackled, you'd better get better quickly. Chapter 1022, Favor of Destiny. In the end, they couldn't prise open the mouth of Louis Shadow, the King of Shadows, who, tortured and battered, never revealed any information about the Kushan Imperial or the Shadow Incarnation. This was the strongest-willed person List had ever seen, so he could only let the prison staff torture Louis Shadow half to death before trying to invite Laeral Truth to see if he could search the other's memories through soul magic. Unfortunately, no such magic existed, even for an archmage who had lived for many years. In the end, Louis Shadow's soul collapsed, and his physical body disintegrated, returning to the fundamental material elements between heaven and earth. Simultaneously, the smoke mission was finally completed. Mission completed, reward, Cloaked Bear Wearer Cultivator's Manual. To be honest, this mission deeply puzzled List. According to the mission's reward, he should have received the Cloaked Bear Wearer Cultivator's Manual a month ago when Pilaf and his son confessed. Even if the mission had not been completed, it should have changed, but it was forcibly delayed until now. Only after dealing with Pilaf and his son, Archmage Laeral Truth, and the King of Shadows, Louis Shadow, was the mission reward finally issued. Why is it like this? Could it be that there was some change in the smoke mission, or perhaps the power of destiny, due to excessive consumption, experienced some deviation? This question did not puzzle him for long because the new mission content had vaguely explained what had happened to the smoke mission. Mission 202nd Choice of Destiny, Guiding and Predicting Time and Again, you have grown from a small landlord to a monarch of a nation, and as the Flame Kingdom is about to be established, perhaps it is time to ponder some deeper issues. Please touch the bastion. Reward, Favor of Destiny. Favor of Destiny, it seems like the smoke mission is undergoing changes. List frowned and mused, is this change good or bad? Judging by the content of the reward, it should be a good change. So what was I before, and what is my relationship with destiny? Or was the power of destiny I received before just a trial version, and now they are giving me the official version? Clearly, the Favor of Destiny was not just a title, it was like having a higher level of control over the power of destiny. According to his understanding, It was due to his years of making decisions and changing destiny that the power of destiny had grown stronger and gradually formed the favor of destiny. If one were to say that after the death of the smoke dragon, its residual power lingered in him, then this power had now taken root and was even ready to start nurturing a new smoke dragon. Is it really so? For now, List could not be certain. He could only wait for the mission to be completed and experience the favor of destiny afterward. So what I need to do now is keep training hard and then touch the bastion. The bastion is the realm beyond Dragon Knights, as Zack mentioned. Beyond Dragon Knights is to break the bastion, to become a bastion knight. Currently, the only existing clue about breaking the bastion involves the slumbering dragon of the magic web, speaking of which, List had already seen it twice. The first time was during an experiment to rip apart a natural node, allowing the formless dragon bard a brief entry into adulthood strength, thereby glimpsing the terrifying figure of the dragon of the magic web. The second time was when the time scepter triggered the ability to reflect time, allowing him to see a potential future vision featuring a pair of terrifying eyes. Somehow, he was certain those were the eyes of the dragon of the magic web, probably because in his knowledge, only the dragon of the magic web could have such eyes. The bastion is just a concept for now, even Ak hasn't figured it out yet. How am I to touch the bastion? Could it be that I need Ak's help again to allow the formless dragon bard to enter its adult strength and then secretly spy on the dragon of the magic web to discover information about the bastion? Indeed, the dragon of the magic web provided excellent observational material. However, with the formidable power of the dragon of the magic web, transcending material boundaries, and worlds beyond material, what terrible things might happen if List's spying alarmed it? With the strength of the dragon of the magic web, it shouldn't be hard to crush me, right? List rarely felt vulnerable. Recently, he had become so arrogant that he looked down on even the Empire, but he still harbored a deep fear of the dragon of the magic web. It was this fear that kept his mentality from becoming recklessly inflated. He knew all too well that even as a holy dragon knight, he was not invincible, and there were still many beings that could harm him. Not to mention the dragon of the magic web, there was also the cursed dragon, whose incredible contaminating power was clearly beyond his resistance. Ranked among the evil dragons alongside the cursed dragon were the silent dragon and the shadow dragon. Unknown entities of formidable strength, definitely not weaker than a sacred dragon. Even if these dragons wouldn't trouble him without reason, he couldn't afford to be too complacent. Although the assassinations by the Kushan Empire had been thwarted, the elusive assassination methods of the King of Shadows still significantly heightened his vigilance. In this magical world, even dragon knights were not safe. Better keep a low profile for now, focus on developing the Flame Kingdom, and ride a few more dragons. I wonder if I can ride the light dragon from Red Maple Mountain of the Maple Leaf Dachi. I have a feeling that once I develop light attribute magic power, it could effectively counter assassins like a shadow incarnation. What left a deep impression on him was how Lerald, Truth, using a light of confinement magic staff, displayed a space-locking skill, a sophisticated utilization of light attribute magic power which could penetrate all spaces and discern all truths and illusions. If he had a light dragon by his side, the King of Shadows would stand no chance of getting close. I now have 2 bewildering dragon mind fruits. Once the research on the Jade Dragon's hind leg is thorough, I should be able to continue cultivating mind fruit trees, providing a continuous supply of bewildering dragon mind fruits. I can use one on the light dragon. In fact, he also had information on several elemental dragons, their general activity areas already known, but they didn't have much value for development at the moment. For instance, the Wind Dragon, Ice Dragon, Earth Dragon. Their development wasn't very significant, and even the little water dragon inside his body wasn't of much value. These kinds of elemental dragons belong to the evil dragon sequence. They were not productive and consumed vast resources, so List couldn't afford to keep too many. Developing the light dragon was also for the sake of protecting himself. It seemed that as soon as List thought about the little water dragon staying inside him without coming out, on the first day of August, unexpectedly, he felt the little water dragon calling him from within. Yo-ho! It had had enough of staying inside List's kidneys and now wanted to really come out and experience the outside world. In an open area, List waited for the little water dragon to emerge. Moments later, the light attribute dragon's super magic erupted from his body, transforming into a wave suspended in midair. The wave quickly exploded into a torrential downpour, and as the raindrops hit the ground, a light blue small dragon was flapping its wings, looking at List. It was 10 meters long with a 10-meter wingspan, slender in form with beautiful scales. Everything about it radiated beauty, including an exceptionally pretty head. Yet the evil tint in its eyes could match that of Leo. Yo-ho! It looked at List once, flapped its wings, and charged into the high sky, plunging down rapidly just as List was about to lose sight of it. It frolicked back and forth, thoroughly enjoying itself. Until it grew tired, then it landed in front of List again, opened its mouth wide, and cried yo ho, asking List for food. Chapter 1023, Battle of the Water World. Walter, will you let me ride? List tried to mount little water dragon Walter, but the little dragon glared at him fiercely, refusing List's ride even after enjoying such a feast of superior magic within him. Yo-ho! With a somewhat milky call, he expressed his firm stance. It's really a inherited temper of the evil dragon, Walter, you resist just like Leo did initially. Unfortunately, when Leo met me, I was but a sky knight. Now that you've met me, I am a powerful dragon knight and possess the phoenix incarnation. List looked at little water dragon Walter, shaking his head in regret. Walter was the name he gave to the little water dragon. Since water is called Walter in English. So, without wanting to exert more brain power, List announced its name the moment it was born. Whether it accepted it or not, Walter would accompany it for life. Yo-ho! Hearing the name Leo, Walter shrank his neck a bit but soon raised his head and puffed out his chest, continuing to express his firm stance. Such is the nature of elemental dragons, all of whom are classified as evil dragons, precisely because of their personalities. Gemstone dragons and metal dragons may also look down on humans, but their temperaments are relatively mild. Any human recognized by them gets a chance to engage in the mind battle. However, elemental dragons are different. Their inner negative emotions continually flourish, and there's no hope of mollifying them or gaining their approval. So, after all the fuss, it still comes down to strength, Walter, and your strength is nothing in my eyes, List said as he pulled out a magic potion and handed it to little water dragon Walter. After little water dragon happily finished the potion, he was met by List, who had already surged with dragon chi and quickly entered a battle stance. Having overpowered others in the aluminum dragon mind battle without relying on the bewildering dragon mind fruit, he was now fearless in any mind battle and did not need to use bewildering dragon mind fruit. After all, he was always shrouded in the power of destiny, originating from the smoke dragon. A sacred dragon like the jade dragon, which is the source of the bewildering dragon mind fruit. Ha! Squatting and then soaring into the sky, he activated half of his phoenix incarnation, conjuring a pair of wings on his back that flapped ferociously. He sped straight towards little water dragon Walter, with exceedingly rapid speed. No match for the newly born little water dragon. Just as he was about to reach its neck, the little water dragon suddenly twisted its body, its dragon eyes filled with a sinister gleam, and opened its dragon mouth to spew a light blue stream of water like dragon breath, not sparing any superior magic. Compared to Leo's high-temperature flame dragon breath, its dragon breath seemed more like a water gun. However, in the next moment List discovered the marvelous use of the water dragon breath. It did not disperse but instead condensed into multiple water snakes striking towards List. Child's play. List casually drew out the shattered crystal blade, and immediately myriad flames burst forth from the great sword, mercilessly shattering each water snake. The shattered crystal blade was a weapon seized from the King of Shadows. The knowledge ancient book identified it as elf blood, chromium dragon bone, crystal, magic piercing. Based on this description, along with his annex research, the main body of this shattered crystal blade is a segment of the metal dragon, chromium dragon's bone, soaked in likely a greater elf's blood. Additionally, it's adorned with abundant crystals, melded with the chromium dragon bone using special iron night techniques to create an indestructible union, resulting in this great sword that appears to be pieced together from numerous shattered crystals. And its nature was magic piercing, which had a very powerful piercing effect on magic power, especially defensive types of magic power, such as the magician's water wave shield and the knight's magic equipment, all within the scope of magic piercing. The King of Shadows must have relied on this weapon to successfully assassinate 2 dragon knights, as even List couldn't defend against the powerful effect of magic piercing. Had he not been able to transform into a phoenix, he would have been pierced through the heart and died. Now it had become List's weapon and had been named Shattered Crystal Blade, showing its powerful effect as soon as it was used. The water serpent formed from little water dragon Walter's dragon breath couldn't withstand the sweep of Shattered Crystal Blade at all. With one strike that crushed Walter's attack, List had already rushed to Walter's back and was about to take a seat on the dragon tooth platform. Naturally, Walter was reluctant, desperately twisting its body, its wings flailing wildly, and its tail whipping viciously toward List like a whip. The sound of the wind howled. List had no choice but to dodge the tail whip. Yo-ho! Once little water dragon Walter's attack succeeded, it immediately flapped its wings to escape into the distance, but it had just been born and was too weak. List effortlessly flapped his phoenix wings and caught up with it in a flash. After defeating its dragon breath again, he finally managed to sit on the dragon tooth platform. Now, I am so powerful. Juvenile dragons are almost no different from ordinary magical beasts before me, he thought as he took his seat. Then, his vision was submerged by an endless ocean, and he had undoubtedly arrived in the all-water world of Little Water Dragon Walter's psychological realm. Yo-ho! A thunder-like roar jolted List from his thoughts, revealing that Little Water Dragon Walter had transformed into a massive and ferocious adult water dragon. Gone was its beautiful and delicate appearance from its childhood, replaced by a bloated, wrinkled, and spiky form that greatly enhanced the sense of power after losing its aesthetic appeal. It stared at List willfully, opening its dragon mouth and issuing a silent laugh. Through a faint mind connection, List could understand what Walter was saying. It was telling List that the wheel of fortune turns, and now it was its turn to be in charge. The last dragon that thought this was a 50-year-old aluminum dragon. Do you know what it's doing now? It's working for me, escorting a group of knights who are migrating to the Flame Kingdom, List said, standing in the water without showing any discomfort. The psychological realm was very peculiar. It was a world of both reality and illusion. It thought of itself as a psychological space, and dragons in the psychological realm were the most powerful beings, while their human opponents in the mind battle were at an absolute disadvantage. But List was an exception. The trump cards he held in the real world were directly reflected in the psychological realm. The fate smoke that enveloped his entire body, the phoenix incarnation ready to be displayed at any moment, and the weapon in his hand could all be materialized in the psychological realm. Now, in this all-water world, he had another materialized trump card. The Heart of the Mermaid contract, which allowed him to swim freely in the water. Thus, he held the smoke-enhanced shattered crystal blade in both hands, fearlessly looking at the approaching water dragon Walter. In the psychological realm, there is no dragon knight more powerful than me. Yo-ho! Seeing List's smooth and graceful stance, Walter became puzzled. Its understanding was that humans could not survive underwater. So in its own psychological realm, it thought itself invincible, but unexpectedly it encountered a human who could breathe freely underwater. The confusion was fleeting, and it soon discarded that thought, its eyes gleaming with wickedness as it viciously pounced toward List. Although it had been nurtured from his body, this did not prevent it from wanting to crush him, because how could an Antride on the noble water dragon? Chapter 1024 Pike and Water Clang. The sound of the sword moving through the water was very pleasant to the ear, despite the shattered crystal blade's unusual design which possessed a rhythmic arrangement and structure. When swung in the air, it could stir up the air currents silently, while in water, it produced a pleasant friction sound. With one slash, the superior magic dragon chi, even underwater, emitted a brilliant light, like a giant flame blade fiercely striking water dragon Walter. Plop. Walter's scales were instantly cleaved by the superior magic dragon chi, leaving a charred wound. Roar. Walter was both angry and terrified, never expecting that List could harm him in such an environment, and it seemed that List's strength had not only not declined but had surged, becoming even more powerful and formidable than in reality. I told you, with your youthful intelligence you wouldn't comprehend my strength, Walter. Stop the futile struggle, List calmly said, holding the shattered crystal blade, with smoke forming a cape fluttering behind him in the waves. I nurtured you from wreckage, this is our unbreakable bond. Roar. Walter's dragon eyes erupted in a faint blue light, charging at List again with a powerful dragon breath, which instantly transformed into countless giant sea snakes swirling towards List. Compared to the dragon breath in reality, its current one was truly formidable. The myriad water snakes swirling around was enough to make one's scalp tingle. However, under the smoke-enhanced shattered crystal blade, no matter how strong or numerous the giant snakes were, they were merely fodder. Flames transformed into a sea of fire, swiftly burning and evaporating every dragon breath giants make, spinning and jumping in the sea, creating a fire tornado rushing towards water dragon Walter. The battle was exhilarating. In the end, with his strong abilities, List forcefully slew water dragon Walter, the shattered crystal blade stained with dragon blood containing superior magic, proclaiming the victory of this mind battle. Without relying on bewildering dragon mind fruit and taking the mind battle seriously. It was his second rightful victory, facing an elemental dragon, an evil dragon's mental world. The seawater turned up bubbles, and the next moment, the bubbles dissipated, a new water dragon was floating in front of him, lowering its head to nudge List, indicating for him to mount its dragon tooth platform. As defeating a dragon in the mind battle was akin to signing a marital record. List sheathed the shattered crystal blade and smiled faintly, leaping onto the dragon tooth platform. Then, in an instant, he completed the mind sync connection, controlling the water dragon as it continuously surfaced from the water, flying towards the surface of the water, not knowing how long they flew before finally leaping out of the water, splashing countless droplets of water, soaring straight upwards. The next moment, the view transformed. He was riding the young little water dragon Walter, flying clumsily in the sky. The view wasn't fresh, much like the human perspective. Roar. Walter let out an angry roar, though it accepted the outcome. It wasn't satisfied. Calm down, after more adjustments, You'll understand how fortunate it is to follow me. List patted the scales on its neck. Everything thus concluded. Little water dragon Walter's dragon nest was temporarily arranged in the only sea city of Flame Kingdom. Mermaid City. It was near the estuary of the Whirlpool River, close to Estuary City, a gathering place for the fish ugly race, and a resting spot for mermaids, soon to be developed into an underwater breeding garden. Most elves found by the mermaids were arranged to stay near Mermaid City. The aquaculture industry originally surrounding Black Horse Island was gradually shifting here. For instance, the artificial cultivation of high-check, fenhil and golden-lipped clam had been completely handed over to the fish ugly race. Seaweed and giant algae were also being cultivated on a large scale here. Giant algae Greater Elf Pike had moved from the giant algae forest of Black Horse Island and now owned a luxurious worm room in Mermaid City. The handsome Pike likes life here, if only those ugly toadfish would stay further away from me, mused Pike as he lay on a giant algae leaf, watching the fish ugly harvest the giant algae around him, feeling pleased with himself and occasionally pulling some jade powder from his body to nibble on. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he looked towards the distant sea surface. The equally handsome List has arrived. It's been a long time since he last visited me. I wonder which little elf has bewitched him. Only the handsome Pike truly loves himself. No one in this world will treat you well, except for yourself. Amidst his soliloquy, List, riding little water dragon Walter, had already arrived. The existence of water dragons in the water was very special. Their bodies seemed to be coated with a layer of air, completely isolated from the seawater. This reminded him of Rainbow Whale Rosie left on Black Horse Island, who could use a magic called the Rainbow Breathing Membrane, which was equally miraculous. List, riding Walter, was also enveloped in a layer of air, breathing freely. Moreover, Walter moved smoothly in the water, even more agile and faster than flying in the sky, and the deep sea pressure had no effect on him. This was expected. After all, if mermaids could swim freely in the deep sea, how could the more magical water dragon not manage? And one thing about water dragons was that, even in the dark depths of the sea, their vision remained unaffected. They could see a special kind of light to discern the underwater world. This was something mermaids could not do. Once merged with the Eye of Magic, who knew what kind of miraculous changes would occur? Yo-ho! Stopping near the edge of a newly sprouting giant algae forest, Walter yawned out of boredom. By the time, the slowly approaching Pike, who had been summoned by List, had arrived. He saw Walter. Such a sight of a water dragon gave him an extremely unusual shock. Indeed, he had seen dragons before, as List had let him experience several dragons. However, Pike didn't feel anything towards these dragons. He even slightly despised the haughty demeanor they possessed. Only I, Pike, am the most handsome. Dragons are nothing in comparison. But at that moment, upon seeing little water dragon Walter for the first time, Pike felt as if he had fallen in love with this dragon. Oh, heavens, List, what have you brought? It's so perfect, handsome Pike likes it. Pike couldn't help but fly over and circle around little water dragon Walter incessantly. Yo-ho! Walter blew a bubble at Pike, trying to shoo away this sharp-toothed little thing like chasing away a fly. Pike was knocked over several times, but quickly swam back, flipping over and under. List, I like it, handsome Pike likes it. I feel your affection, Pike. In fact, I brought little water dragon Walter over to see if you would like him. List laughed heartily, relishing in such moments. Pike growing fond of Walter indicated that Pike had finally reached the edge of evolution. Greater elves only liked dragons that were compatible with them, only then could they evolve. Fortunately, Pike had now encountered Walter. From now on, Mermaid City shall be Walter's dragon nest, and Pike, you and Walter must get along well, no one must bully anyone. Haha, handsome Pike will take good care of this little cutie. Off you go, List! Exclaimed Pike, patting his little chest. But the words made List's face darken. What did he mean by off you go? Little water dragon Walter, with a volatile temper, let out a yo-ho dragon roar, greatly detesting this little flea-like creature. I am a noble dragon, you damn flea. Chapter 1025, Beast Taming Contract. Walter was dissatisfied, but since List had already decided and had given it a batch of magic potions as a reward, it had no choice but to accept the fact that it had to keep company with the little flea Pike. My cutie, I'll take good care of you, and the handsome Pike will like you just as much as he likes himself, grinned the giant algae Greater Elf, his smile unsettling. Yo-ho! Walter glared, trying to frighten Pike. Without the elf pact, Pike wouldn't even have taken a second glance at List, let alone be intimidated by Walter's glare. Cheerfully flying onto Walter, Pike touched Walter's scales, wantonly feeling the essence of the water dragon. What a lovely water dragon you are, Walter. The handsome Pike likes you. Yo-ho! The little water dragon threw its head back in an angry yet desolate posture, but in truth, it couldn't even sense Pike's existence. The greater elf was simply too small for it. However, when it closed its eyes, Pike's face flooded its mind, sending it into a frenzy. Therefore, it could only choose to divert its attention by cramming magic potions. Yo-ho! It told List, busy with his own amusement, that the supply of magic potions had to be doubled, otherwise there would be a rebellion. List maintained his smile, paying no mind to the little water dragon. Your Majesty, you truly are a great human king blessed with favor. Is this a water dragon? Such a marvelous creature. Its powerful and oppressive superior magic can be felt emanating from it. Mermaid Salty Sea Marquis Blue Posy hurried over and spoke in admiration. Dragons, after all, represent the pinnacle of power. The little water dragon Walter will make Mermaid City its dragon nest from now on. Blue Posy, the design of the dragon nest will be your responsibility. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Inviting a dragon to reside in Mermaid City is a fortune for all mermaids. When providing for little water dragon Walter, you must keep Yuchu in check. Walter isn't like Mountain Copper Dragon Mata, it belongs to the Evil Dragon series and has a very unfriendly temper. I will control Yuchu. Even if Yuchu gets eaten by Walter, it won't be a big deal. With the source of vitality potion, these Yuchu are reproducing new little Yuchu every day. Their fertility is so strong, it's as if we're back to the ocean before it was polluted by the cursed dragon. Back then, it's said that every year there had to be organized mass combats among Yuchu to control their numbers. Yuchu belong to an intelligent species, but in the eyes of merfolk, these Yuchu were just a group of reproductive, lowly slaves, devoid of any dignity an intelligent race should have. In fact, the Naga were treated the same. In the eyes of merfolk, the Naga were also an inferior race. Merfolk were only friendly towards humans, as they believed the human form represented a higher civilization. Judging by appearance has always been a pastime for higher intelligent species. Now seeing little water dragon Walter, Blue Posy too had a dazzled fascination in his eyes, almost yearning to rush over for a touch. This prompted Walter to let out a continuous yo-ho. It really wanted to eat this mermaid, considering it a great nourishment. Leaving little water dragon Walter behind, List left the exploring to Ak, as he himself currently had no clues and could only hope that Ak might discover something. Then, he mounted the formless dragon bard, tearing directly through the material boundary, and reached the wilderness south of firm earth. The former habitat of the aluminum dragon. There was a brass ore deposit here that couldn't be mined at the moment, but he wasn't here to mine, nor was he planning to meet up with the migration team. Instead, he was preparing to head towards fertile lands, attempting to find Nemia the giant lion. As for the light dragon that was part of the original plan, there was no intention to ride it for now. A mature light dragon wasn't an easy adversary to deal with. Besides, Maple Leaf Duchy was located between Eagle Kingdom and Steel Ridge Kingdom, and snatching the light dragon would be too revealing without proper preparation, so it wasn't wise to move on it. The light dragon was right there, unclaimed and ready to ride at any time. He reserved the light dragon as a precaution against assassination. Yet, after the failed assassination, Emperor Jupiter surely, as Lerald, Truth said, would not let it go and was bound to seek revenge. However, the King of Shadows was already dead, the Archmage had defected to the Flame Kingdom, and the shattered crystal blade became List's personal sword. That mirror-like equipment, capable of detecting superior magic, titled Magic Weaving Compass, had also fallen into List's hands. It could weave the trails of superior magic in its vicinity onto the compass, a very powerful detection divine artifact, especially effective against dragons. And another piece of equipment, the Light of Confinement magic staff, meant to lock down space, was damaged. One could say Emperor Jupiter was initially confident in his assassination attempt on List, but now he had lost his wife and his troops, his bottom line completely stripped away. He definitely wouldn't send another assassin after List anytime soon. Gathering such a luxurious assassination team wasn't easy. In short, List enjoyed safety during this period. In the northeastern corner of the legendary continent, he was invincible as long as he kept a low profile, no one could harm him. The fertile lands are still 1,000 kilometers further south. I hope Nemia the giant lion hasn't spent this time sleeping in the mud. Otherwise, it won't be easy to find. Yet, his words turned out to be prophetic. Fate did not favor him over these few days. After 3 days and nights searching within the fertile lands, he found no traces of superior magic. There were no traces of high magic either. If Nemia had not left the fertile lands, then it was certainly sleeping underground. High-level dragon beasts, magical beasts, and such creatures did not hunt every day. Sometimes, they slept for 10 days to half a month. List could not afford to wait here. After searching for 3 days without success, he directly tore through the material boundary and traveled back to his domain. As soon as he returned, good news reached him. Ak, while preparing to initiate research on the Bastion, had accidentally developed another special kind of magical result. a magical contract designed after 100 birds toward the phoenix. This contract was originally suggested by Liszt in the hope of creating a bridge for communication between knights and their magical beast mounts. At gathered a group of grand magicians to study this, not expecting much, but they met with unexpected success. Brother, this contract has been tested by knights and has proven to indeed establish mental communication between the knight and magical beast. Their souls can connect through a special frequency, he said. Although mental communication at close range is rather vague, the knight and magical beast can still influence each other. Similar to knights and elves? Somewhat, though the contract's power is weaker since it lacks compulsion. The magical beast must be familiar with the knight to establish the contract, and if the magical beast resists, the contract may even break. Additionally, magicians can also use the contract to communicate with magical beasts. Magicians too? So, is it suitable for all magical beasts? It has to be a magical beast of a certain intelligence level. It's difficult to successfully contract insect-like magical beasts with minimal intelligence. Knights can't build rapport with such beasts. No matter how well you treat an insect magical beast, it won't return feelings, making a contract impossible. Although it wasn't universally applicable to all magical beasts. Liszt stroked his chin, still approving of this research breakthrough. Its application range will be broad. So, let's call this contract the beast taming contract. With this contract, it will no longer be difficult for knights to tame a magical beast to become their mount. A fitting name, expressive and elegant. Chapter 1026, The New Era of the Kingdom. In the blink of an eye, September had arrived, and a Maria stone arrived at the Fortress of the Mind through the Heart-Reed teleportation formation. The island where the Fortress of the Mind was located had become a bustling port, with a large number of ships stocked and countless serfs loading and unloading goods. Outputs from Flame Island were sent from here to Steel Ridge, Eagle and other countries, and foreign goods also converged here to Flame Island. However, there were strict quarantine standards for goods in transit, to prevent the likes of rats and other spies from sneaking in. It is a great miracle, no matter how many times I go through it, Demaria silently marveled as he looked at the dark magic gate behind him. Thinking about this departure from Flame Island, he felt somewhat conflicted. As the former Marquis Nuta, born in Eagle Kingdom, he had once clinked glasses with King Adonis Moonlight Silver of Eagle Kingdom. Now captured and defecting to Flame Kingdom, and serving as the vice-chairman of the development committee, he virtually held the entire kingdom's authority. This taste of power far surpassed his former glory. Yet now, he was to visit Sapphire Duchy under the title of Emissary of Flame Kingdom to discuss this year's Pioneer Mandate with Duke Anthony Sapphire. Following the same routine as last year, the Sapphire Dragon would take the lead, invading Eagle Kingdom to plunder its population. Despite the demotion, the Sapphire Duchy still belonged to Steel Ridge Kingdom. Holding such a title made the Pioneer Mandate happen as naturally as in previous years. Moreover, deploying the Sapphire Dragon provided a valid excuse. Had not Eagle Kingdom once waged a dragon-slaying war against the Sapphire Dragon, so couldn't the Sapphire Duchy seek retribution? But anyone with clear sight knew that behind it all, Flame Kingdom was supporting the Pioneer Mandate. This was Liszt's revenge. King Adonis, all I can say is I'm sorry. The Yuhuashi family couldn't gain protection from Eagle Kingdom. For the benefit of my family, I had no choice but to lean towards Flame Kingdom. His Majesty Liszt, with his extraordinary talents and shocking power, will only bring greater prosperity to the Yuhuashi family. Casting aside that slight guilt in his heart, Demaria adjusted his mindset by the time he arrived at Blue Dragon Island by ship. Now, he was a knight of Flame Kingdom, serving only his family and Flame Kingdom. Florence Pursuit Arrow stood in front of the magic gate at the mail jade transmission array, waiting among the crowd. Today, the migrating knights from Grey Iron Duchy, having journeyed from the endless wilderness, were resting in heroic Yellow City. Duke Piro Grey Iron and other nobles would today cross through the teleportation array to reach Jade City, officially joining Flame Kingdom and becoming followers of Liszt Flame, the Flame King. The welcoming team was led by Li William Tulip, a middle-aged noble currently holding only the title of Marquis, yet one of the few top elites in Flame Kingdom. He was the father of the king. He himself had advanced to become a domain knight, ranked just below Dragon Knights. There were those who envied Li William, those who resented him, and also those who scorned him. Many believed that Li William owed all his current glory to his son, otherwise, he would merely be a mere sword saint with an earl's title, hardly qualified for such glorious moments. However, Li William paid no heed to these envious words. If others were capable, let them also have such a powerful son. Florence spared a glance at Li William, harboring neither envy nor admiration. He was about to become a completion-level Sky Knight, and he also possessed a. Given the Grey Iron Duchy's former inextricable relationship with the Eagle royal family, it naturally secured the training manual for domain knights. While Duke Piro might lack the talent and fail in the training, Florence was brimming with confidence. He was destined to become a domain knight, rising with the ascent of the Flame Kingdom, achieving brilliant battle honors, and becoming a duke was not out of reach. A new kingdom rising invariably means competing with the original 3 kingdoms for resources. There are ample opportunities for me to achieve battle honors. Even if I fail to seize these opportunities, I can still inherit my father's noble title and become a duke. But I prefer to earn the duke title myself. He arrived at Flame Island, where his workload was minimal, allowing him plenty of opportunities to travel and explore. The most discussed topics here were not noble gossip and secrets, but conversations about battle honors and admiration for List. At 16, he was still an apprentice knight, known as useless, and was marginalized to the most remote rural town. However, by 18, List had become a sky knight and soon after, a dragon knight. He surged to prominence after a dragon-slaying battle on the high seas. Then, during the second dragon-slaying campaign, as a holy dragon knight, he solo fought against 5 dragons and 2 dragon knights from Eagle Kingdom. He killed a dragon knight and seized the Grey Iron Dragon, stunning the 3 great kingdoms. Now, at only 21, List owned 7 dragons. Formless Dragon, Fire Dragon, Light Green Gemstone Dragon, Grey Iron Dragon, Mountain Copper Dragon, Aluminum Dragon, and Bone Dragon. He didn't know List had acquired a Water Dragon, reaching 8 dragons in total. In this era, the most legendary and brilliant figure was List. Everyone knew his rise was unstoppable. Thus, being able to follow List meant imminent success and signaled that great nobles would spring up like bamboo after rain. My starting point is far higher than King List's. Although I haven't been touched by the knight's glory as the son of glory, I too must strive to create my own legacy rather than inherit my father's noble title. As he was lost in thought, suddenly, someone yelled, "He's coming!" Florence snapped back to reality, looking up at the dark magic gate, where a deep blue vortex emerged followed by a loud dragon roar. The next moment, a long silver figure burst out of the magic gate under the sunlight, glistening with silver light. It was the aluminum dragon he had once failed to win in the mind battle. Now it had become one of List's mounts, escorting the night migration team to Flame Island. After the aluminum dragon emerged from the male jade transmission array, it didn't look back, ascending into the sky and disappeared. It headed to the dragon nest. List was preparing for it. The aluminum dragon's appearance caused a stir among the knights, but it soon calmed down. This group of welcoming knights had seen plenty of dragons, particularly on Flame Island, where dragons, especially the formless ones, made frequent appearances, their beautiful forms already winning everyone's hearts. Thus, the sight of a new aluminum dragon didn't excite them much. A moment later, the teleportation array whirled again, and a group of knights emerged. Seeing the familiar flags behind the knights, Florence wanted to step forward to greet them but then halted, following the actions of the other knights. He did not want people to know of his relationship with Duke Pirot. After all, he was determined to strive on his own and start a new family legacy. His reservations did not affect the entire welcoming ceremony. Li William had already ridden forward on his black blood-treasured horse, exchanging knightly courtesies with Duke Pirot. Duke Pirot, knights, welcome to Flame Island. I am honored to represent List Flame, the Flame King, and offer you our heartfelt welcome. His Majesty eagerly anticipates your arrival, as the Flame Kingdom now need your contribution to inaugurate a new era for our kingdom. Chapter 1027, Here Comes the Brother. Thank you, Marquis Li William, for the grand welcome, and His Majesty List for your concern. Pyro Grey Iron's heart has longed for the Flame Kingdom, and now, at last, I have set foot upon the soil of Flame Island. In the days to come, I will dedicate all the loyalty of myself and the Grey Iron family to this land. Now, please allow me to introduce the gentlemen behind me. They are knights who once charged bravely for the Grey Iron Duchy, and they are not lacking in loyalty and integrity. Marquis Mendez Cabbage, a completion-level Sky Knight. Ahead, the nobles, under the mutual introductions of Duke Pirot and Marquis Li William, bore the still scorching September sun with fiery enthusiasm as they socialized. Wald Bumblebee was full of envy. He too wished to be part of the nobles, but at present, he was just a little lackey behind them. However, that was of no consequence, for after coming to the Flame Kingdom, all nobles would no longer be followers of Duke Pirot Grey Iron. They would all follow List Flame. I am not strong enough yet, but I am young enough, and I persist every day in taking the royal jelly produced by my family, which rivals magic potions, and I already vaguely sense an imminent breakthrough beyond the Earth Knight limits. My future is above the skies, and the Bear Bee clan will also become true nobles. There were actually many nobles with a mindset similar to Wald's. Every knight who had migrated thousands of miles to the Flame Kingdom hoped to make their fortune here. List's legendary stance was like a flag, attracting ambitious knights to gather around. Many countries at the start of their creation would attract talent in this way, with the personal charm of the monarch leading his followers to brave the thorns and till a brilliant career. because they were not captives but knights who had migrated. Therefore, this migrating party of 1 duke, 4 marquises, 17 earls, 38 viscounts, and a large number of barons and honored knights were able to be quickly put to important use upon their arrival in the Flame Kingdom. Aside from lands that had to be allocated after the establishment of the kingdom, all other treatments were the same as before. List did not meet with these individuals straight away, as he was busy building a dragon nest for the aluminum dragon. The aluminum dragon was not demanding about living conditions, but it did have a fondness for things that shone with silver light, and it had to be the unique cluster of metallic silver, not counterfeit. Therefore, List directly constructed a huge dragon nest clad in metallic silver near the Flame King city. Right in a cave hollowed out of the mountain. The aluminum dragon liked to live in caves. At the entrance of the cave, there was also a lake, filled not with water but with mercury. The abundant mercury mined from the mercury mines of Dragon Valley City didn't have much use yet. In fact, most resources were transported to be stored at Flame King City, the private property of the Flame family. During the construction of a king's castle, a pile of warehouses would be built around the Moonslayer Sacred Mountain, used to store materials. Once the land around the Flame King City was developed, even the elves would move here. Apart from the king's castle and several major cities, other cities would be allocated to nobles of the Burning Legion, as the direct knight order of the Flame family, who normally had to sustain themselves on their own fiefdoms. Many of the national systems designed by List borrowed from the form of the Sapphire Duchy. The Sapphire family created the Blue Blood Alliance, and he intended to create a Burning Legion. Of course. Most kingdoms were like that. The knight system itself was a societal system that was difficult to define in terms of national structures. Essentially, a king was not much different from a great noble, apart from having a larger territory, more followers, more resources, a relatively better structured management system, and more centralized family power. How do you like this place? For this silver lair, I have melted down entire 10 million silver coins to create such a large space. Roar. The aluminum dragon stood at the entrance to the dragon nest, first lowering its head to look at the mercury lake at the mouth of the cave, then surveying the dragon nest, issuing its opinion. It was mediocre at best. While it looked quite pretty, the lack of a full silver interior was disappointing. Merely silver-plated, it didn't meet its taste standards. Be content, you know I've melted down all the scavenged silver coins. Fortunately, the Flame Kingdom hasn't begun to bestow fiefs yet. We can barter goods for goods. Otherwise, the shortage of silver coins would directly lead to the collapse of the monetary system. I'll buy more silver coins later and recast the dragon nest for you. Roar. The aluminum dragon grudgingly agreed. At this moment, List, stroking its scales, said, now that you have moved into the new dragon nest, you should have a new name. I've got it all prepared for you. Let's call you Connor. Connor, a rather common name. Roar. The aluminum dragon showed little interest in the name, reluctantly accepting it without inquiring about its meaning. Even if it asked, List wouldn't say, because that name came from memories of another world. There was a movie called Terminator, where the protagonist, human leader John Connor, battled Terminator robots. And the major villain in the sequel, T-1000, was a type of infiltrator Terminator, also known as a liquid metal robot. Conveniently, once the aluminum dragon fully matured, it would also be able to liquefy. It wouldn't work to call the aluminum dragon T-1000, so List simply named it Connor. Before the aluminum dragon had time to get used to its new dragon nest, suddenly a loud dragon cry ho-ho sounded. It was the mountain copper dragon Mata flying over, its dragon nest situated not far from that of Connor. Roar. Aluminum dragon Connor sensed the presence of the mountain copper dragon Mata and instantly raised its scales on end, standing at the entrance of the dragon nest, glowering fiercely at the sky. Approaching from the direction of the sun, the mountain copper dragon Mata, radiating a golden glow, arrived at the territory of the aluminum dragon with a domineering presence. Its form was robust, shining so gold it was dazzling. Connor was slender, with scales that were gray-white and lacked any luster. Compared like this, the aluminum dragon seemed just like an ordinary beast, lacking the nobility and splendor of the mountain copper dragon. Ho-ho! Roar! The two dragons glared at each other, neither backing down, both ready to attack. Seeing this, List sighed, having many dragons introduced competition, which was troublesome. It would be somewhat better if they were dragons of different knights, but the key was that they were all List's dragons. None liked it when their rider formed a close relationship with other dragons. Mata, return to your dragon nest. List was someone who desired strong control and did not like his dragons crossing boundaries. If you don't go back, your treatment will be downgraded. You are a smart dragon and should know which choice is most beneficial for you. The mountain copper dragon squinted at List. Then turned its head. Ho-ho! It let out a roar at Connor and then leisurely took flight, returning to its own dragon nest. In fact, it had come here just to assert its status. As an overpowering magic metal dragon, the area around Flame King City was its territory. Newcomer, be smart. Such a headache. After chasing away the mountain copper dragon Mata and pacifying the aluminum dragon Connor, List finally breathed a sigh of relief, ready to head to Jade City to host a banquet for newcomers like Duke Pirat and the others. Chapter 1028, Father and Son. The banquet was filled with toasts and merry laughter, creating a convivial atmosphere. List sat with Duke Pirat, surrounded by Li William Tulip, Demaria Yua Stone, Emily, and other high-ranking officials of the Flame Kingdom. I made a promise to my followers that we would establish our nation within 3 years, and now we're in the second year. The year 156 of the Sapphire calendar is about to end, and by the beginning of year 158 of the Sapphire calendar, the Flame Kingdom will officially declare its establishment. So, for this next year and a half, you need to cultivate on Flame Island. I understand this, Your Majesty. Which city will the Grey Iron family reside in to help build? Pirat asked. Go build a new city, located in the middle of Flame Island by the sea on fertile lands. That area of the sea has many shallows, making it an ideal place for the development of aquaculture. Does Your Majesty intend to farm in the sea? Pirat was puzzled. List smiled enigmatically. Duke Pirat, it seems you are still not fully aware of the Flame Kingdom. It is a land blessed by the glory of knights, even the surrounding shell sea is under the knight's glory. I have 7 mermaid followers and a large number of Yuchu serfs. Mermaids? Pirat was astounded. Seeing Pirat's expression, Li William, who was beside them tasting wine, couldn't help but feel very pleased. He remembered having a similar expression when he first heard the news of List becoming a sky knight, dragon riding, or an archmage. However, upon further thought, he suddenly became indignant. He enjoyed seeing Pirat's expression, but did List at that time also take pleasure in his reaction? Glancing over at List, who was boasting to Pirat about how the mermaids followed him, Li William shook his head in denial, comforting himself that perhaps he was overthinking. After all, that was his own son, why would he entertain the thought of enjoying his father's blunders? After consoling himself, Li William quickly adjusted his mentality and began once again to take pleasure in observing Duke Pirat's and the other nobles' surprised expressions at the banquet. Can there really be mermaids that exist, ones that once ruled the seas and lived amicably with humans? To think that they all accepted Your Majesty's ennoblement, becoming marquises of the sea, is simply astonishing. I really want to go to the seaside right now to see the mermaids. And there's even a Yuchu race, what an economical labor force. Your Majesty truly is the born ruler of the sky, land, and sea. This land is indeed full of legends. Your Majesty is a legend destined to amaze the legendary continent, and Princess Emily is an inconceivable legend as well. The flattery was unceasing. At this time, a noble from the former Grey Iron Duchy suddenly asked curiously, does Princess Emily not have a surname? Surnames? They are a symbol of civilization, and all nobles have their own surnames. The emperors of empires being the exception, as the surnames no longer match the splendor of an emperor. In many countries, even serfs have their surnames, like in the Sapphire Duchy. However, it was highly unreasonable for a noble, especially a nobles, to lack a surname, hence, the nobles was curious enough to inquire. Emily's face was still youthful and tender, for she was only 15 years old, but long-term hardening had already matured her, and she replied lightly, Emily is a gun and a shield in His Majesty's hands, and she will follow behind Your Majesty for life. What does it matter whether she has a surname or not? The topic should have ended there, but this nobles was somewhat stubborn and asked again, does Your Highness really not intend to establish a family? Why should I establish a family? The glory and legacy of nobility, in Emily's view, are no match for the brilliance of Your Majesty's radiance, Emily said earnestly. Loyalty to Your Majesty is Emily's greatest desire and she will strive for it all her life. You will understand later how fortunate it is to follow Your Majesty. Emily's words sounded somewhat blatantly sycophantic, which made List a little embarrassed. However, he understood that Emily truly thought so, and the more he understood, the more embarrassed he felt. Yet, beyond this embarrassment, he felt an indescribable exhilaration. This was exactly why he liked to cultivate young followers. Ahem. On the surface, he still had to play it down, showing modesty. Emily is my most outstanding follower and also my most gratifying student. The Flame Kingdom has risen from nothing, and many knights climbed up from the lowest ranks, be they serfs or nobles. There are channels for advancement here, seen everywhere. He lifted his wine glass, toasting. Many people have been saying lately, it's my glory that has blessed the Flame Kingdom with vigorous vitality. And I hope, whether it's my glory or the knight's glory, that it will grace everyone standing on this land. Everyone raised their glasses in unison, and Galtai, responsible for adjusting the mood, took the opportunity to shout, a toast to His Majesty's glory. A toast to His Majesty's glory. A toast to His Majesty's glory. Whether willingly or out of necessity, everyone followed Galtai's lead and began chanting the slogan. List wanted to squint and smile, growing ever more satisfied with Galtai. He drained the grape wine from his cup in one gulp, then put down the glass, signaling everyone to settle down. He made a gesture much beloved by triumphant leaders. A pointed index finger raised and accompanied by a slight shake. It's destiny that has brought us together here, no one needs to be anxious. Sapphire calendar year 158 is the Flame Era first year, and the Flame Kingdom stands with you. Lands, population, resources, elves, status, power. Whatever you desire, I can provide. He paused, his voice growing more impassioned, and now, all you need to do is to offer me your loyalty, your courage, your integrity. Again, Galtai. Always stepping up at just the right moment, Your Majesty, Galtai Mast pledges to you all my loyalty, courage, and integrity. And thus the nobles who were a beat too slow also stood up one by one, shouting their pledges to offer loyalty, courage, and integrity. The great nobles like Emily, Pirot, and Demaria did the same. Only when Li William was about to stand up, List pulled him back. Father, all you need to do is take pride in your son. Li William was greatly touched. Of course, I take pride in you, List Flame, my son. The day you were born, the forests of Coral Island were all calling your name. I have watched with pride as you grew up day by day, becoming the embodiment of justice. List replied with a smile, I understand, father. When I am crowned king, I will rule this nation with wisdom and strength, and I will use my own formidable power with caution. I will inspire the hearts of the people, lead the knights to a true victory. Chapter 1029, Alchemy. Father and son exchanged a knowing smile, everything understood without a word. The banquet concluded with all guests and the host thoroughly enjoying themselves. The next day, List had Duke Pirot join the development committee as the third-ranking deputy chairperson and left the rest of the duties to his father. Previously, he had found it hard to let go of power, enjoying the authority that came with his role. However, after getting used to it for a while, the appeal of being entangled in mundane affairs waned. Fortunately, the identity he assumed upon arriving in this world came with a few blood relatives, especially his father, Li William, whom he could entrust with responsibilities. Handing off the reins was quite satisfying. After discerning the hope for immortality, List's ambition to establish a family legacy had significantly diminished. Even without mastering the technology of the Dragon Domain Landlord, the acquisition of the Phoenix incarnation had granted him a lifespan of at least several hundred years. A kingdom had been established within just a few years. It was unimaginable what realm it would reach after several hundred years. Now I need to apply myself a bit more, collaborate with Ak to understand the cultivation system of the Bastion Knight, and once I become a Bastion Knight, surpassing the realm of a Dragon Knight, I'll be free to roam the entire legendary continent. At least from what Lerald, Truth has told me, the Kashan Imperial doesn't have forces stronger than a Dragon Knight. If the Kashan Imperial lacked Bastion Knights, then it seemed quite unlikely that the Neverfall Empire and the Blue Dragon Empire, both rivals of the Kashan Imperial, would have them either. Otherwise, their threefold balance of power would have been broken long ago. However, unraveling the cultivation system of the Bastion Knight was indeed not an easy task. Ak had been working in the Mage Tower for a long time and was still unable to analyze the nature of the barrier. Ak, List consoled, don't worry. Observing the dragon of the magic web is a last resort. If we startle the dragon of the magic web, the consequences are hard to imagine. We should only decide to do that if we're left with no other options. Why not put aside the research on the barrier for now and go out and enjoy the scenery? Ak isn't tired at all. I go riding on the beach with Charlie every evening. Then consider switching research work to find some inspiration. Ak has a lot of research projects on hand: Jade Dragon Leg, Misty Dragon Spirit Fruit, Golden Apple Tree Bloodline Fruit, Obsidian Ring Equivalent Alchemy. Recently, Ak has been wanting to study alchemy, and the related data on equivalent alchemy has been assigned to Lerald, Truth, so he can examine the exchange values among all metals. This particular archmage, who was buried in compiling the great encyclopedia and summarizing his life's research into Lerald, Truth's lifetime research topics, had his expertise acknowledged by Ak after contributing Lerald's topics to her. Therefore, she allowed him to participate in some experiments. For some detailed and tedious data-intensive research that did not require high levels of secrecy, she delegated it to Lerald, allowing him to lead other magicians in their studies. Ak now acted as the head of a laboratory, with the likes of Lerald serving as middle managers, regular magicians as research dogs, and the grand magicians as the lead dogs among them. Clearly delineated levels and explicit division of labor provided for both intellectual and manual contributions. By October, the research into alchemy had made rapid breakthroughs. Referencing the abilities of the Obsidian Ring, under Ak's supervision, The laboratory set up a brand new alchemy magic circle and successfully transmuted 1 ton of iron into nearly 1 jin of mithril, at a ratio of about 2,350 to 1. In terms of equivalent exchange, the ratio is 2,350 to 1. If we set up a magic array to replace the effects of the obsidian ring and take into account the labor consumption of magicians, the equivalent ratio might need to be increased to around 2,470 to 1, Lerald calculated in his notebook, while drafting out the equivalence chart. List's eyebrows twitched. Even if the equivalent value is 2,500 to 1, it still belongs to a highly profitable industry. Now that our territory no longer lacks iron, we can definitely transmute part of the iron into mithril. Mithril plays a very important role in knight equipment, especially in predatory wars like the Pioneer Mandate, where lightweight mithril armor can make knights swift as the wind. To rob and then flee has always been the most adept skill of the knights at sea. Your Majesty, the equivalent ratio of iron to mithril is not the most economical. The most economical is from copper to fine gold, and after calculating the consumption, the equivalent ratio can reach 2,310 to 1. The smaller the ratio, the larger the amount of common metal that can be transmuted into magic metal. This also has potential. The importance of fine gold is self-evident, and we're not short of bronze ore. We must vigorously develop this alchemy. List immediately decided. Both mithril and fine gold are to be dealt with. As for mountain copper, there's no need. Mountain copper dragon model lies in the Flame King city and can produce mountain copper at any moment. He then asked, what are the equivalent ratios of common metals to gold and silver? Gold and silver are the common currencies of the legendary continent. If the equivalent ratios are favorable, a large amount of gold and silver can be transmuted, ensuring that the Flame Kingdom will never be short on money again. The equivalent ratio of iron to gold is 1850 to 1, iron to silver is 1430 to 1, copper to gold is 1260 to 1, copper to silver is 870 to 1. The equivalent ratio of silver to that of gold isn't much different, but gold is far more valuable than silver. It's not worthwhile to exchange iron and copper for silver. The exchange for gold, however, is decent, but the transmutation process is tedious, and there's not much profit to be had. It's more economical to exchange iron and copper for magic metals. List briefly did the math and figured out the profit. 1 gold coin is equal to 100 silver coins, which is equal to 10,000 copper coins. Considering the gold content and other factors, the value of gold to copper is roughly at a ratio of 1 to 2,500, while the transmutation effect is at 1 to 1,260. The effect of alchemy is approximately turning 1 gold coin into 2 gold coins, which is not as quick as doing business and thus not worth it. In terms of silver, the exchange ratio is even more exaggerated. Not only would you not profit, but you would also incur a serious loss. So, in conclusion, it's still most profitable to transmute iron, copper, and other metals into magic metals. A sure way to earn a hefty sum. No wonder alchemy is the favorite subject of all magicians. Almost every magician who achieves some success will choose to master alchemy. With alchemy, they would never be short on money, allowing them to perform more experiments and explore more truths. Alchemy shall be the top secret of the Flame Kingdom. Apart from that, the technology of the alchemy magic circle shall only be held by magicians Lerald, Chris, and Kenley. If anyone leaks it, I will hold you responsible, List solemnly announced after viewing the alchemy results. Setting the alchemy magic circle as an official technology and prohibiting private use undoubtedly discouraged the 3 magicians' enthusiasm. Therefore, to motivate them to oversee the operation of the alchemy magic circle, he announced, the work on the alchemy magic circle needs to begin immediately. Whoever among you runs the operation of the alchemy magic circle can take 1/10 of the net profits for their private magic experimentation and research. With that said, Chris was fine. She rarely engaged in magic research, preferring administration, and had no use for the money. Lerald and Kinley, on the other hand, lit up. They were true believers in the truth. With money, they could carry out the experiments they desired without applying for funds from the Magic Guild. Your Majesty, rest assured, I would be quite willing to oversee the alchemy magic circle whenever I have the time. Chapter 1030, Novel Template. The reliance on magic has increased more and more, and I can't tell if this situation is good or bad. With the magic web shrinking and the dragon of the magic web sleeping, I always feel that things are not so simple. The reform of magicians needs to be expedited, and the profession of magician should be downplayed as much as possible. In the matter of preventing the restoration of magicians, Li Ct and all the nobles shared the same mentality. They could rely on magicians to create equipment but would never allow them to influence the knight system. Perhaps in the heart of knights, the ancient Moon Empire really represented the pinnacle of civilization, and people tried to attribute every achievement to it. However, when it concerned themselves, They would never allow a second Moon Empire to emerge. That was a taboo. The Great Ones could be enshrined in temples. Yet they must not truly exist in reality. The slightest hint of emergence had to be quashed. The introduction of the alchemy magic circle, following the teleportation magic array, was the second piece of magic high technology mastered by the Flame Kingdom. Li Ct both loved and was wary of this, classifying it as a top-secret national issue, and not allowing even the slightest leak. Without an archmage to guide them, the outside world could not replicate this technology. Brother, when Axe studies the alchemy techniques thoroughly, he always gets new inspiration for barriers. He is going back to ponder this issue now. Having thrown the research topic of alchemy out of his hands, Axe was busy pondering barriers again. Alas, it's clearly my cultivation system, and yet it all depends on Axe's research. It's hard to imagine how many detours I would have had to take along the way to develop to today's heights if I hadn't met Axe, Li Ct silently lamented, but there was nothing he could do. Research was not his forte, and without the favor of the power of destiny, he was really just an ordinary person. If he truly had outstanding talent and remarkable aptitude, he would have been thriving on Earth, and would not have died an overworked death only to transmigrate. Thus, he was very self-aware. He could brag and pretend normally, but at crucial times, he had to be clear about his own strengths and weaknesses. Play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. Axe was a research-oriented talent, responsible for solving technical problems. He was combat-oriented, in charge of charging into battle and earning merits. They complemented each other. "My lord, Marquis de Maria is requesting to report on his duties," Butler Carter said softly, interrupting Li Ct, who was in deep thought in front of the piano. "Tell him to wait in the study." "Yes, my lord." "Oh, and Mr. Carter, tell Mrs. Morrison that she can stop the modifications to the half-slope milk tea. After tasting so many new flavors, I still prefer the original taste from the beginning." "As you wish, my lord." Carter bowed slightly and left the piano room. Li Ct's fingers gently brushed the piano, but he had no interest in playing. It had been a long time since he had touched the piano. There were too many dragons and elves at home, leaving him stretched too thin. Specialization comes from diligence and idleness from playfulness. His piano playing skills had now become quite rusty, no longer retaining the grace of the piano king. But the few piano pieces he had created were becoming increasingly widespread. Not only the noble young ladies of the Flame Kingdom often played pieces such as For Alice, Castle in the Sky, and The Swan of St. Sons, fantasizing about Li Ct like lovelorn young girls. In the northeastern corner of the legendary continent, the noble ladies and young misses of the three great kingdoms also imagined different images of Li Ct. Some noble young ladies thought Li Ct was a romantic and passionate man, otherwise, how could he create such delicate and tender pieces of music? Some matrons thought Li Ct was a mighty and powerful man, with impressive stamina, since only such a figure deserved to be a dragon knight who had founded the great legacy of the Flame Kingdom. Others imagined Li Ct as a beast of slaughter, having killed 2 dragon knights, to say nothing of how many ordinary knights had died at his hands. How could such a person not be a beast? And yet, in the still of the night, the young ladies would often indulge in fanciful dreams of a Beauty and the Beast. In the minds of most knights, Li Ct represented a legend, a knight of an era who could become an idol to all. Now, almost every knight's novel in the three great kingdoms would use Li Ct as a model for the protagonist, and if a novel's hero rode only one dragon, they would be criticized to the point of doubting their life choices. In the past, encountering an elf was a thrilling point in a novel, but now, meeting a dragon had become the exhilarating moment. Even clever novelists, relying on pure fabrication, had written many books like The Legendary Adventures of List Flame, a detailed explanation of List Flame's dragon riding, The Unspeakable Stories of List Flame and Akerloid's Truth, and The Early Life of List Flame. These books all sold out, with one edition being reprinted after another. Almost every young knight carried a book about List, constantly inspiring themselves to become the next List Flame. List's glory had transcended national borders, and the young knights of the Eagle Kingdom worshipped him just the same. This was indeed touching. So when he received Demaria stone in his study, one could see on the bookshelves behind him, a series of knight novels with the words List Flame, which were quite entertaining to read during dull moments, especially some of the more risque scenes. Your Majesty, this year's Pioneer Mandate has been fully prepared. The Knight Order of the Sapphire Duchy is assembled, presided over by the Marquis of Golden Island, Roderick Goldwheatsheath, with the Duke Sapphire himself leading the Sapphire Dragon. And domestically? It has been determined that I will serve as the Supreme Commander, with Count Geoffrey Begonia and Count Perez as Deputy Commanders, assembling 10,000 Earth Knights. This includes 1 Sky Knight of the Completion level, 8 Sky Knights of the Sword Saint level, and 21 Sky Knights of the Common level. Have the specific departure time and location of the attack been decided? The departure is set for October 3rd. There are two options for the attack location: Sardine Bay along the northern coastline of the Eagle Kingdom or Dense Corridor along the southern coastline. The final decision will be made when we set sail from Bullhoof City on Iron Hoof Island. This was to prevent intelligence leaks and preemptive defenses by the Eagle Kingdom. The Sapphire Duchy always decided the precise attack location after setting sail for the Pioneer Mandate. Liz nodded. Proceed as planned. I will secretly protect the Night Order from Dragon Knight attacks with Marquis Emily. Then I shall go and oversee the Pioneer Mandate. Go ahead. As the Flame Kingdom was assembling its Night Order, the vast coastlines of the Eagle Kingdom were swept by autumn winds and falling leaves, with all the nobles starting to feel the tension. It's the season for the Sapphire Fly's Pioneer Mandate again, a noble sighed suddenly at a banquet. One wonders which egg the Sapphire Fly will bite this year. Given the appetite of last year's Sapphire Fly, if it really comes here, I'm afraid all of us present will suffer. What's there to fear? If the Sapphire Fly comes, we just leave the castle and hide in the countryside. Let them plunder the castle if they want. I don't make my living from farming anyway. HMPH, as if we didn't know that the Wild Dog Mercenary Group is your business. They plundered a town in my territory last time without following rules, capturing serfs. At which we haven't settled the score. Do you have evidence that it was the Wild Dog Mercenary Group who looted? Of course, I have rats infiltrating the Wild Dog Mercenary Group. Then you should interrogate this rat to see if they are worthy. Enough, stop arguing. We should think about how to get through this year's Pioneer Mandate. Unlike before, that legendary Dragon Knight is now the true master behind the mandate. Mention of the legendary Dragon Knight suddenly quieted the nobles present. After a long silence, a slightly drunk noble broke the quiet atmosphere. If the Pioneer Mandate comes to us this year, we might as well not resist and just submit to the Flame Kingdom. Those smugglers always preach about the welfare and treatment in the Flame Kingdom, right? If we go there, we might even earn a share of glory. Chapter 1031, Warm Thunder. Cruelty. War is cruel, yet this year's Pioneer Mandate war seemed unnaturally smooth. When the Night Order attacked the Dense Corridor, most of the Eagle Kingdom's landlords either preemptively shut their castle gates and hid in the countryside or opened their gates to welcome the royal troops, switching sides to join the invaders. Some landlords had even packed up all the resources in their castles, just waiting for the Night Order to arrive before boarding ships bound for the Flame Kingdom. Some landlords, unwilling to abandon too much property, had even arranged for their serfs to be taken away by the Night Squad. There weren't many true battles requiring a charge. Lee Ct hid at the material border, witnessing such scenes. He couldn't help but reflect, looking at the Eagle Kingdom like this, they've basically given up on the coastal hinterlands. These landlords have given up on themselves. Since the Eagle Kingdom is so generous, I'll have the knights step it up a bit, plunder through the Dense Corridor, then make a trip to Aiden Bay. Adonis Moonlight Silver and his knights were unable to defend this land or protect their own subjects, resulting in mercenary corps rampaging and serfs being sold at will, with civilians living lives of constant uncertainty. Lee Ct would replace him, moving all the civilians here to Flame Island. There on Flame Island, they could start anew, no longer fearing mercenaries nor worrying about their livelihoods being insecure. As a landlord, Lee Ct might not uphold noble ideals such as universal equality or self-governance, but he always adhered to one principle. That was to ensure his subjects were well fed, clothed, and not arbitrarily slain. Even the subjects of his followers were under his protection, ensuring their basic safety. This was one of his bottom lines, the goodness he steadfastly honored in his heart. Emily, what do you think of this Pioneer Mandate? He found Emily, the light green gemstone Dragon Knight, resting on a hilltop. Lee Ct rode bar down to her and asked, "Your Majesty." Emily saluted and then responded, "There's almost no resistance, it's light shining by your Majesty's glory. All the landlords of the Dense Corridor could be plundered and taken away. There is no need to be gentle like it was initially with the Duchy of Sapphire for the sake of Flame Kingdom's development. If we plunder too harshly, this fertile land may lack nobles to cultivate it. The Eagle Kingdom has 4 prosperous coastlines, Sardine Bay, Yellow Mud Coast, Roaring River Mouth, Dense Corridor. Plundering each once a year means we could plunder for 4 years. After 4 years, the Flame Kingdom will be strong enough, having cultivated its land, and completely self-sufficient. You make a valid point, but this year one planned to thoroughly plunder both the Dense Corridor and Sardine Bay. Lee Ct always hated slow construction, always wanting to bite off more than he could chew. Plundering 2 locations in 1 year could support 2 years, and together with other coastal landlord territories, sustaining 3 Pioneer Mandates shouldn't be a problem. Even if the coastal areas of the Eagle Kingdom are unassailable by then, with Lord Acraloides in control of the teleportation magic array, we could plunder from the heartland of the Eagle Kingdom. Directly opening a teleportation array deep into the Eagle Kingdom was an idea Lee Ct hadn't considered before, The construction cost of a teleportation array is too great. I've heard that Lord Dacreloides is improving the teleportation array. With his great genius and magical prowess, it should take 3 years to build a standard array. He might even design a magic gate that can be temporarily opened. Emily held Dacreloides in high respect and believed he was nearly omnipotent. Perhaps. Lee CT clasped his hands behind his back and watched the migration of the night squad from afar, his voice calm yet firm. I don't enjoy war, even though I am always its victor. Emily looked at his silhouette, her eyes sparkling. Formless Dragon Bard appeared out of nowhere with a bundle of smoked grass, chewing leisurely. Light green gem dragon Ethan disdainfully twisted its dragon head. Mama, where are we going? On a simple wooden cart, a young boy of only a few years old huddled tightly against his mother and asked softly. His mother, sitting at the edge of the cart, gripped the handrail tightly, guarding herself and her son. We are going to a faraway place. Lord Landlord will lead us to a better place to live. The little boy did not understand what a better place meant, but he did not continue to ask questions. Instead, he peeked out through a small gap beneath his mother's arm, looking outside the cart. It was a miles-long caravan of carts. Traveling on the dirt road, one could see groups of knights patrolling around the caravan, preventing it from being attacked by mercenary groups along the way. Several brash mercenary groups had already attempted to raid the caravan and kidnap the serfs during the journey. Especially when the caravan stopped to light fires and cook meals, one could always see the night squad nervously searching every patch of the forest for possibly lurking mercenaries. The little boy secretly watched the knights riding on their tall horses. Whenever a knight's gaze swept toward the cart, he immediately buried his head into his mother's bosom. After waiting a while, he would cautiously raise his head again and steal glances at the knights from the gap. Their silver-white armors and the gleaming knights' spears were deeply imprinted in his young mind, and left him with a rudimentary impression. Knights, protect him and his mother. After a month-long trek, the caravan finally reached the seaside, where the little boy and his mother saw a multitude of ships docked at the harbor. These were ships like they had never seen before, each one looking like a floating castle on the sea. Flying high on the ship's masts were black flags, embroidered with a burning flame forming a giant fire dragon pattern. Fire dragon merchant ships, Flame Kingdom's brand new cargo ships with a blend of square and foreign daft sails, characterized by one word, big. To transport these knights and serfs, List had no choice but to expose the fleet of huge ships that Flame Kingdom had feverishly built over the years. In addition to the fire dragon merchant ships, there were also slightly slender ships, with masts that also carried black flags. However, the embroidery on these flags was no longer a burning flame but white metal shards forming a giant Iron Dragon pattern. Iron Dragon warships, three-masted ships paralleling the Fire Dragon cargo ships, primarily for transporting knights on expeditions, with exceptional maneuverability. By the seaside, under the organization of the knights, the serfs lined up to board one Fire Dragon merchant ship after another. Upon boarding, sailors distributed a small pill to each serf. Seasickness pills. This was a new medicine developed by the Magic Guild. Not just seasickness pills, but other medicines as well, which List generously funded the research for. These were drugs the knight class hardly needed, but which the civilian class heavily depended on. Another landlord would never invest in medicine for treating serfs' illnesses, but List persisted. Mama, where are we going? The little boy asked his mother again quietly, arriving at the seaside and boarding the big ship. Everything piqued his curiosity yet frightened him. Before his mother could answer, a young man who looked like a magician or a noble walked by. Smiling, the young man spoke in wind language. Little guy, the place we are heading to is called the Flame Kingdom. Starting today, you and your mother will become the subjects of the great King List Flame. In that place, there are no wars, no harm, and as long as you work hard, you will have enough to eat. After saying that, the young man loudly addressed the curious serfs around him. I am Donnie Truth, the healing arcanist on this ship. If you feel unwell, I will help you heal to ensure everyone arrives healthy in the Flame Kingdom. Chapter 1032, A Letter from His Majesty the King. The current maritime technology was no longer the same as when List first arrived in this world. With his rise to wealth, he substantially developed shipbuilding technology, and under the guidance of the creative magician Inuit Truth, hybrid sailboats had successfully replaced square-rigged sailboats. Therefore, what originally required a 7 to 8 day voyage to reach Mind Island, now only took 5 days to safely arrive. With specially developed seasickness pills and accompanying healing arcanists, who were magicians specializing in medical care, hardly any of the migrating serfs lost their lives due to the voyage. They had experienced a novel sea journey. From afar, they could see the fortress of the Mind towering on Mind Island, a tall castle dominated by white colors, with the flame banner fluttering in the wind. The castle had not many distinguishing features, because Mind Island was very small. The castle appeared even taller and slender, resembling a mage tower. Of course, it indeed also served the purpose of a tower. This fortress of the mind was also the sole lighthouse of Mind Island, with its crystal lamps atop the tower brightly shining day and night. It guided all ships. All hands, line up. Women and children debark first, follow the lead knight, and don't get separated. Mind Island is strictly guarded, anyone wandering will be shot on sight by patrol members. A knight aboard shouted loudly, directing a slowly and orderly disembarkation of thousands aboard the ship. You snagged my bag. My shoe fell off. Don't push me. What a bustling place. Is this where we're going to live? It's the Magic Gate, over there is the Magic Gate, I heard the captain say, Mind Island Magic Gate. I've also heard, through the Magic Gate is the Flame Kingdom, a great kingdom with no hunger or mercenaries. The little boy clutched his mother's hand tightly, squeezed in a nearly body-to-body queue, amid the noisy chatter of serfs and the knight's loud reprimands. After navigating through the long line, they arrived in front of the Magic Gate of Mind Island, where the black silhouette slowly rotated with a dark blue vortex. It resembled a giant beast choosing its prey. Many groups could be seen lining up to enter the maw of the beast, then disappearing. I will not go in, I will not go in. Even the cries of serfs, too terrified to enter the Magic Gate but still being dragged in by knights, could be heard. Liszt had hoped the knights would treat the serfs kindly, but it was impossible for the knights to be gentle with them, rudeness was the norm. Mom, I'm scared. The little boy shook his mother's hand. Don't be scared, that's the Magic Gate. What is the Magic Gate? It's just the Magic Gate, magical magic. Hold on to my hand tightly and don't let go, when we walk through, we will be at our new home. The mother didn't know what the Magic Gate was either, although the knights had briefed them on the ship, but the serfs' limited understanding couldn't grasp what crossing space meant. Of course, they didn't need to know the specific principles, knowing it was magic was sufficient. Ordinary people always held magic in awe, believing it to be all-powerful. As the line reached the Magic Gate, they could hear a knight continuously reading out notices. This included instructions on crossing the Magic Gate, prohibitions in the Flame Kingdom, and more. However, facing the mysterious and terrifying Magic Gate, very few serfs listened attentively, some eager, some trepidatious, either stepping forward or being shoved into the giant beast-like dark blue vortex. Boom. Jim, close your eyes, hold tight to Mom's hand. The little boy Jim closed his eyes, grasping his mother's hands as the crowd pushed him into the Magic Gate. The next moment, a strange sensation of weightlessness came over him, almost making him cry out in fear. Fortunately, his mother's hand was always there, giving him a bit of security. At that time, his thoughts grew active, recalling the boastful magician named Donnie Truth, who always touted how magical and magnificent the Magic Gate was, built jointly by the Great His Majesty the King, Liszt Flame, and Her Excellency Archmage Carloides Truth. It was the most miraculous manifestation of magic in the mundane world, a symbol of truth conquered by humanity. Of course, the little boy Jim didn't understand the meaning of those boasts, he simply remembered that the Magic Gate was magnificent and wanted to sneak a peek. So, he cautiously opened his eyes, only to see pitch blackness, with flashes of lightning like light sporadically streaking past. Before he could see more clearly, his body swayed, and he had already walked out of the magic teleportation array and fell to the ground, tumbling into a heap with his mother and the other serfs. When his mother helped him up, his view suddenly cleared. He saw a city, its sprawling architecture stretching endlessly with tall castles surrounding it and beautiful interconnected roads. There was also a mage tower towering into the clouds, as if bridging heaven and earth. And there were enormous birds taking flight in the sky, with knights faintly visible on their backs. Don't space out, everyone, move along with the group, don't block the entrance of the Magic Gate. Hurry and catch up, come this way. Keep up, don't go back to pick up your shoes, you'll get new supplies later. Gather around, quiet down, gather. Stand close together, don't block the road, gather on this open space over here. Before the serfs had time to marvel at the bustling world they saw, they were herded by apprentice knights on horseback to assemble on a space near the road. Almost all gathered into small groups of 300 to 500, then were strictly restricted from moving freely or speaking privately, only waiting anxiously. A moment later, a middle-aged man dressed like an official, riding a horse with an assistant, hurried over. He had an impatient smile on his face and spoke in broken wind language. Hello, people who have come from afar, I am Amba, an officer of the Reed City Surf Reception Committee. You can call me Sir Amba, and I will be arranging your necessities such as food, clothing, and shelter for the next few days. Sir Amba paused, then continued, Now, I will read to you a letter written by the Master of the Seas, the landlord of all islands, the great sacred dragon Invisible Dragon Knight, Fire Dragon Knight, Mountain Copper Dragon Knight, Grey Iron Dragon Knight, Bone Dragon Knight, Aluminum Dragon Knight, And His Majesty the King of the Flame Kingdom, List Flame. The king wrote us a letter? Wow, so many dragon knights. There's only one dragon knight, His Majesty the King rides many dragons. Really? A letter written by the king? That's magnificent. Hearing that string of grand titles, the serfs were so astonished that their jaws dropped. Silence, shut your mouths. Sir Amba's assistant immediately lashed out with a whip in hand, cracking it against the ground, producing a sharp snap. The crowd quickly fell silent. Then Sir Amba pretended to pull out a letter, and began to read word by word. To my subjects who have come from afar, you are unfortunate, for you have lost your lands, homes, and even family members. Yet, you are also fortunate, for in the Flame Kingdom you will start a new life. I, by the name of the king, promise you. Everyone will have a job, everyone will have enough food, everyone will marry and have children without the disturbance of war. Your children shall cultivate chi, acquire knowledge, and enjoy the care of knightly honor and a king's protection. Chapter 1033 Too Great in China, there exists a type of city known as ghost cities, where towering buildings abound, yet they remain eerily uninhabited. Consequently, many foreign journalists have reported on the supposed collapse of China's economy. However, once shops start to move in and facilities begin to operate, these places quickly become populated by Chinese people and turn into new bustling districts. List greatly admired this model. He requested to construct many such ghost cities within his own territory. Houses empty, streets empty, roads empty, even the farmlands outside the city bare without crops. Essentially, along major transportation routes and flat arable lands, ghost cities were everywhere. These were not just small town-level ghost cities but also included small city-level ghost cities. Even more so, List planned to build several large city-level ghost cities in the key areas of Flame Island. He was not at all worried about the cities being empty. As long as he kept waging wars and pillaging, the captured population would automatically fill these ghost cities, which would then swiftly become operational. Now in Reed City, new batches of serfs, continuously arriving, were being assigned to various ghost cities. Many nobles who had surrendered voluntarily had their serfs taken in by List, and these serfed classes would gradually be freed and fill the freeman class, serving as the breeding ground for the future knight class. In fact, as the Flame Kingdom continued to develop technology, integrating magic with farming and industry, the serfdom system was increasingly falling behind the times. The power brought by Fire Dragon over magic directly propelled traditional workshops toward factory phases. Brick factories, glass factories, paper mills, cement factories, textile factories, and many other factories emerged, freeing countless serfs from the fields to become professional workers. Of course, transitioning from a serfdom system to an industrial society still had a long way to go. But with the thriving development of the Magic Guild and the continuous improvement of magic technology, one day the Flame Kingdom would fully realize a new civilization. List was not opposed to this progress for a simple reason. If similar industrial revolution changes occurred on Earth, society would be unstable, and the rulers might end up prisoners. However, in this world, power ultimately reigned supreme, and holding dragons was the foundation of rule. The status of the dragon-rearing family would essentially remain unchanged with social transformations, holding dragons through generations, and always representing the noblest of nobility. What he needed to guard against was merely a restoration by magicians. Having experienced the power of magic, this wariness not only persisted but grew even stronger. Only magic could rival dragons. In any case, the serfs who had migrated to Flame Island had all listened to a letter read by a receptionist. In this era, the credibility of kings was still very strong. Even a mere public letter managed to soothe all the anxious serfs, who followed the officials to their arranged residences in the ghost cities. Little boy Jim and his mother also settled in a small city under the jurisdiction of Flame City. While his mother's job was not yet finalized, Jim, having registered his personal household, was sent to school where he joined many other children of his age from the Moonslayer and Flame People communities in night classes. The first lesson at school was called Loyalty Class. 3 teachers elaborately used Serpent Script, Wind Language, and Moon Language to narrate the origins of the Flame Kingdom, speaking of the Great King, the ruler of all. List Flame. Young Jim, in just over a month, had heard this name countless times and deeply engraved it in his mind. And it brought about some reflexive associations. List Flame was greatness, glory, a dragon knight, a king, a ruler, the most prestigious person in this world. Such beliefs were like seeds buried in every child's heart, growing with them. Meanwhile, the master served by all measures of brainwashing, List had ridden the formless dragon bard to Aden Bay, continuing to covertly protect the Night Order as they plundered the coastline. Many noble landlords were defeated, prisoners captured, and those who surrendered. From top to bottom, everything plunderable was plundered. Unaware, The Night Order under the banner of the Pioneer Mandate might make a sudden counterattack from the dense corridor to Aden Bay. Many noble landlords had no time to hide and were overwhelmed by the Night Order. The gains are substantial, with a large influx of knights and civilians again, and the population of the Flame Kingdom has surged. He was very satisfied with these gains. Yet, amidst his satisfaction, there was a hint of regret. It's a pity the Eagle royal family has adopted a defensive stance, ignoring the warfare here under the Pioneer Mandate. Otherwise, I'd truly love to have another dragon-slaying battle. As of today, I am even stronger than before, and my dragons are more numerous and powerful. I would also love to participate in a dragon-slaying battle, fighting alongside your majesty, Emily responded. There will be opportunities. The Eagle Kingdom might be waiting for the right moment. According to my investigations, the Eagle royal family has sent envoys to Steel Ridge and Blast Furnace Fortress several times, trying to form an alliance against us. Although currently, Steel Ridge and Blast Furnace Fortress have no intentions of allying, it might happen sooner or later. List's infiltration of the three great kingdoms had never ceased. His blood servants had grown strong, and with his permission, Mary Dawnbreak transformed a large number of new vampires. He even had Chris manipulate the Magic Guild behind the scenes to foster the vampires' development and transition into scouts. The new vampires' combat capabilities were negligible, but their magic to transform into bats had greatly improved, making it easier to hide their presence, undetectable even to Sky Knights. With these new vampires, most of the news from the three great kingdoms could be gleaned, and with the magic platform's long-distance communication, the vampires could relay information back to the nation at any moment. The efficiency was beyond what the three great kingdoms could imagine. After all, the Flame Kingdom had entered the information age ahead of time. In terms of intelligence gathering, the Flame Kingdom was far ahead. Moreover, the Magic Guild was also studying the Shadow Incarnation system of the Soul Ying and 4 others, aiming to decode this cultivation system. Once successful, it would enrich the means of reconnaissance. Regrettably, the King of Shadows, Louis Shadow, would rather die than yield, revealing no information about the Shadow Incarnation, thus increasing the difficulty of decoding. Now is the best time to stifle the nascent Flame Kingdom through an alliance. The longer it is delayed, the less chance they will have, Emily pondered aloud. Why do you say that? Because, with His Majesty's speed of acquiring dragons, it won't take long to exceed the 8 dragons of the Eagle Kingdom, and even adding its vassals, there are only 12 dragons in total. List smiled slightly. Actually, I have already caught up with the Eagle Kingdom in terms of the number of dragons, as I have a little water dragon being nurtured in the ocean. Fire dragon Leo, light green gem dragon Ethan, formless dragon Bard, gray iron dragon Orn, mountain copper dragon Mata, bone dragon Vinny, aluminum dragon Connor, and water dragon Walter. Exactly 8 dragons, matching the number held by the Eagle royal family. Emily opened her mouth, perfectly surprised. Your Majesty, have you acquired a new dragon? That's truly great. Chapter 1034, New Expectations. Emily's praise was sincere, and even List himself felt a sense of greatness. He had already ridden 8 dragons, and besides, he had Ak, the Archmage mounted on a unicorn, and Larold, Truth, the new Archmage who had pledged allegiance to him. Effectively, 10 beings at the pinnacle of power had gathered, representing immense combat strength. From the perspective of the dragon-slaying battle, it was enough to overturn the rule of the Eagle Kingdom with a single fight. However, from a foundational standpoint, the Knight class of the Flame Kingdom was still too scant to replace the Eagle Kingdom's rule over such an expansive territory. Moreover, the Eagle Kingdom wouldn't want to face the dragon-slaying battle themselves. Adonis Moonlight's silver strategy was straightforward: avoid fighting, accumulate strength, then desperately seek allies and contain List's expansion. He had already revealed news of the Sacred Dragon to the Kushan Imperial, and it was evident that both the Neverfull Empire and the Blue Dragon Empire had likely received the message as well. It was just that these 2 empires were too remote to easily vie for the formless dragon, unless they were plotting something sinister from the shadows. This was precisely what List was most cautious of. He dared not recklessly initiate the dragon-slaying battle, fearing that the 2 great empires might take advantage of the situation to strike at him from the darkness. It was hard to say whether the trump card of the Phoenix Incarnation had been exposed. Who knew what unimaginable means an empire with thousands of years of heritage might possess? Moreover, even winning the dragon-slaying battle against the Eagle Kingdom wouldn't allow us to see so many dragons. Mine branding is a massive complication, he sighed inwardly. The mine branding offered great reinforcement to a dragon's middle world. The challenge was not just the dragons, but facing a completion-term dragon knight as well. One would have to use the bewildering dragon mind fruit to lock down the dragon itself, then wear it down over time, eventually erasing the mind branding. He now possessed only 2 bewildering dragon mind fruits, and it was not cost-effective to use them on the dragons of the Eagle Kingdom. Even with the Jade Dragon's hind leg,
Cultivating a mind fruit tree and bearing new bewildering dragon mind fruits would undoubtedly require a significant sacrifice, possibly even relying on a dragon's carcass to nourish the tree. Originally, the mind fruit tree on Mind Island was able to bear fruit only with the nourishment from light green gem dragon ethan. This meant that one dragon as nourishment might yield 2 to 3 bewildering dragon mind fruits. It sounded profitable, but the execution of slaying dragons for fruit was exceedingly difficult. After all, the resources spent on raising an adult dragon were astronomical. While the Kashan Imperial had remnants of the Jade Dragon to cultivate the bewildering dragon mind fruits, their number of dragons hadn't increased wildly, indicating the complexities involved in using them. However, I wonder if it would be feasible to try and form an alliance with the Steel Ridge Kingdom or even unite with the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom to divide the Eagle Kingdom. He pondered another approach. The Flame Kingdom is destined to rise. With the formless dragon on my side, not even the Kashan Imperial could assassinate me, and neither Steel Ridge nor Blast Furnace Fortress have the means to destroy me. Since the Flame Kingdom couldn't be overthrown, the choice facing both Steel Ridge and Blast Furnace Fortress was either passive resistance or active cooperation. Passive resistance was no different than a slow death, which the two royal families should recognize through their years of political maneuvering. Thus, active cooperation seemed like the better option. Join forces to carve up the Eagle Kingdom and then grow together. With increased strength, they would be more confident in facing the rise of the Flame Kingdom. Actually, no matter the choice, it seems impossible to halt my rise. With the speed of my strength's growth, I'll soon become an overwhelming force. However, I could try to convince Steel Ridge and Blast Furnace Fortress to believe that I'm only coveting the mainland territory of the Eagle Kingdom, and after swallowing part of it, I'd be satisfied and remain their equal. He didn't want to bother with this headache-inducing diplomatic strategy. Better to return and toss the matter to the development committee to worry about. Sapphire Calendar Year 156, the autumnal Pioneer Monday Tour began in October, ravaging the rich coastlines of the dense corridor and Aden Bay and ended by the end of December. The charging knights returned to their domains, embracing their wives and children while also bringing back countless spoils of war. This time, tens of thousands of Earth Knights, hundreds of thousands of apprentice knights, as well as several 100,000 serfs, were forced to migrate to the Flame Kingdom. Among them, numerous noble landlords were included. However, a significant portion of these noble landlords surrendered immediately and were not treated as captives. Lys didn't have the heart to forcefully take away their wealth. Very few actual captives were taken, and even fewer were willing to pay a ransom for their freedom. Because there was no point in returning, as the entire dense corridor and Aden Bay had been picked clean of people, resources, elves, and more. Fire Dragon cargo ships and Iron Dragon warships shuttled back and forth between Mind Island and the coastline like public buses. The Eagle royal family received reports passed on by rats, and although Lys didn't know what Adonis Moonlight Silver thought about it, he himself was undoubtedly very comfortable. With the departure of the last fleet from the continental coastline, he also left immediately, returning to Flame Island to quietly tally the gains of this year's Pioneer Mandate War. Compared to last year's rushed Pioneer Mandate, this year's was thoroughly prepared and on a larger scale. Thus the population and resource gains were well over 4 times that of the previous year. Unfortunately, too many nobles surrendered, resulting in Lys not receiving much in terms of elf reinforcements. Only a few little minor elves and a batch of elf bugs were added to the mix, which was insignificant compared to the elves bred on Flame Island. Father, the knights who joined the Pioneer Mandate this time must be carefully arranged and strictly supervised. Many of them have covertly operated mercenary corps in the past, engaging in shady deals. I do not wish for them to bring such practices to the Flame Kingdom, Lys remarked. Rest assured, I will manage these knights meticulously, replied Li William. Any noble who violates the laws, no matter how high their rank, must be dealt with seriously. It seems somewhat unkind to punish without teaching first, Father, so why don't you draft a Flame Kingdom Knight Management Code in my name, specifying which behaviors should be encouraged and which must be strictly prohibited? The Development Committee has been compiling the future Flame Kingdom's laws recently, and the main body is already complete. Plucking a few provisions from there will be enough to compile the Flame Kingdom Knight Management Code, Li William explained. His primary task as the leader of the Development Committee was to prepare for the formation of the kingdom. A country, especially a kingdom. Once established, all aspects such as laws and regulations, social systems, production and construction, foreign strategies, internal framework, and feudal knight assignments had to be perfected as soon as possible, or the country would sooner or later fall into chaos. In fact, if not for Lys's overwhelming deterrent power, the Flame Kingdom would already be in disarray. The personnel makeup is far too imbalanced. The Moonslayers are currently the largest group, but most belong to the lowest stratum. Initially, they might have rejoiced over leaving the forest and having full bellies, but as time goes by, Envy is inevitable when they see others living better lives. Fortunately, the ancient mages among the Moonslayers have been properly settled, so the grievances of the lower-class serfs are not a significant issue. The next largest group is the Eagle people, who have migrated in batches, some as captives who surrendered, and others traded as serfs. Language, culture, and customs cause the Eagle people to inevitably stick together, creating a significant barrier. Even if they are forcefully dispersed and settled in different cities, there will still be cliques forming. Then there are those called Flame people, the veterans most loyal to List, but their numbers are far too few. In short, the Flame Kingdom is like a pile of sand forcibly held together by List, governed by his powerful hand and sustained by the strict social hierarchy of nobles, commoners, and serfs under the knightly system. It will take a great deal of time to solidify fully and convert everyone to citizens of the Flame Kingdom. List isn't worried about this. As long as he exists, the Flame Kingdom will not fall into chaos. He now has a new anticipation. The year-end festival is approaching, and the Red and White Rose family's envoy group should be arriving soon. I wonder what kind of gifts my old friend will bring this year. Chapter 1035, A Marvel Misleads the Nation. The gift from the Red and White Rose family was the same as always, Platinum Magic Potion and Red Dragon Water. Apparently sending other gifts would not showcase the depth of the Red and White Rose family's heritage. However, this year Matthew of the Red and White Roses did not come himself, only sending a letter personally penned by his sister, Marilyn Rose of Red and White. The letter primarily contained greetings to Lee Ct and to Ak, casually revealing her admiration for Lee Ct, her coming of age, her graduation from the Noble Girls' School of the Steel Ridge Kingdom, her return to the life in the Rose Duchy, and her hope to still receive Lee Ct's blessings for her birthday next year. In short, this was a signal for a marriage alliance. As long as Lee Ct agreed, the Red and White Rose family would immediately send Marilyn over to become the Queen of the Flame Kingdom. However, having absorbed the Phoenix incarnation to extend his lifespan to hundreds of years, his desire for taking a wife and having children had greatly diminished. In fact, even if he had a strong desire, he would not marry a woman he had never met. Paper, glass products in exchange for Platinum Magic Potion and Red Dragon Water. This friendship can continue, but the next year when the Flame Kingdom is established, I'm afraid the friendship will have to break. I really am a terrifying person, sacrificing my own hues for the sake of my dragon. TSK, TSK. With such self-reflection in his mind, he penned a formulaic reply, revealing no warmth. Perhaps out of a guilty conscience, he even hoped the Red and White Rose family would sense his indifference and abandon the thought of this marriage alliance. In any case, he did not wish to see an innocent girl entangled in adults' politics. After writing the reply, he dispatched a messenger to send it. The time had come to the last day of December, the day before the festival, and for several days, he had been holding banquets with his followers and conferring new noble titles. In this relaxed environment for advancement, a large number of knights had become nobles, and minor nobles had easily become major nobles. Only at the stage of Earl and above, where the nobles held large titles, did the promotions become very strict. To date, aside from the nobles who already had the title of Duke or Marquis, which they reclaimed through their battle achievements with relative ease, only Emily had been granted the title of Marquis for her success in dragon riding. As for dukes, there was still only Pierrot, Grey Iron, the noble who brought his own title. Although Lee Ct intended for his own father to be promoted to duke. But the promotion ceremony would take place after the founding of the nation, and for now, Lee William remained a marquis. There were also 7 powerful mermaids who had helped him govern the seas. In the future, they too would gradually be granted the title of duke. They were originally kings of the Great Seas, and on land, their status was at least equivalent to that of a Grand Duke. However, the kingdoms in the sea had long crumbled, and the task of purifying the Devil's Sea fell solely to Ak. Therefore, the title of Duke was the highest Lee Ct was willing to give to the mermaids. In the future, I can set a precedent in the Flame Kingdom. The limit for Sky Knights is Marquis, but as soon as they break through the ultimate shackles and become Domain Knights, they can continue to be promoted to Duke. That way, followers like Demaria Uwastone will have even more incentive to work hard. For most nobles, becoming a Marquis is the greatest goal in life, as very few non-dragon-rearing families can be promoted to Duke. Once they become Marquises, these major nobles lose their drive. As for Dragon Knights, it would be difficult for new dragon-rearing families to emerge under my rule. Lee Ct, riding the formless dragon bard, flew slowly through the sky, because all dragons that can be discovered will ultimately become my dragons, refusing anyone else's touch. He still remembered the scenes he witnessed when he activated the Time Scepter, although that was only a possible future. However, what the future Ak had said, he remembered deeply. Ak told him it was best to ride all dragons, and also told him about the immortal dragon in the exiled lands. Elves are shared among all, but dragons must belong to me. At this moment, List stood atop the peak of Moonslayer Sacred Mountain, gazing at the ongoing vigorous construction of what would become the future royal palace. His heart swelled with pride. This was the realm he had fought to establish. After consulting Ek, Emily, my father, and others, the once sacred mountain of the Moonslayers finally had a new name. The range of mountains on the left was called Moon Mountain, the range on the right Sun Mountain, and the valley between them was named Sun Moon Valley. As for the palace that stood between Moon Mountain and Sun Mountain, it was named the Sun Moon Star Palace. Heaven and earth vast and vague, the universe so ancient and primeval. Sun and moon full and bright, stars and constellations all arrayed. The name of the Sun Moon Star Palace meant to encompass the universe, while Sun Mountain and Moon Mountain were meant to inherit the glory of the ancient Moon Empire and Sun Empire. Every nation liked to claim they were the direct successors, flaunting their inheritance from ancient civilizations. List simply swept them all into the net, inheriting not only the Moon Empire but also the Sun Empire. Furthermore, many nations enjoyed naming their kings castles, palaces, and surnames after dragons. Steel Ridge Kingdom's palace was called the White Gold Tooth Palace, inspired by the Platinum Dragon. Eagle Kingdom's palace was named Iron Dragon Chain Palace, from the White Maw Iron Dragon. Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom's palace was called the Golden Supreme Palace, after the Golden Dragon. The founders of these royal families were likely the Platinum Dragon Knights, White Maw Iron Dragon Knights, Golden Dragon Knights, thus, the palaces commemorated this. But List had too many dragons, and he was a Dragon Knight to each one. Using any single dragon as a namesake felt too narrow, incapable of being evenly distributed. He had adopted Flame as his surname, nation's name, and King's Castle, vowing the status of Fire Dragon Leo. This could still be explained by the first dragon riding experience. If he continued to name anything after any other dragon, it would cause dissatisfaction among the rest. Being a Dragon Knight to many dragons, he had to balance it well. His heart was weary, almost longing to quickly train a group of Dragon Knights to share the burden. The construction of the Sun Moon Star Palace is 1/3 complete, and in another half year, the main structure should be finished, and then it will be ready to inhabit. After the main body is done, what remains will be composed of wonders, which will require the cooperation of archmages, and there's no rush for now, it's best left to Act to handle. Women, they all like to design their own house's decorating style. List decisively left the palace's wonder style for Act to play with. Not to mention, Act truly had a keen interest in this area and had already been taking the time to design various styles of wonders. Some ideas even astonished List, such as the flying moat, vertical lift, miniature magic gate, aerial floating park, man-made sun, moon and stars, crystal rainbow canopy, proportional dragon sculpture, eternal torch, endless rain cloud. She intended to turn the Sun Moon Star Palace into a dwelling fit for gods. Don't make things too luxurious, Ak. We should save where we can, after all, we have a large family business and many dragons to feed. Ak playfully stuck out her little tongue. Don't worry, brother, Ak is just using the Sun Moon Star Palace as a laboratory to test some of the more challenging magic technology problems. List was left with only a smile. Then, he vigorously tousled Ak's blue tresses. Whatever it was, he had it wrapped around his finger. Chapter 1036, Moth to a Flame Dong, 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 Dong. When the clock atop Flame City's administrative building struck 6 times, it signaled the arrival of the New Year festival, and thus the year 156 of the Sapphire calendar became the past as 157 officially commenced. Having returned from an inspection of the Sun Moon Star Palace, Lee Ct stood on the balcony of Flame Castle, gazing at the starry night sky. Soon after, countless magical fireworks shot into the sky from Flame City, from surrounding towns, and even from the castle itself, the magic power transforming into fireworks gleaming in myriad hues. Blossoms of light unfurled in the night sky, bringing the atmosphere of the festival to a crescendo. It's a pity that this year there are no unknown rewards provided by the smoke mission. I always feel like something is missing and it's quite unsettling. He shook his head. He called forth the smoke mission. The content of the mission remained the same, mission, the 202nd time of Destiny's Choice, guiding and predicting over and over, you have grown from a minor rural landlord to a sovereign of a nation. As the Flame Kingdom is on the brink of establishment, perhaps it's time to consider some deeper questions. Please touch the barrier. Reward, the favor of destiny. Touching the barrier. That was a formidable dilemma. He had been pondering this matter for nearly half a year, continuously refining his cultivation methods with the Fire Dragon Leo, who had already received the mind branding, trying out various beneficial chi and magic power circulation systems. He was still unable to touch the barrier, not even grasping the slightest clue. Among the other dragons, the mind branding within the formless dragon bard's consciousness was already becoming clearer and would soon be fully branded. The Grey Iron Dragonborn and the Mountain Copper Dragon Mata had also begun to show a vague shadow of the brand, but these two dragons offered him only a mediocre sensation, and their cultivation speed was considerably slow. The Aluminum Dragon Connor and Water Dragon Walter had yet to show signs of branding. As for the Bone Dragon Vinny, it was not a complete dragon and thus did not possess a mine branding. As for the Light Green Gem Dragon Ethan, which had been previously branded with the mine branding, it had become Emily's mount, and Lee Ct had not continued to cultivate with it. His relationship with Ethan was strange. Essentially, Ethan was his dragon, yet the knight was Emily, equivalent to a dragon with feet in two boats. As long as Lee Ct wished, he could take over Ethan at any time by relying on the mine branding, but normally he actively blocked the mind connection with Ethan. Just like the first Dragon Knight had died long ago, merely relying on the mine branding to suppress the dragon's will, leaving everything else to be handled by Emily. I've been cultivating with Leo for a long time without any clue about the barrier, and I suppose this isn't something that can be discovered by just biding time. Otherwise, since the establishment of the Knight system, many astonishing Dragon Knights would surely have broken the barrier and achieved greatness. In fact, completion-term Dragon Knights represented the peak. There was no existence beyond Dragon Knights. The situation in the Neverfall Empire and Blue Dragon Empire was unknown, but for the Dragon Knights of the Gushan Empire, Lee Ct had already learned through Lerald, truth that there was nobody stronger than a Dragon Knight. Even Emperor Jupiter, as a Dark Dragon Knight, was the strongest Dragon Knight of the Gushan Empire. Now all that's left is to wait for Ak to catch an inspiration, to decipher the information of the barrier. If Ak also fails to decipher it, the only thing I could look forward to is Bard, to take another look at that dragon of the magic web which has broken through the barrier. As his thoughts drifted, he heard someone calling him, "Your Majesty, what are you contemplating?" Lee Ct came back to his senses and saw that it was Paris who had followed him to the balcony. During the festival season, he had become accustomed to inviting some close followers who were single and without families to join him at Flame Castle to celebrate. It wasn't restricted to men or women, but the closer male followers all had their own families. Paris, Emily, Chris Truth, Kenley Truth, Mary Dawnbreak, and a few other women were still single and without relatives. Paris had a sister named Maggie, who had been adopted back in Freshflower Town. So Paris was still spending the new year at Flame Castle. The former Black Dragon child had now become a great light magic swordsman with the title of Earl. Her cultivation system was quite interesting, most of it brand new, derived by the Light Magic Swordsman Project Team specially established by the Magic Guild. The Light Magic Swordsman Project Team was part of the Dragon Magic Warrior Laboratory, which spearheaded the development of cultivation systems such as Light Magic Swordsman, Fire Paladin, and Shadow Incarnation. The development for Shadow Incarnation only began after the capture of the King of Shadows, Louis Shadow, with the intention of using Louis as a breakthrough, though it all ended up for naught. Therefore, the Dragon Magic Warrior Laboratory still had to refer to the path Paris had taken in her cultivation in order to establish subsequent training systems. Thinking about the future, Liszt said with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky. The magic fireworks in the sky had thinned out now, only the magicians from the Mage Tower in the distance were still tirelessly playing with their magic fireworks. The future, huh? Paris gathered a stray lock of hair that had fallen by her ear and sighed deeply. Today, she had not worn her favorite leather armor or the flak, Abii that represented her noble title. Instead, she put on a lady's dress that noble lady's favored, with a loose skirt, slender waist, and pleated neckline that perfectly exposed her beautiful collarbone. Her originally valiant and heroic style was replaced by the delicacy and sensuality of a woman, every move filled with alluring temptation. Why the sigh? Liszt asked. Paris smiled faintly. Perhaps it's because I'm getting older. The festival has just passed, and I'm already 24 years old. I've been following your majesty for 5 years now. 5 years, huh? Well, I turned 22 this year. He had came to this world at the age of 16 after his coming-of-age ceremony which happened in March of the Sapphire calendar year 151. Then in December, he met Paris. Indeed, it had been 5 full years since he got to know Paris, and in 3 more months, it would be 6 years since his arrival. Indeed, so much had changed in these 6 years. Many 22-year-old knights might be just an Earth Knight, yet your majesty has become the king of a nation, a great dragon knight from scratch. The greatest fortune in Paris's life is to have followed your majesty. She did not hide the admiration and love in her eyes. Such a heroic figure, it would be hard for any woman to conceal such feelings. Liszt enjoyed the admiration in those eyes and warmly responded, meeting you was my fortune as well, Paris. The memories of Freshflower Town often resurface in my mind. Do you really feel fortunate to have met Paris? Of course. Paris's breathing became somewhat labored, and her eyes, brimming with intense emotions, seemed as though they might start dripping water. It took her a while to calm down slightly. I truly wish you did not feel fortunate, for your fortune makes it hard for me to restrain myself. List raised an eyebrow. Why do you say that? Paris looked up and met List's gaze. I once hid my affection for your majesty deep in my heart, but it still jumps out from time to time. My reason tells me I shouldn't have any hopes, but my emotions are like a moth that, even knowing the flame, still desperately throws itself into it. This was a daring confession, and the first time she had voiced her feelings. List was somewhat taken aback, but after all his years in high society, he simply extended his hand to lift Paris's chin. Her height of 175 centimeters was rather outstanding among women, but it was nothing in front of his 190 centimeters. Are you ready to be the moth to a flame? Chapter 1037 Reef City Moths to the Flame, an indescribable delight. Good news came just after the new year, this time from formless dragon Bard. While List had been busy with social engagements over the new year, Bard aimlessly wandered the world beyond matter. Ever since the magic teleportation array was established, it no longer feared getting lost. Unexpectedly, it discovered a natural node, and upon opening it, found itself on the west coast of Flame Island, an area filled with reefs. It remembered that List had always wanted to open more teleportation arrays on Flame Island to turn it into a widely accessible transportation network. Without a doubt, this was a natural node of great developmental value. It could connect the west coast of Flame Island to the transportation network. Therefore, List rushed over with Bard to survey the environment. The waves of the sea continuously beat against the reefs, and the scene of the azure sea and blue sky inspired a surge of high spirits in him. Such a scene, I feel compelled to compose a poem. Facing the stone tablet in the east to view the vast sea. How tranquil is the water, how towering are the mountainous islands. The trees thrive, the herbs flourish. This poem did not match the scenery here. There were no trees in the reef area, and it was not on the east coast but the west, about 100 meters offshore. Standing on the reefs, one could gaze far at the coastline, where there was a seemingly endless stretch of white, clean sand with just the occasional tree resembling a fragrant coconut tree. Further in the distance, there were sparse shrubs, and the land was mostly sandstone, unsuitable for farming. The water and soil on the northwest half of Flame Island were not as good as on the southeast half, bearing less of the dense primeval forests and more resembling grasslands and deserts. The magicians from the Magic Guild had conducted long-term research here, finding that the rainfall was significantly less than in the southeast, especially dry in winter. Although the northwest half is not generally suitable for living, it doesn't mean there's no land suitable for farming. There are several river basins that could develop into rich agricultural lands. Moreover, the terrain here is relatively flat, suitable for grazing, and could become a large ranch for the Flame Kingdom in the future. Therefore, building a large city on the east coast was very necessary. In the future, constructing a magic teleportation array to connect with other areas of Flame Island was undoubtedly most suitable here. Bard, fly freely around here for a while. I'm going down to the sea to inspect the underwater environment of the reef area and see what special features are here that could create a natural node, List said as he summoned little water dragon Walter, who had long been attached to his kidneys. Walter did not have an appropriate dragon nest and thus could not absorb water attribute super magic daily, resulting in his very slow physical development with no visible growth. Unlike Leo, who had grown rapidly each day by leveraging the super magic fermented by a volcano. Yo-ho! As soon as Walter flew out, he landed on the water surface, curiously looking around. Then, ridden by List who connected mentally with him, they plunged beneath the sea surface, searching for any trace of specialness that might indicate the presence of a natural node. Natural nodes might be related to super magic, or more directly related to dragons. Dragons are the source of most super magic. Eye of Magic cast. Synchronizing with Walter, List's perspective soon shifted to that of the water dragon, and each current in the vast sea was clearly visible, enhancing the simple Eye of Magic several times over. This shared the same principle as Fire Dragon Leo's Dragonite trajectory, and List, not wanting to rename it, still called it Dragonite trajectory. Elemental dragons could mostly synchronize with the Eye of Magic, as could the formless dragon, but the metal dragon, gemstone dragon, and bone dragon could not be compatible with the Eye of Magic. Dragonite trajectory continually scanned. It swept over every underwater reef without detecting any signs of magic power. Not even a single sea monster was found. The natural node is between the reef areas, not beneath the sea surface, making it difficult to judge what exactly happened when the superior magic formed the natural node in the past. He searched back and forth carefully but still could not find any clues related to magic power, and he ultimately had to declare the search a failure. This natural node contained no dragon relics. Perhaps it was just an ancient period when dragons fought fiercely, causing the superior magic fluctuation that triggered the natural node. Previously, several natural nodes also yielded nothing. Let's call it the Reef Natural Node, and plan to build Reef City here. List decided on the name of Reef City and then withdrew Little Water Dragon Walter. He mounted Formless Dragon Bard and left this place, heading straight for Mermaid City. He wanted to instruct the mermaids to mobilize a group of fish ugly race to build Reef City. The seawater aquaculture was not yet flourishing, and many from the fish ugly race had nothing to do, so he decided to let them participate in city building to use their unchanneled energy, rather than letting it go to waste. Your Majesty, the water quality here is very good, and the fish are abundant, making it a natural fishing ground, said Marquis Lost, Kokulix. Have you discovered fish? Yes, I have sensed a huge school of fish hovering around, near this marine area. That is good news. It is even more suitable to build Reef City here. Now that Salty Sea Marquis, Blue Posy is in charge of Mermaid City, you will manage Reef City here, build the city half in the water, half on land. In the future, this will be the central city of the East Coast. As you wish, Your Majesty, Kokulix nodded in agreement. Although the age of mermaids had passed, their greatest desire as the 7 remaining ones was to purify the ocean. However, this did not mean they had no desires, especially as the Magic Guild was helping them develop the source of vitality potion that could stimulate reproduction. This gave them the possibility to reproduce, and with it, desires for power and status emerged, and there was even quiet competition among the mermaids. Currently, Marquis Fugitive, Viswanti had already made a Heart of the Mermaid contract with AK, becoming the chief steward of Overmarine Laboratory on Anchor Island, taking charge of marine experimental content and starting to pursue a route in magic research. Marquis Great West, Eternia, being the oldest among the mermaids, primarily served as List's underwater assistant, responsible for protecting him during his sea travels. Salty Sea Marquis, Blue Posy now managed Mermaid City. List had already consulted with her to transfer the Heart of the Mermaid to Emily. Being a dragon knight of the seas, it was a pity not to be able to swim, hence List made Emily contract the Heart of the Mermaid for an additional life-saving skill. Marquis Fisher, Gulvig was an external agent with a temporary duty. List specifically ordered her to travel by sea, migrating the dragon turtles from Dragon Turtle Island and the lightning dragon turtles from Black Horse Island to the Flame Islands. The lightning dragon turtle was a super dragon beast, and ordinary dragon turtles were also advanced magical beasts, holding great value. Marquis Lost, Kokulix was about to oversee Reef City. The remaining Marquis Aquamarch, Tibadize and Marquis Sea Trench, Shirivara, List planned to dispatch to Mind Island to ensure its security. As one of the only 2 gateways connecting Flame Kingdom with the outside world, the importance of Mind Island was self-evident. By the way, Kokulix, about your planned circumnavigation of the waters near Legendary Continent, when are you preparing to set out? List inquired. Marquis Eternia thinks this spring is a very suitable season. 1 year is enough for us to tour the entire coastal waters of Legendary Continent. To see if there are still mermaids, naga, or fish ugly and other subordinate races existing. How bustling the old ocean was, and how lonely the ocean is now. Kokulix spoke with a tone full of melancholy. Chapter 1038, Don't take me as an example. Lee CT did not know how vast the Legendary Continent was. Based on some previous conjectures, and also on Akerloid's study of astronomy, it could generally be inferred that the world was a massive sphere. However, due to incomplete theories and lack of measuring devices, more accurate verification could not be completed, so the exact size of the Legendary Continent remained unknown. Over the past years, even though Lee CT had become a Dragon Knight and Akerloids had become an Archmage, there was still no time to travel around the world. Their activities were generally limited to the northeastern corner of the Legendary Continent, including the Sea of Azure Waves and the Shell Sea, going no further than reaching the edge of the Devil Sea. Their understanding of this planet was limited to knowing there were 2 continents on the Endless Ocean. The Legendary Continent and the Mafa Continent. But the geographical distribution of these 2 continents on the planet was difficult to determine. If land could not be assessed, naturally, the distribution of the oceans was also unclear. Sometimes List wondered whether the Legendary Continent and the Mafa Continent might be positioned similarly to the continents of Eurasia and America, respectively, in 2 hemispheres of this planet. Without supporting data from practical surveys, speculation was the only option. It so happened that this time, upon reviving 7 mermaids who lamented the decline of their kind, these 7 mermaids decided to embark on a journey around the seas to search for other surviving mermaids. Lee CT therefore entrusted the mermaids to take a sextant to map the distribution of the coastlines of the Legendary Continent and to measure the depth and distribution of the oceans. Now, Mermaid City can't do without Salty Sea Marquis Blue Posy commanding you 2 as forced labor. Once Reef City starts construction, it will definitely depend on you to command you 2 as forced labor. Only Eternia and her 4 companions can team up to travel around the sea. Your Majesty, what if we delay the construction of Reef City? I too wish to travel around the sea. Lord Akerloids has studied the devil for a long time, but to actually begin planning the purification of the Devil Sea, it will still take a long time. During this period, I would like to see the ocean. In my time, I've never really seen the ocean. Then let it be decided. He nodded in agreement. In fact, he did not wish for all the mermaids to travel around the seas instead of working. The Flame Kingdom was in full swing with construction, and a large number of U2 perfectly filled the labor shortfall, making them indispensable for driving the mermaids. However, he did not want to exploit them too harshly and was still willing to grant the mermaids some freedom. Perhaps on this sea voyage, they might find more surviving mermaids and then bring them back to settle in the Flame Kingdom. So, he generously sent the mermaids on their journey, leaving only Salty Sea Marquis Blue Posy to stay reluctantly behind, continuing to oversee Mermaid City and command the U2 as forced labor in the construction. I wonder what gains this trip will bring. Whether or not they find surviving mermaids is not up for discussion, but the coastline distribution of the legendary continent will surely be mapped out. I just don't know if there will be other gains beyond the legendary continent. The mermaid's trip around the seas was just an interlude. Lee Ct quickly pushed it to the back of his mind. Not completely out of mind since he was connected by a contract with the mermaids, allowing him to communicate over vast distances and keep track of their movements at any time. But now his work was very busy. Spring plowing had already started, and schools in all cities had begun classes. As the king of the Flame Kingdom, he inevitably had to make appearances at some spring plowing events to show concern for the agricultural activities, or perhaps visit a school to give a speech, especially at the Royal Academy to harvest a wave of loyalty from the young knights. The Dragon Knight selection program finally commenced, and 3 individuals were chosen. These included the young girl Hilita from the Moonslayer clan who initially sheltered the elf, the grandson of Nicholas Bellows Count from the Iron Knight family, Nicola Fengxian, and another from the offspring of an Earth Knight, Dagal. Hilita, who had trained in Chi for less than 2 years, had already successfully advanced to Elite Earth Knight, and her adaptability to magic potions was extremely strong. There was hope that she would become a Sky Knight before the age of 16. Thus, barely meeting the qualifications for Dragon Knight selection, she was pushed forward into the program by the Royal Academy. Nicola Fengxian hadn't yet reached 16 years old, but had already become a Sky Knight, a genius of the Fengxian family. Though he aspired to be an Iron Knight, he equally coveted the title of Dragon Knight. As for Dagal, he was merely a common, titleless offspring of an Earth Knight, whose mother had brought him up on Hot Spring Island. Following List's campaign against Count Hot Spring Island, they were relocated to live in the Flame Kingdom. He was only 12 this year, but had also already become an Elite Earth Knight, similarly pushed forward by the Royal Academy. Hilita, Nicola, Dagal, you should already know the significance of the Dragon Knight selection program. Besides you, only one person has been selected for the Flame Kingdom Dragon Knight selection program, and she has likely taught you nightly courses at the Royal Academy, the light green gemstone Dragon Knight, Emily. List looked at the 3 individuals before him, filled with expectation and said, each of you selected for the Dragon Knight selection program represents the future hope of the Flame Kingdom. You will enjoy the utmost treatment, and your goal will be dragon riding. However, the difficulty of riding a dragon is immense. Your talents alone are not enough to dazzle the legendary continent, and you can only rely on effort. Your Majesty, could you tell us what preparations are needed for dragon riding? Asked Nicola, the oldest among them, and as a noble progeny, relatively more mature. He eagerly anticipated learning more about dragon riding as he gazed intently at List. He was acutely aware that List before him was a formidable being who single-handedly rode 6 or 7 dragons. All the youth of the Flame Kingdom, especially the young knights, saw List as a striving goal. Although it seemed a distant goal, youth are often fearless. Believing what others can do, they can do as well. List's gaze swept over the 3 individuals, carefully scrutinizing them. Nicola, a young man with a natural noble pride in his demeanor, was average in appearance and nothing special physically. Dagal, though younger and taller than Nicola, tended to be shy and uneasy, reputedly very hard-working in private, somewhat reminiscent of Emily. Hilita, elegant and graceful. As a girl, aside from her slightly darker complexion being somewhat off-putting, she had all the makings of a beauty. It was said that at the Royal Academy, the boys who admired Hilita could form a knight order. It was only because the Royal Academy prohibited romances during the underage period that these restless young men didn't openly compete and become jealous. To ride a dragon is both very difficult and very simple, List said, his gaze briefly pausing on the slightly protruding chest of Hilita before shifting away, speaking earnestly. Being a 16-year-old Sky Knight is merely a threshold, indicating you could master Chi at a young age. He paused, then continued, Chi mastery is the basic standard to attract dragons, and being young is another criterion, but the most important is character. Dragons are proud and regard humans as no different from ants. Without invincible courage, relentless perseverance, and upright morals, It's impossible to move a dragon. Can courage, perseverance, and morals truly move a dragon? Nicola asked again. No, these qualities only mean you have the potential to approach a dragon. However, each dragon has its own requirements when selecting its rider, and you must discover and approach these on your own. Still, Nicola inquired, but, Your Majesty, you've ridden so many dragons, do they all have the same demands for you? List smiled slightly. I am different, and you need not use me as a model. To me, it's the dragons that beg to be ridden by me, not me seeking their approval. Nicola, Dagal, and Hilida all widened their eyes in surprise. What? Chapter 1039, Royal Knight Squad. Checking on the young people selected for the Dragon Knight Reserve program, List did not linger at the Royal Academy, for there was no need for him to constantly affirm his presence. After all, the school's loyalty course was a mandatory subject, and knights had been receiving brainwashing education from a young age to understand that in the Flame Kingdom, the person they truly needed to follow was their rightful lord. In reality, List did not place much importance on knightly loyalty, as most of his followers were now captives who had surrendered. There were few who were truly loyal, and he preferred to attract knights with interests, to consolidate the kingdom system. Besides developing the noble class of feudal lands, he also aimed to build the Burning Legion as the direct knights for the Flame family, which was a part he took very seriously. Recently, he had selected a large number of knights with battle merits and singled out some elite Earth Knights of Fire attribute with weak backgrounds. He led them to the Phoenix Perch Parasol Forest in the Endless Volcano Cluster. Red Sparrow birds, these kinds of big red birds, slightly irritable in temperament but can be tamed as mounts. Standing atop a Phoenix Perch Parasol tree of considerable girth, List directly summoned a noble advanced magical beast Red Sparrow bird using his 100 birds toward the Phoenix ability. 100 birds toward the Phoenix was one of the Phoenix Incarnation's abilities, and with continuous development, he had now managed to release it through his human body. Though not as powerful as when released in Phoenix Incarnation, if used on a single bird, the effect could nearly reach the same level as that of the Phoenix Incarnation. Gurulu. The Red Sparrow bird stood by List's side, affectionately rubbing its neck against his shoulder. In the distance, a large flock of Red Sparrow birds chirped noisily, but under the subtle influence of the 100 birds toward the Phoenix Pact, they did not approach where List stood. There were about 26 elite Earth Knights of Fire attribute, all young knights, none older than 20. At the moment, these knights were watching the Red Sparrow bird with fervent gazes, clearly understanding the significance of the great His Majesty the King leading them here. Fire attribute high-level magical beast Red Sparrow birds. Originally my plan was to reward Sky Knights of Fire attribute to come tame and ride them. However, as the Flame Kingdom is not yet established and the number of Sky Knights is limited, the privilege has been extended to elite Earth Knights. And you are fortunate to have the opportunity to ride them, List declared loudly. This was true. High-level magical beasts, especially flying high-level magical beasts, were very rare, and those that could be tamed and ridden were even more scarce. Each one was incredibly valuable. It was almost a waste to give them to Earth Knights. His original hope was to establish the most elite Royal Knight squad of the Burning Legion using Red Sparrow birds, Fire Crows, and Flame Dragon birds as mounts. Each member of the Knight squad needed to possess strong talent and loyalty nurtured from a young age, as only those were afforded the right to guard the royal palace and the king. However, such stringent requirements were unlikely to be met within a decade or so, as talents are rare to come by, especially those willing to give up their status as feudal nobles. Therefore, he had repeatedly lowered the standards to even allow elite Earth Knights of Fire attribute under 20 years of age, without a record of misconduct, and not of noble birth. However, if these knights could not become Sky Knights within a few years, their mounts would remain Red Sparrow birds. They would have no chance to touch the more powerful super magical beast Fire Crows. After the elite Earth Knights mount the Red Sparrow birds, they will become part of the Burning Legion, Red Sparrow squad under the Royal Knight squad, responsible for guarding the king's castle. At the age of 25, if you successfully advance to become Sky Knights, then you will be eligible to change your mounts to Fire Crows. Fire Crows will be upgraded to the Burning Legion, Raven squad under the Royal Knight squad, later responsible for guarding the royal palace. If you achieve chi perfection before the age of 35, then you will be eligible to change your mount to a Flame Dragon bird, becoming a knight who rides a super dragon beast, a true Royal Knight. The Royal Knight squad consists of the Royal Squad, Raven Squad, and Red Sparrow Squad, 3 squads, which are not strictly organized like a knight order, but more like an honorary compilation. Because List himself possessed Fire attribute chi, he consequently favored Knights of Fire attribute to serve as his guard. But in the future, it will definitely open up to Knights of all G attributes, building more squads, among which the Royal Squad is generally the highest level of honor. Only knights who ride super dragon beasts can become true Royal Knights, earning the privilege to guard the king during his travels. At present, in the Flame Kingdom, The only super dragon beasts available to be ridden are the flame dragon birds and storm dragon horse. As for the lightning dragon turtle that took up residence in Mermaid City, with its mountain-like build, it seemingly wasn't suitable for riding. There are 3 storm dragon horses. One of them, a storm dragon horse with a broken horn, had become Li William's new mount. As a father who was a dragon knight and a domain knight, and who wielded the administrative power of the Flame Yama Kingdom, he indeed required a mount fitting for his status, one that could underscore his dignity. List then allowed Li William to choose between the flame dragon bird and the storm dragon horse. Li William wasn't interested in the flame dragon bird, as he possessed water attribute Chi, which was incompatible with the fire attribute super dragon beast. Therefore, he chose the wind attribute storm dragon horse, hoping to pick one of the 2 without broken horns, but those 2 had prideful natures and looked down on Li William. Even the broken horn storm dragon horse initially scorned him. Ultimately, it was List who found Ak, requesting Unicorn Charlie, through Ak, to issue an order, forcing the most tempered broken horn storm dragon horse to agree to become Li William's mount. After Li William mounted the storm dragon horse, the first thing he did was to fashion a horn from a magic metal alloy for the storm dragon horse, fitting it onto the broken horn, allowing the storm dragon horse to regain the confidence of a super dragon beast. The broken horn was a source of humiliation and an inferiority complex for it. From that moment, the broken horn storm dragon horse truly accepted Li William. For a while, Li William rode the storm dragon horse daily, patrolling his domain with great pride. The storm dragon horse was not a unicorn, and few ordinary people knew the difference, nor did they know how Li William managed to mount it. Thus, many commoners mistook his riding ability as an indication that he was an upright, just, and noble knight. Although one couldn't exactly call Li William a pure virgin knight, given that his grandchildren could already run around. Because of this, Li William's prestige greatly increased. Shriek. In the distance, a clear call from the flame dragon bird arose, but it was Annie, the phoenix perch parasol dragon greater elf, riding Little Red, coming in for a landing next to List. Adorned in small armor, Annie dismounted, standing on a tree branch close to List. List, are you here to inspect the firebird flock? Yes, Annie, and also to select a few red sparrow birds as mounts for my knights. They look weak, and it turned his head to glance at the 26 human knights standing on the ground. Little Red says it could take on 100 of them. Little Red echoed with a call, shriek. List patted Anna's head. They are still young, they have room for improvement. Boring. I'm off to train. I will be a mighty knight, List, you can deploy me in wars. Off you go to train well. After sending Anne away, List beckoned the 26 knights to come tame the red sparrow birds. Your Majesty, can we really tame advanced magical beasts? One of the knights asked, somewhat unconfidently, as the advanced magical beasts overwhelmed them. Normally, only elite Earth Knights could wrestle low-level magical beasts. Now, most knights in the kingdom still capture low-level magical beasts for mounts, and suddenly taming advanced magical beasts certainly poses a great challenge. But I believe in your future and allow you to seek shelter under my glory. Go forth, these red sparrow birds will bow before you. With the power of 100 birds toward the phoenix, List naturally had ways to hasten their progress, enabling red sparrow birds to sign beast-taming contracts with the knights. However, a beast-taming contract was not a strongly binding agreement, and he seriously added, I can have you contract with the red sparrow birds, but gaining their approval requires your own efforts. If a red sparrow breaks the contract, you will lose your qualifications as members of the Royal Knight Squad. The knights suddenly became solemn. To lose their place in the Royal Knight Squad meant losing List's trust. A prospect far more nerve-wracking than losing an advanced magical beast as a mount. Chapter 1040 Magic Lamp Bulb. The Crimson Sparrow team of the Royal Knight Squad had been formed, comprising 26 elite Earth Knights of Fire attribute, all of whom had signed beast-taming contracts with the Red Sparrow Bird with the help of List. The Crimson Sparrow team will serve as the first batch of knights guarding the Flame King City. Of course, they are still reserves and must wait until the Red Sparrow Bird truly bonds with them and will not rebel, to finalize the Crimson Sparrow team roster. In any case, this batch of knights will be the backbone of the future Burning Legion and will also be knights directly under the Flame family. The Flame King City they are to guard has not been completely built yet, but the main framework has already taken shape. In such a magical world filled with magic power, although the construction industry is not very developed, as long as one is willing to spend resources and mobilize magicians for the construction. The speed, quality, and difficulty of building construction are definitely more efficient than high-tech construction methods on Earth. Coincidentally, on Flame Island, the Moonslayer natives have cultivated a large number of ancient mages using magic dust. They participate in construction, undertaking the most difficult parts, which greatly accelerates city construction. Moreover, The Magic Guild is coordinating behind the scenes and developing more construction techniques. The Flame King City is the highest test platform for the construction level of the Flame Kingdom and is a comprehensive plan. Most cities under the Night System are spontaneously accrued without any complete urban planning. The Flame King City, however, was planned from the beginning as a large city with a population scale of 500,000, with radiating streets and blocks. At the very center is the city's landmark building, a giant stone gate. Triumphal Arch, which is List's wicked sense of humor, imitating Paris, France. A grand boulevard runs straight through the Triumphal Arch from the south to the north. This boulevard is called the Gilded Boulevard, which can accommodate 10 carriages side by side, that is, the gap for 20 war horses. Apart from the Gilded Boulevard, 5 other boulevards traverse the Triumphal Arch. Of course, due to the orientation of the Triumphal Arch, these roads can only go around the arch, forming a large roundabout. Only the Gilded Boulevard can pass through the Triumphal Arch unimpeded. These 5 boulevards, along with the Gilded Boulevard, divide the Flame King City into 12 radiating fan-shaped areas. Going clockwise. The area from 12 to 1 o'clock is the Administrative District, 1 to 2 o'clock is the Education District, 2 to 3 o'clock is the Green District, 3 to 4 o'clock is the Commercial District, 4 to 5 o'clock is the Civilian Residential District, 5 to 6 o'clock is the Commercial District, 6 to 7 o'clock is the Civilian Residential District, 7 to 8 o'clock is the Storage District, 8 to 9 o'clock is the Magic District, 9 to 10 o'clock is the Green District, 10 to 11 o'clock is the Noble Residential District, 11 to 12 o'clock is the Military District. Of course, this is just a rough distribution, and each fan-shaped area is divided by countless streets into many small areas. For List, who has a great pursuit of greening, each small area should have a park, and every little street should have a conspicuous public toilet. In summary, the future Flame King City will be a city shaded by green trees, clean and tidy. The cities of other countries are always accompanied by a lot of excrement, sewage, and other dirty substances, but in any city of the Flame Kingdom, he does not allow such uncivilized phenomena to exist. In fact, even without official coordination to clean up the excrement, the commoners would scramble to clear it away. Feces can help crops grow, which has become common knowledge to the people of the Flame Kingdom. Compared to the luxuries that only the nobles are qualified to master, such as elves, feces are something that both humans and livestock can produce, and it can help all crops. Many small traders specialize in selling feces, transporting it from the cities to the various plantations, eliminating the phenomenon of open defecation. Everyone keeps their feces to sell for money. Noble landlords would buy feces at a high price for farming. However, there was one problem: transporting feces from the city was bound to pollute the air. List then requested the construction of a sprawling underground network at Flame King City. These tunnels were spacious enough to allow carriages to pass through. Feces would be transported out of the city through these tunnels. At this moment, having returned from the Phoenix Perch Parasoft Forest with the Red Sparrow Squad, List stayed in Flame King City for inspection. Today, he was inspecting the sewer system. At the moment, Flame King City was not yet inhabited, so the sewers had not started transporting feces or wastewater. Lighting is a big issue. The tunnels are built deep underground where light cannot reach, making it easy for evil to breed here, List said to Galtai and the accompanying others. Galtai had been appointed to specifically oversee the construction of Flame King City. The former down-and-out honored knight had now become a viscount and was one of the members of the development committee. Your Majesty, once Flame King City is operational, I will order the establishment of a special inspection night order to protect the safety of the tunnels, ensuring that no filth survives here. Galtai declared emphatically, having already adapted well to his rising status alongside List. Although he was still just an apprentice knight in terms of strength, as List's spokesperson, he wouldn't sell himself short. Inspection is certainly necessary. After all, the tunnels are not just for transporting feces, wastewater, and trash, but also part of the emergency and supply routes. However, if the lighting problem is not resolved, it will always be a hidden danger. Has the Magic Guild not developed any outcomes yet? I'm not sure about that. The management of the Magic Guild is not part of my duties. Chris and Kinley, the 2 presidents, should be aware. Your Majesty, would you like me to contact them? Members of the development committee had their own distinct responsibilities and rarely overstepped. Committee Chairman Lee Wheelie M. Toolup was responsible for overall coordination, Vice Chairman Demaria Ua Stone for diplomacy, Emily for military affairs, Piero Gray Iron for trade, Elton Golden Chrysanthemum Medal for agriculture, Jeffrey Begonia for justice, Dirt Red Apricot for communications, and Paris for finance. Galtai Mast was in charge of urban construction, Marcus Wheel of education. The 2 special committees, Chris Truth was responsible for external liaisons between the Magic Guild and various departments of the Flame Kingdom, and Kenley Truth for scientific research work of the Magic Guild. Contact them, List said. Soon Galtai commanded his assistant to send a message using the magic platform and connected with Chris and Kenley. List directly asked, "How is the progress on the magic lamp bulbs I tasked the Magic Guild with developing?" "Your Majesty, we have achieved preliminary results. The issue of magic power illumination has been resolved, but glass cannot replace crystal to stably harness the magic. We still haven't found a material that can replace crystal, and we have yet to develop the magic lamp bulbs you desire." Magic lamp bulbs, as the name suggests, are lamp bulbs powered by magic. This world should have the physical phenomenon of magnetism generating electricity, but List did not understand this area and was unable to delve deeper into development. After all, even the steam engine had not yet been properly refined. Thus, he decided to bypass electrical energy and directly use magic to achieve some high-tech advancements. Magic lamp bulbs were one such concept. Crystal lamp equipment already existed as a form of magic equipment. The only thing needed now was to mass-produce these crystal lamps at a low cost. Once magic lamp bulbs were developed, the city's nights would also be thoroughly illuminated, which would greatly extend working hours. Previously, most people would obediently go to bed at night, but with magic lamp bulbs, they could at least work until midnight with the lights on, which would undoubtedly greatly enhance labor efficiency. List couldn't help but urge Chris and Kinley, hurry and focus, break through the shackles of thought, explore more materials. If even the magic light emission has been solved, how hard can it be to find a suitable medium? Tell those arcanists that whoever finds the right material, I will fund them to establish their own magic laboratory. Chapter 1041, Gordbrand. The structure of the Magic Association had become increasingly massive, but List, who remained ever vigilant against a resurgence of magicians, had gradually transformed the concept of magic. Now, the Magic Association resembled the Chinese Academy of Sciences, where magicians were gradually adapting to the identity of arcanists and engaging in specialized magic development work. Moreover, under the influence of List's will, arcanists began to specialize in specific fields according to their different interests and skills, such as healing arcanists, magic equipment arcanists, magic array arcanists, potion arcanists, mechanical arcanists, and so on. However, the Chinese Academy of Sciences is an elite organization of scientists, while the Magic Association is an organization that recruits all magicians, roughly considered a combination of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Ministry of Technology, and also encompasses the functions of health commissions, integration of production, education, and research. Research and development of magic technology, education, and training of arcanists, ultimately utilizing arcanists and magic technology in the construction of the kingdom. At the same time, the Magic Association adopted the Chief Arcanist system. This was a magic management system that mainly established the position of Chief Arcanist in magic research projects and national institutions, with the Chief Arcanist taking overall responsibility for the project and managing project funds, resources, and so forth. Because of the demand for magic lamp bulbs, List directly decided to offer a substantial reward to fund an arcanist to establish a separate magic laboratory, effectively promoting this arcanist to the rank of Chief Arcanist. In the field of magic, this was definitely a meteoric rise to becoming an industry boss-level figure. Keep in mind that although there are so many registered magicians in the Magic Association, fewer than 20 magicians have attained the position of Chief Arcanist and own a separate laboratory. Most magicians are merely assigned to miscellaneous tasks in the laboratories or participate in construction in various city administrations. The Magic Association had already formed over 50 magic laboratories, undertaking various subjects, but most of these laboratories were under the names of Ak and Lerald. Only archmages had the qualifications to continuously open new magic laboratories and initiate various brand new subjects. Your Majesty, with such an enticing reward that you offer, I'm afraid that for the coming period, most arcanists in the Magic Association will be too distracted from their work, focusing solely on finding a carrier for the magic lamp bulb, Chris replied with a hint of helplessness, not without a bit of sarcasm. She was all too familiar with the young Dragon Knight, His Majesty the King of the Flame Kingdom. Sometimes she could sense his far-sighted strategic planning, which led to the establishment of the Magic Association. Other times, his ideas seemed fanciful and unpredictable, or, in other words, he made it up as he went along. Regardless, Chris would faithfully execute his commands, having long decided to dedicate her life to serving List. It was both to repay the debt for saving her life and a dedication to the truth. List smiled and said, "That's for the best. It's the only way the importance of the magic lamp bulb can truly be showcased. But I am curious, Your Majesty, is the magic lamp bulb really that important? We have crystal lamps, although expensive to produce. The crystal ulsifila tree forest can provide us with plenty of crystals, and the light green gem dragon Ethan can also produce a large amount of crystal," Chris asked, puzzled. The cultivation of the crystal ulsifila tree forest meant that crystals were no longer a scarce resource, allowing for mass production of crystal lamps. "You do not understand, Crystal lamps are too limited to the use of nobles and magicians, they cannot conquer the darkness. Only by developing an affordable magic lamp bulb can we conquer darkness to the greatest extent. List casually explained, but upon further thought, it didn't really seem all that significant. Edison invented the light bulb as an application of electrical energy, announcing the advent of the electrical age and the beginning of the Second Industrial Revolution. However, the magic lamp bulb of the present, other than improving labor efficiency and enriching the nightlife, seemed to have no connection with the Industrial Revolution. Of course. Regardless of whether it was meaningful or not, List just had to make the magic lamp bulb happen. I had assumed that finding a suitable carrier for the magic lamp bulb would be like Edison inventing the light bulb, requiring over 1,000 attempts and failures before succeeding. However, List never imagined that less than 3 days after issuing the reward, a magician would announce they had found the perfect carrier material for the magic lamp bulb. Therefore, in the Mage Tower of Flame City, List met with this magician. The young magician named Oves Truth, who had not long been promoted from magic apprentice to magician, had his identity as an arcanist specializing in the production of magic equipment. Your Majesty the King, this is the most suitable carrier I have found for the magic lamp bulb. The young Oves excitedly presented a brightly shining light bulb. The bulb was round, following List's original design, but at the end of the bulb, there was an extra gourd. It was just an ordinary gourd, a fruit produced by climbing plants commonly found in the primitive jungles of the Flame Kingdom, very similar to those on Earth. The bulb was mounted on the mouth of the gourd, flashing an unstable blue-white light. A gourd? Yes, it's the common gourds you find in gourd plantations. I previously used gourds to hold some special magical potions. Then it occurred to me, why not infuse gourds with magic power, allowing the magic lamp bulb to maintain the necessary magic power continuously. Thinking this, he began to experiment, not expecting much at first since gourds were ordinary plants without any magic power. However, to his surprise, when he infused the gourd with magic power, he found that the magic power did not dissipate. Thus, the gourd brand magic lamp bulb was born. With the Eye of Magic activated, List could see through the magic power within this gourd light bulb, filled with water attribute magic power. It flowed slowly inside the gourd, providing magic power for the luminous magic array within the glass bulb at the top. The consumption was minimal, and with the magic power in this gourd, it could be lit for at least a year. Very good. List patted Oves on the shoulder, generously praising, you are a lucky arcanist, and of course, luck is also a part of strength. I have high hopes for you, Oves. From today, I will fund you to establish a private magic laboratory of your own. Thank you, Your Majesty, thank you so much. Oves trembled with excitement, bowing deeply to List. It is the reward you deserve. List turned around and said to Chris, Kinley, and the others who accompanied him, in the next issue of The Great Arcanist, I think we can feature Oves on the cover. The Magic Association should strongly support exceptional young arcanists. The Great Arcanist, the most authoritative periodical of the Magic Association, was a publication countless magicians were honored to be featured on. Chris readily agreed, that's certainly excellent material, as long as Oves is willing to be interviewed, he will be the cover figure of the next issue of The Great Arcanist. How could Oves not be willing? He nodded eagerly, I am willing, I am very willing, President, I would be very happy to accept the interview. Then it's settled. After dismissing an elated Oves, List called Chris and Kinley to his office, holding 2 small gourds in his hand, solemnly saying, do you realize the value of these gourds? Chapter 1042, The Gourds Confusion Magic Storage? Chris responded. It can be used as a container for magic power, Kinley answered. Neither of them understood the value that List was considering. Eventually, List himself had to reveal his thoughts. Could the gourd be considered a caster? Could we use it to create some magic that could be released at will? Magic that can be released at will? They still didn't grasp the idea. List could only continue to explain resignedly, as he had a broader vision that the others did not. Could the gourd be used to create disposable magic, which even ordinary people could release? This would be akin to a magic scroll, though such scrolls did not exist in this world. Do you mean to release magic through the gourd? Chris was catching on now. Kinley also realized what he meant but soon objected, the gourd is too small and doesn't store much magic power. At most, it could be used to release common magic, and the effect wouldn't be very significant. Plus, the cost of materials to inscribe an automatic magic array would be huge. That's not the largest gourd. In the gourd plantation, there should be bigger gourds that could store more magic power, enough to release advanced magic. Moreover, it doesn't necessarily have to release offensive magic, perhaps it could serve as an energy source for mechanical devices. List thought of a device and continued, if a magic 2-wheeled bicycle were powered by the gourd, would it mean it could keep running, allowing even ordinary people to ride it at speed? The magic 2-wheeled bicycle and its inventor, Gandalf Truth, had previously been featured on the cover of The Great Arcanist. That is indeed an ingenious idea, but a single gourd still stores too little magic power. Then string together many gourds. String together more gourds? Kenley paused, then exclaimed with surprise, the more gourds are linked, the more magic power they could store. Perhaps they really could replace the presence of a caster. Next step, you must focus on the gourd and expand your thoughts to develop its potential, List instructed them as they understood his idea. He felt that combining gourds with magic power could create something akin to electric energy. Perhaps gourds could usher in an era of electric magic, making life more convenient. Of course, compared to the omnipresent electric energy on Earth, magic power, even combined with gourds, was still a luxury only nobles could afford. The reason was simple, the source of magic power could only be provided by magicians. Apart from the magic guild funded by List, which could provide magic power on a large scale, other nobles couldn't afford to support magicians, especially in this era of a dwindling magic web. In fact, if Ak hadn't become an archmage, List would never have considered developing magic. Rich magic development was no substitute for riding dragons. But since Ak had become an archmage, List needed to develop magic for Ak's sake, enabling Ak to reach new heights. He didn't aspire to an era of electric magic but merely wanted to develop some convenient magic items for everyday life. Like magic elevators and magic water heaters. As a member of a dragon-rearing family and noble at the height of luxury, List naturally wanted to enjoy such conveniences. I'll pass the idea of the magic elevator to Chris later. Develop it quickly, ideally, by the time the Sun Moon Star Palace is completed, the magic elevator can go through the entire royal palace. But Hak had mentioned earlier that she wanted to develop a small magic teleportation array inside the royal palace, which seems to make the magic elevator somewhat unnecessary. Dwelling on it was pointless. Even if not used by himself, it would be good for the servants. He returned to Flame Castle and called on Gourd Greater Elf Clay to inspect the gourd plantation. He had once thought gourds, as agricultural products, were only useful as containers, but now, their ability to store magic power had significantly increased their value. List, Jayla really is annoying. She's not an elf butler, yet she always likes to nag in your ear and is such an irritating elf. Clay kept complaining on his way from leaving the Flame Castle, having had enough of Thorn Greater Elf Jayla. List chuckled, you can just ignore her. He had Jayla act as elf butler at this stage of a greater elf, not only because of Jayla's strong desire but also because he hoped that Jayla could bring about a catfish effect, stimulating the elves and promoting their development and evolution. It seemed to be effective. Clay had evolved to a greater elf due to Jayla's provocation. I don't want to pay attention to her, but she's really annoying. She always interrupts me when I am playing. I don't like her. I want to leave Flame Castle. I want to live in my gourd garden, yes, and I'll take the gourd minor elves and elf bugs with me too. I like them. It was rare for an elf to like its kind, and Clay was clearly an exception. In its private worm room, there lived 2 gourd minor elves and 7 gourd elf bugs, all brought there at its own request. The 2 minor elves also enjoyed following Clay, playing pranks around the castle. Gourd elves were very mischievous. On the contrary, Jayla, despite her fiery temper and domineering personality, rarely played pranks. If you really don't like living in Flame Castle, you shouldn't move into the plantation either, as it's still somewhat dangerous outside. Once my royal palace is built, there will be a large elf palace, and then you can have your own private garden where you can enjoy the peace. Alright, I'll bear it for now. When will the royal palace be ready? In another half a year, definitely before this year's festival. That's acceptable. Arriving at the gourd plantation, List primarily came to inspect the growth of the gourds and the different varieties produced. In the primeval forest, there were many types of the gourds, some long, some large, some thick, some hard, some soft, some with 1 chamber, some with 3 chambers, varying endlessly. No matter what type of the gourd, they all grew within the influence of Clay's cordyceps. When he cast the Eye of Magic, aside from a few cordyceps, no other magic feedback glow was detected. He walked to the largest variety of gourds and picked a super large gourd, nearly as big as a watermelon. I wonder if this type of gourd can store magic power. If possible, the amount stored might be enough to release advanced magic wands. Unfortunately, magic power isn't in states like gas, solid, or liquid, and it can't be liquefied. No matter how much you compress a gourd, it won't store much magic power. Magic power is not a material. In the triangular theory of magicians, magic power, spirit, and material are equivalent existences. The special nature of magic power might be similar to light, possessing wave-particle duality. Because magic power is inherently part of the magic web, whether it's the magic power of the dragon of the magic web or that of dragons and other creatures, it exists in the form of webs and fields. Suddenly, an idea burst into his mind. Gourds can store magic power, which is quite unusual. According to the triangular theory, Ordinary plants are just ordinary materials and shouldn't be able to block magic power at all. So what is the structure of this gourd that prevents magic power from penetrating? Chapter 1043 Jailer resigns. Many things in the world can block magic power. For instance, mochi juice is a very outstanding anti-magic material. Large castles are almost all constructed using mochi juice as a binder. Such castles can very well withstand the impact of magic and chi, remaining strong. However, mochi juice merely resists magic. It cannot completely stop the infiltration of magic power. There are hardly any items that can prevent the seeping of magic power, not even gemstones or crystals, those products of dragons. Gemstones can maintain their magic power for an extended period, but the reason lies more in the fact that gemstones have a concentrating effect, allowing them to automatically absorb the free magic power in the air. Crystals have this effect too, though it is very weak, and once the dragon magic power is exhausted, they lose this property. Therefore, the ability of gourds to store magic power startled List, awakening him to explore the hidden secrets within, as to why they can block magic power, an existence as distinct from matter. It seems that while letting the Magic Guild develop the value of the gourds, I also need to contact Hack, to let Hack also look into the secrets. I can try to fumble around myself. I always feel that this little gourd hides a big secret. It concerns my fortune. Unfortunately, the gourd was truly just an ordinary gourd. After turning it over and examining it repeatedly, he found no additional clues. He could only set it aside for the time being and looked at the gourd greater elf Clay, who was swinging on a vine, saying, "Clay, you really are my little lucky star. The gourds you cultivate are very important. Seeing you're not quite happy at Flame Castle, why don't I teach you a song instead?" "Good, I like to sing." Clay's eyes brightened. "Come, learn from me. Gourd kids, 7 flowers on a single vine. Unafraid of wind and rain, la 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 la." Lisp sang. Clay then followed learning, gourd kids, 7 flowers on a single vine. But halfway through the song, it complained, "This doesn't sound good at all, not good at all. List, do you think I'm silly? Singing has to rhyme, and your song doesn't rhyme at all. It's not as nice as Return to River Fort that old Carter taught me. Listen to me sing." Clay showed utter disdain for the song List taught, and indeed, the song Gourd Kid sounds nice in Chinese, but translated into Serpent script, the rhymes become jumbled, leading to a stutter. After all, they are two completely different language systems, with very different constructions of aesthetic design. Soon, Clay's singing voice began to rise. "Look, how beautiful this ocean is. How thrilling it is. Look, this natural landscape, how it intoxicates us. Look, by the hillside orchard, full of lipstick like raspberries, fragrance wafting everywhere, warmth filling the air. But you said goodbye to me, forever abandoning your lover, forever leaving your hometown. How can you bear not to return? Please don't leave me, don't let me suffer again. Return to River Fort, please come back." This is a widely popular folk song from the Steel Ridge Kingdom and is equally widespread in the Sapphire Duchy. Basically, everyone born in Sapphire knows this song. Butler Carter is a Sapphire person, and he taught this song to Clay and other elves during his leisure. Clay had a milky voice, like a child singing, but sang Return to River Fort quite pleasingly. Clap 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 clap. List was not stingy with his applause. "Clay, you have a talent for singing, awesome. But you also have to work hard at farming. I hope one day you can grow gourds of the magic potion variety. Gourds are very important to me. You must take this seriously, understand?" Feeling List's earnest expectations, Clay nodded. "Of course, I will grow magic potions. I am definitely better than Jayla." His grudge against Jayla was as strong as ever. Seeing this, List couldn't help but shake his head. Jayla, this catfish, indeed fulfilled her role well. There was no elf in the castle that did not detest her, even the Thorn Minor elves detested Jayla deeply. Jayla certainly wouldn't treat someone kindly just because they were of the same breed. However, when List returned to Flame Castle and inspected the elf bug room, he found Jayla standing on the window of her own room, staring blankly at the distant mountains. She seemed to have a faint sadness in her mood. "Jayla, what are you looking at?" List couldn't help but ask with concern. Although he now had so many dragons and so many elves to look after, reducing his attention to any single individual, Jayla always had an indescribable importance in his heart. Jayla turned her head and looked at List, shook the creases on her little Flaccaby eye collar, and spoke seriously. "I am contemplating the future." PFFT. List almost laughed out loud, but he managed to hold it back. "Oh, what future are you contemplating?" "Evolution." "Evolution?" "Yes, List, I have matured. During my time as an elf butler, I have recognized my own shortcomings. Despite receiving affirmation from old Carter, Morrison, and others for my management skills, and X saying that I have a remarkable talent, being a rare kind of elf. Jayla started to boast seriously, then continued, but I also have to review my weaknesses. That is, I am not a dragon elf, and my authority does not come into full play. Especially Carly and Yachty, those enchanting bitches, who always hinder me from carrying out orders. Carly was a man-eating tree dragon sprite, and Yachty was a buckwheat dragon sprite, who often looked down on Jayla. So, what are you planning to do? Liz nodded, asking earnestly, being well aware that Jayla's intelligence could not be judged by normal greater elf standards. Just like the giant algae greater elf pike, gourd greater elf clay, and pea great elf ash. These greater elves indeed had the intelligence of a human child in their teens, but more as emotional beings. They could learn knowledge but didn't understand the reasoning behind it. Only dragon elves would delve into deeper thoughts, showing intelligence and emotional intelligence akin to humans. However, Jayla was already exhibiting such traits, and there was another greater elf showing aptitude in this area. Mangrove greater elf Nami. Nami liked to wander outside working, while Jayla preferred to stay and manage the castle as a butler. At this moment, Jayla said seriously, List, you said that only by taking a liking to a dragon can a greater elf evolve into a dragon elf. So I've decided that starting now, I'm going to try to like one of the dragons. Even though I don't like any of your dragons, I must do this. List was somewhat speechless. Could liking dragons really be forced? Then how do you plan to make yourself like a dragon? More contact. Jayla had clearly thought it through. I plan to resign from my position as Flame Castle's elf butler and focus on making contact with your dragons. Fire Dragon Leo, Formless Dragon Bard, Light Green Gemstone Dragon Ethan, Grey Iron Dragon Orn, Mountain Copper Dragon Mata, Water Dragon Walter, Aluminum Dragon Connor, and even Bone Dragon Vinny. I will try to make contact with them. If that's the case, why not start with Bard first? Liz didn't know if Jayla's forced approach to liking would work, but it was worth a try. Jayla nodded and then squinted her eyes. I'm going to announce my resignation to the elves right now. Chapter 1044, We'll never like this dragon. Everyone come out. All elves come out, I have an important announcement. Talking to you, dawdling around, come out quickly, or I'll knock your teeth out. Jayla loudly caused a commotion, turning the entire worm room area of the castle into complete chaos. Countless little minor elves and greater elves were haphazardly flying and loudly clamoring in the corridors, creating a scene more tumultuous than a market square. Eula. What is this fuss all about? Jayla is a bully. Chirp chirp. Bubble 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 bubble. Huff puff. Such an annoying greater elf. Jayla, are you trying to discuss the art of bondage with me? I can't stand this troublemaker of a greater elf. Can't you just play quietly, always finding ways to disturb my peace? Buckwheat Dragon Sprite Yachty stretched lazily. It was reading a book in its own worm room and didn't want to pay any attention. As a dragon elf that had migrated from the Iron Dragon Chain Palace, Yachty might have resolved its own issues. However, because of Jayla's meddling, it was always difficult for it to fully integrate into the new environment. Thus, the role of the elf butler had not fallen to it. Of course, it wasn't particularly interested in being a butler either. But that didn't prevent it from looking down on Jayla. How could a greater elf manage dragon elves? Despite its desire to ignore Jayla, the annoying elf from the elves, it was unavoidable and it saw her every day. Flame Castle, with its many elves and small rooms, was already working at full capacity, housing over 20 greater elves, more than 200 little minor elves, and over 1,300 elf bugs. With so many elves, coupled with Jayla's explosive temper, it was a recipe for constant turmoil over every trivial matter. Today was no different. Although Yachty did not leave its room, it perked up its ears to carefully listen, trying to figure out what mischief Jayla was up to. It planned to catch her in the act and thoroughly shame the pesky elf. Quiet. Everyone be quiet. Talking to you, what are you staring at? I'll gouge your eyeballs out if you keep staring. Jayla's voice was always so energetic, Yachty disdainfully curled its lip. It thought to itself, merely because she was List's first little minor elf, she acted without any limits, she was bound to fall flat on her face soon. After a good while of scolding, the corridor finally quieted down a bit. It had to be said, Jayla's deterrence was quite effective. Just then, Yachty heard Jayla loudly announce, I'm telling you all something serious, starting today, I officially resign from my role as the elf butler to List. A moment of silence. Then, the corridor suddenly erupted into huge cheers. Shakalaka. Eula. Angchi Angchi Angchi. You should have resigned earlier. I see the light, dawn has arrived. Chirp chirp. Countless greater elves and minor elves clapped their hands in high spirits, as if serfs had risen to become masters, filled with excitement. Some elves even pulled out jade powder and scattered it around the isle at random to celebrate this memorable moment of joy. Of course, there were also minor elves who sneaked up to gather the fallen jade powder, happily stashing it on themselves. Among them, one little minor elf, caught up in its own delight, flew right in front of Jayla, made a face at Jayla, stuck out its tongue, and began to show off, making blubbering noises. However, the next moment, Jayla, hands on hips, sent the little minor elf plummeting from heaven to hell. Her fingers spread open, and her chubby little hands drew back and then fiercely slammed down. Snap! A crisp sound. The little minor elf, like a bullet shot from a cannon, crashed to the ground, a tangled mess, and then burst into loud tears. The festive scene also cooled down with Jayla's slap and the little minor elf's crying. Jayla, hands still on her waist, shouted at all the elves in front of her, "Wah, don't think that just because I resigned as the elf butler you can do whatever you want. Remember, my resignation is only temporary. I will return. Cherish the little free time you have now, because when I come back." With a huff, Jayla turned around, leaving behind a resounding word, "Organize." Her transparent wings fluttered, she had already left the worm room area, not looking back as she flew out of the castle. This departure was a broad sky, a place where fish leap and birds fly, a rush towards a broader level of life, a persistent reflection on the future, and a break from the shackles of fate. She left decisively, leaving the elves in the hallway looking at each other in confusion. The scene that was supposed to be joyous was now dominated and overshadowed by fear. Many of them had not been at Flame Castle for long, yet Jayla's tyrannical image deeply penetrated their minds. From day to night, from reality to dreams, like a phantom looming over the castle. Angchi? A carefree little minor elf, after being dominated by fear for a few seconds, returned to its carefree self, grasping the jade powder it had collected and happily flying back to the worm room. As if in a chain reaction, the other elves gradually returned to normal, staring, arguing, and the atmosphere slowly returned to usual. However, for some reason, a few elves had a vague feeling that things were changing. What is Jayla up to? Great Elf Ash, winding a rope around his wrist, pondered briefly. Unable to come to a conclusion, it quickly pushed thoughts of Jayla out of its mind, returned to the worm room, picked up a scale from Grey Iron Dragon Horn, and continued to sleep in bliss. Buckwheat Dragon Sprite also wondered briefly why Jayla resigned, but it really couldn't be bothered with such an annoying ghostly elf and continued reading. Bard, hello, I am Jayla, List's favorite greater elf. Jayla flew next to the ear of formless Dragon Bard, loudly introducing herself, trying to catch his attention. However, Bard merely raised an eyelid, then closed his eyes again, continuing to sunbathe on the top of Moon Mountain. Even though List had notified him, asking him to get familiar with Jayla. But dragons have their own character and hardly give a second glance to elves, beings even smaller than ants, showing itself was already giving face to List. I want to like you, Bard, you should show some effort, only then can I like you, Jayla stated seriously, standing on Bard's eyelid. But the next moment, Bard somehow procured a stick of smoked grass, placed it between his teeth, and began to slowly grind and chew it, quickly spreading the distinct smell of smoked grass over the top of Moon Mountain. Jayla's eyes widened. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. On the 4th second, she suddenly covered her nose and yelled as she flew away, I will never love a dragon with such a smelly mouth. Never. So, Jayla, are you giving up on Bard? List was inspecting the construction progress of Sun Moon Star Palace, listening to Jayla's endless complaints, and asked helplessly. He's too smelly, List, how can you stand him, aren't you afraid of the smell? List chuckled, you get used to it. I can't get used to it, I want to switch to a dragon I can love. Alright, then switch to Mountain Copper Dragon Mata, he's just over there in the back mountain, I'll send you there. Chapter 1045, 21 Territories. For now, it seemed that Mata, the Mountain Copper Dragon, was quite favored by Jayla. At least one dragon and one elf were able to coexist harmoniously. Mainly because Jayla was talking to herself, and Mata didn't even care to bother with List, let alone a greater elf. Send someone to protect Jayla. List did not stay long in the Flame King City, as he had been immersed in the magic laboratory for several days, looking for possible clues with Ak, who squeezed in time to study the gourd. The gourd is very strange. From a microscopic level, its structure doesn't seem out of the ordinary, but on an even smaller scale, there must be a different structure that blocks the permeation of magic power. Brother, I can't sense that smaller level yet and need some equipment to help. Whatever equipment or resources you need, just give the order, List said decisively, feeling a sense of urgency within. The smoke mission had already been delayed for almost half a year by the barrier task. Every day he looked at the unchanging Smoke Serpent script, mission, the 202nd choice of destiny, guiding and predicting time after time, you have grown from a small rural landlord to the ruler of a kingdom. As the Flame Kingdom is about to be established, it is perhaps time to consider some deeper questions. Please touch the barrier. Reward, the favor of destiny. His heart gradually became irritated. Previously, the smoke mission came every few days or weeks, which was truly refreshing. Feeling the benefits brought by the power of destiny often led to a serious dependency. Now, for more than half a year, he had not received any rewards from the smoke mission. It felt as if his heart had been scratched by a cat, always feeling uncomfortable. This was probably what they meant by the ease of transitioning from frugality to extravagance and the difficulty of the reverse. Without the smoke mission, life could still go on normally, and there would be no discomfort. But now, accustomed to the smoke mission, not receiving benefits felt quite unpleasant. However, he also understood that being too dependent on the smoke mission was not a good thing. This delay in the barrier task might be a good opportunity for him to break free from this dependence. He had a very clear understanding of this. The smoke mission is a manifestation of the power of destiny within me, and it is my talent. Relying on it is not wrong. However, I need to develop myself comprehensively and should not rely too heavily on the smoke mission. Everything should be done in moderation. All in all, the smoke mission was too frequent before, now it is too delayed. Finding a moderate and appropriate balance is best. On Ak's experimental table were gourds of various sizes and shapes. She took out a document and said, Ak has started to conceive of a device that can observe the structure of matter at a more microscopic level. Brother, you once said that a combination of convex and concave lenses can form telescopes as well as microscopes. That's correct, I've said it. Ak has become proficient in the development of telescopes while studying astronomy and has made many pairs of astronomical telescopes in various specifications. However, there have been few attempts at developing microscopes, relying instead on my own subtle perception of magic power. Now that I cannot sense it, it's an ideal time to develop a microscope. List was impressed by Ak's increasing skill, but also puzzled. With your perceptive abilities, you should be able to sense things down to the atomic level. In this case, the microscope you need to create has to achieve an even higher level of precision. He didn't know much about microscopes, but he seemed to remember from junior high biology that optical microscopes could only magnify objects by a little more than 1,000 times. Those atomic-level materials were all seen using electron microscopes. As for even smaller particles like electrons and atomic nuclei, List was unclear what kind of microscope was used to view them. Nor could he understand whether scientists had really seen electrons or had detected them using scientific methods. If the precision of the microscope isn't sufficient, then Ak will develop a magic microscope. A magic microscope? Yes. Brother, didn't you say that magic power is similar to light, possessing the dual nature of waves and particles? Since optical microscopes can magnify and observe matter, a magic microscope should also be able to magnify and observe matter. Perhaps with the help of a magic microscope, Ak could extend my perception to an even more microscopic level. Alright. List had to admit that he truly couldn't keep pace with Ak's train of thought, nor could he really understand how magic power could be used to create a telescope. In fact, he merely understood the principle of an optical microscope. He had no idea of the principle of an electron microscope, let alone the magic microscope that Ak was now conceptualizing. So, he simply responded, "It's good that you have an idea." He waved his hand and left with a suave turn, striding away. The principle by which Gord's isolated magic power was left to Ak to research, and List immediately turned his attention to territory development. As April was approaching, the development committee, having completed the spring farming work, organized a Flame Island territory planning session in accordance with List's wishes. Territory planning was List's concept for land development, referring to administrative divisions on Earth. "Li Ct," said Li William in the executive office, commanding a clerk to hang a meticulously drawn map on the wall. With sextants to measure latitude and longitudinal coordinates, and flying magical beasts to survey from high altitudes, drawing maps was a fairly easy task for the Flame Kingdom. This map of Flame Island detailed every mountain, river, road, and castle. Apart from such a map, there were also topographic maps with contour lines under List's guidance. The committee was even preparing to construct a giant sand table in the Sun Moon Star Palace, to proportionally replicate the entire Flame Island, and eventually, the northeastern corner of the legendary continent. This map on the wall divided the Flame territory into 21 domains using straight lines. A domain was equivalent to a provincial unit. Of course, most domains were simply delineated and the location of the central city within each domain was designated, without any actual development having taken place. The Flame Island had basically subjugated all the Moonslayer natives by now, with only a few native tribes still hidden deep within the primal jungles. List scanned the map. Currently, there were roughly 9 developed and named domains. Reed Marsh Domain, Central City Reed City, Whirlpool Mountain Domain, Central City Flame City, Whirlpool Estuary Domain, Central City Estuary City, Dragon Pit Great Mine Domain, Central City Dragon Valley City, Jade Mountain Domain, Central City Jade City, Mermaid Domain, Central City Mermaid City, King's Domain, Central City Flame King City, Pansy Reef Domain, Central City Reef City, Endless Volcano Domain, Central City Phoenix City. Among them, the Mermaid Domain was almost entirely underwater, with Mermaid City also submerged with no land-based territory. The Endless Volcano Domain was near the Endless Volcano Cluster, and Phoenix City was built on the edge of the Phoenix Perch Parasoft Forest, currently only a small town in scale. After the territory planning, road construction must follow suit. Although magic teleportation arrays will play a major role in the future, normal roads are still necessary. Excessively busy arrays put too much strain on the magic arrays, leading to collapses. So, this planning aspect still requires more of your attention, Father, he said. Don't worry, although you have already established your flame family, you are still my son. My feelings for this kingdom are connected with yours. Yes, the flame family and the tulip family are just names, our blood ties us together. Then, father and son exchanged a knowing smile, leaving everything unspoken. Chapter 1046, Magic Power Barrier List still underestimated Acraloid's efficiency. While he was busy inspecting the construction of his territory, only a month had passed when Acraloids managed to create the theoretical magic microscope. Lord Acraloids provided the design, and I led a group of outstanding grand magicians day and night in a rush job, and after repeated polishing, we finally completed this magic microscope that can be operated by an archmage, Lerald, Truth excitedly introduced on behalf of him. During this time settled in the Flame Kingdom, he had quickly integrated into the Magic Guild. The high-end magic research projects presided over by Acraloids were eye-opening for him. He felt that the truths he had encountered before were just scratching the surface. This place was the true holy land of truth. Despite being an archmage himself, his admiration for Acraloids had reached the point where he considered himself her disciple. It must be said that the earth knowledge explained by List to Acraloids may have deviated slightly in this world, but it greatly broadened Acraloids' perspective, allowing her to examine the meaning represented by magic from a greater height. It also often meant coming closer to the truth. Therefore, the research topics she studied were so shocking and fascinating to Lerald. Lerald organized his own knowledge and also supplemented Acraloids with a wealth of basic magic. Now, Acraloids not only had profound foundational knowledge but also a forward-looking perspective. Her mastery of magic definitely surpassed those magicians from the ancient Moon Empire and Sun Empire. The magic telescope, extremely cumbersome for List, was simply conceptualized by Acraloids after a few days of thought, and she already had a completed approach. Then it was operated by magicians like Lerald, who had many years of experience in making magic equipment. Swiftly, the magic telescope appeared before List's eyes. A massive device, standing 3 meters tall and shaped like a giant iron barrel, was etched with dense magic runes and had several complex magic arrays embedded within it. Low magic, high magic, and superior magic, though originating from the same source, have completely different particle movements at the microscopic level. Ordinary magicians can only access low magic and are unable to use the magic telescope. Those archmages with high magic can barely use it, but when Lord Acraloids mounts the unicorn, entering the realm of superior magic, she can perfectly control the magic telescope, Lerald explained, inadvertently glancing at Unicorn Charlie. This unimaginably beautiful unicorn truly was an enviable being, especially in combination with a magician. They complemented each other perfectly. Brother, Acraloids has already used a magic telescope to observe the fine structure of the gourd. Acraloids was about to give a detailed explanation when she suddenly realized Lerald and the others were still there and issued an unceremonious command. Lord Lerald, please leave the laboratory for the time being. As you wish. Lerald was not offended, gave a slight bow, and then led the other grand magicians out of the laboratory. Within the Magic Guild, Acraloids' position was truly unique. Once everyone had left and the laboratory door was closed, Acraloids finally said, "The fine structure of the gourd is very interesting, brother." Guess what Acraloids thought of first when she saw this structure? She had a faint smile on her lips, showing a girl's innocence only in List's presence. The magic web. Not that. Dragon? Not that either. Then I have no idea. List expressed his helplessness. Acraloids laughed. I'll give you a hint. Mermaid. Mermaid. List racked his brain but couldn't make any connection with mermaids for a long time, and finally guessed at random, could he be thinking of a devil? No, brother, it's the ocean. The ocean? On the atomic level, Acraloids couldn't feel any difference in the gourd. But on a more subtle level, like the ocean, constantly churning, magic is pushed back by the ocean the moment it makes contact. The subtle level of ordinary materials, however, is not like the ocean. It's like a layer of stone, and magic easily penetrates through it. Acroloides described what she saw through the magic telescope, explaining that the observed material could be assumed as a type of filter. Some filters are built with large rocks, and magic penetrates them effortlessly. Others are built with pebbles, through which magic also passes without trouble. Some filters are made of fine sand, where magic penetrates slightly slower, and there are filters made of even finer dust, where much of the magic is blocked. In contrast, the filter of the gourd is composed of seawater, with virtually no gaps for magic to penetrate. Understanding what Acroloides had explained, List furrowed his brow. So Acroloides, do you think the gourd's seawater structure has any connection to the barrier? He didn't care what the gourd looked like. His concern was always the information about the barrier. Brother, after synthesizing the research from the past 6 months, Acroloides has made a rough judgment about the barrier. Acroloides spoke earnestly. The barrier is a boundary for matter, spirit, and magic. Take the formless dragon Bard, for example. Its barrier is clearly a material one. Acroloides then went into a detailed analysis of Bard's situation. Bard can traverse material, the boundaries of material, and worlds beyond material, and while it appears to be an act of breaking through barriers, it is not actually the case. Bard's ability has not transcended the limits of the material barrier. The real material barrier is not the tearing of material boundaries or alchemical changes like turning stones to gold, but another dimension altogether. Like the dragon of the magic web, it does not tear through boundaries like Bard, yet it's capable of permeating material, existing within material, its boundaries, and worlds beyond. This analysis gave List food for thought. Acroloides continued, now, about the gourd's subtle level, its seawater-like structure that blocks magic from penetrating. In Acroloides' view, it doesn't reveal a material barrier, but a magic barrier. At least it's a magical barrier when trying to penetrate this particular dimension. When magic can penetrate the gourd, it means the barrier in this respect has been broken. List asked, if this is indeed a magic barrier, does that mean that if I practice with Leo, we should follow this line of thought, shaping our magic to penetrate the barrier that the gourd represents? The idea is roughly like that, but Acroloides has not thoroughly considered the specific details of cultivation. Don't be anxious, brother. Acroloides needs to reference more clues to finally decode the true secret of the barrier. Although I'm impatient, I can endure it. List gave Acroloides a reassuring glance. I am already at the pinnacle of power in this world, and I'm only 22 years old this year, so I still have a lot of time. Acroloides, we both have long lives ahead of us, there's no need for either of us to rush. Acroloides nodded vigorously. List then played with her azure locks. Even though the smoke mission was like a fishbone stuck in his throat, he could only treat it as overcoming his dependency on the smoke mission. Perhaps after overcoming it, he would be able to see more clearly what the power of destiny truly was. Suddenly, a flash of insight crossed his mind. Perhaps, the favor of destiny rewarded by the smoke mission, is to let me recognize the power of destiny, to contemplate it. The unknown lies ahead. But his mindset had quickly stabilized. Countless dragon knights through the ages failed to break through the barrier, and even if he didn't complete this smoke mission, he would not have lived in vain. Now it was an opportune time to focus all his energy on building the kingdom, to lay a solid foundation. Chapter 1047, Time flies like a white colt touching the barrier required patience. And time, like a white steed flashing past a crevice, rushed by. In May of the Sapphire calendar year 157, Duke of Snowstorm Mountain, Scaura Cornflower, died. Before his death, Duke Scaura announced that his title would be inherited by second Prince Scart Cornflower. First Prince Spot Cornflower immediately rebelled and proclaimed that second Prince Scart Cornflower was a patricide, asserting that the ducal title rightfully belonged to him. The old duke's 2 sons each claimed to be the rightful Duke of Snowstorm Mountain and sought arbitration from the Cornflower Gemdragon of the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy. The Cornflower Gemdragon paid no heed to the brothers' strife. Then, the first prince sought help from the Yellowstone Kingdom, while the second prince turned to Yevich Peanut, requesting assistance from the Eagle Kingdom behind him. The Snowstorm Mountain Duchy plunged into civil war, and many civilians, to escape the turmoil, were covertly transported by the mercenary corps organized by Yevich to heroic Yellow City, through the Mail Jade Transmission Array, settling in the Flame Kingdom. The arrival of these Snowstorm Mountain civilians was a significant boost to the population structure balance in the Flame Kingdom. Thus, List instructed Yevich, you must ensure that the civil war in Snowstorm Mountain Duchy lasts for 3 to 5 years, continuously relocating populations to supplement our Flame Kingdom. Your Majesty, rest assured, everything is under control. Yevich, already mounted on a high-level dragon beast, Pegasus, confidently stated. Once you complete this task, upon returning home, you will be the new Marquis of the Flame Kingdom. List promised benefits, for he liked to motivate his followers with interests. The above-mentioned Pegasus was a reward for Yevich's years of operation in the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy. Granting a marquisate after completing the population relocation strategy was also a natural step. This once despondent candidate for the Dragon Knight plan had become a completion-level Sky Knight through hardships. Worth re-employing. I will never disappoint your Majesty's expectations. Yevich was spirited. He had already married the daughter of a local marquis in Snowstorm Mountain Duchy, reaping rewards in both career and love, feeling that he had reached the pinnacle of his life. It was with the help of this marquis that he thrived in the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy. The marquis had long become a follower of Liszt and aligned with the Flame Kingdom under his introduction. All these schemes were conducted secretly by the development committee, with Liszt merely showing up for a lunch with the marquis. In June of the Sapphire calendar year 157, after spending 2 months with the mountain copper dragon Mata, the thorn greater elf Jayla could no longer bear it and complained to Liszt, "Mata is just a big stupid dragon that does nothing but eat, drink, and sleep. It's no better than a pig from a piggery, and it should be slaughtered for meat. What's the matter, don't you like Mata?" Liszt asked with a smile. Jayla, hands on hips, cheeks puffed out with indignation, exclaimed, "I will absolutely never like this big stupid dragon, woo-ah." This phrase seemed familiar. She had described the formless dragon bard similarly 2 months ago. It appeared that even if she gritted her teeth, Jayla had no luck with either the mountain copper dragon or the formless dragon. "Then let me take you to meet aluminum dragon Connor. Mata's and Connor's dragon nests are not far apart, so you wouldn't need to move. While interacting with Connor, also take the time to clear the thorn plantation, then select a worm room in the Sun Moon Star Palace." Flame City was a major agricultural city with many plantations cleared. However, as Liszt was about to move into the Sun Moon Star Palace, some plantations would also relocate, including the Thorn Plantation. Flame King City's nearby soil was particularly suitable for thorn bushes, a shrub-type plant. "I know, I've seen Connor, and he's a bit ugly." Jayla had disliked Aluminum Dragon Connor even before they started to interact, leaving Liszt without any expectation that she would take a liking to Connor. Jayla didn't seem on the verge of evolving, her personality was just acting up. However, Liszt was willing to let her quirks run their course, just in case she evolved. After all, thorns did have the auxiliary medicine thorn variety, which was far more valuable than ordinary magic potions. The Magic Guild had recently categorized magic potions by grades. The lowest grade was the ordinary chaotic type magic potion, referred to as mixed standard magic potion. This type was just ordinary magic potion, usable by all knights with average effects. The next level up was the ordinary single type magic potion, referred to as single standard magic potion. This type of potion is categorized based on magic power attributes, having good effects for knights with the same G attributes, but not much effect on knights with different G attributes. The next level up was the ordinary specific type magic potion, referred to as special standard magic potion. This type was actually just like the single standard magic potion, but limited to the light and dark attributes. These categories of potions were rare and hence relatively more valuable. Be it single standard or special standard, they can be named individually, such as water standard potion, fire standard potion, light standard potion. Above the special standard was the strong medicine, referred to simply as strong medicine. For example, the platinum magic potion from the red and white rose family was considered strong medicine, providing powerful effects to knights consuming it. Above strong medicine were auxiliary magic medicines, referred to as auxiliary medicine. Above auxiliary medicines was the dragon's magic potion, referred to as dragon medicine. Dragon medicine didn't have outstanding effects on human knights but provided immense benefits to dragons. For instance, the red dragon water from the red and white rose family and the fire dragon elixir from the flame family both belong to this category of dragon medicine. Mixed standard, single standard, special standard, strong medicine, auxiliary medicine, dragon medicine. These were the 6 classifications of magic potions. Further divisions were possible, with strong medicine being subcategorized into mixed strong, single strong, and special strong, and similar grading for dragon medicine. However, this was unnecessary as strong medicine and dragon medicine were already too rare. In the Sapphire calendar year 157, August, King's Castle of the Flame Kingdom fully installed magic lamp bulbs in the underground paths, indicating smooth city operations with the illumination of the pathways. Thus, the development committee organized the first batch of immigrants. These immigrants were well-behaving citizens from major cities who would become the honored residents of Flame King City. Besides the civilians, various knights from the Burning Legion also moved to reside in Flame King City. Temporarily, the Burning Legion comprised 5 orders: the Mammoth Knight Brigade, riding shovel-tusked giant elephants; the Royal Knight Squad, Red Sparrow Team, riding red sparrow birds; the Burning Knights Group, riding black blood treasured horses; the Blizzard Knights, riding blizzard beasts; and the Pegasus Knights, riding Pegasus. Of course, each order was still under development and had very few members. After the official operation of Flame King City, the surrounding facilities also began to operate gradually, and the most important, the Sun Moon Star Palace, soon completed its main construction. Mr. Carter personally led a large group of servants from Flame Castle to the Sun Moon Star Palace to oversee the interior decoration. As for the surrounding architectural wonders of the royal palace, they were already transferred to Ak, who personally designed and supervised their construction. The flying moat, vertical lift, miniature magic gate, aerial floating park, man-made sun, moon and stars, crystal rainbow canopy, proportional dragon sculpture, eternal torch, endless rain cloud. Ak had many ideas, and the resources required to build these wonders would be astronomical. Thus, List made his own suggestion. Ak, why don't we start with the proportional dragon sculpture and the vertical lift first? We can slowly build the other facilities as time permits. Ak felt somewhat reluctant. But still, understandingly nodded. Ak will listen to brother. Thus, List quietly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. He realized a landlord's house isn't always stocked with surplus. Chapter 1048, Really Thick Skin. In the year 157 of the Sapphire Calendar, September, the new season's Pioneer Mandate was being hosted by the Development Committee, while Lee C.T., bored of his stay on Flame Island, decided to visit the Fertile Lands. Nemean the giant lion resided in this place. In several previous visits, he had never caught sight of this legendary sub-dragon and had always left with a sense of regret. Now returning to the old site, he was more about trying his luck to see if he might encounter Nemean. Even if he didn't encounter it, he could still pick up some elves to take back. During this season, the elves that were to be nurtured had mostly matured. Riding on formless Dragon Bard, with crystal white trajectory initiated, the magic power of the entire Fertile Lands was neatly arranged and prominently displayed within a special vision. However, the magic power feedback light from the elves was weak and easily overshadowed by the light emitted from the magical beasts, which is what he mostly saw along the way. The meat of magical beasts, nourished by magic power, was highly nutritious, but it didn't necessarily taste better than the meat of poultry and livestock reared by humans. Especially the higher the level of the magical beast, the more wood-like the texture of the meat, making it less palatable. It seems like this trip is a bust as well. We didn't find anything, Bard. Let's head back, Lee C.T. said after wandering twice around the Fertile Lands, ready to return with resignation. However, Bard suddenly cried out, "Whoa yeah!" It noticed something unusual about the ground in the distance and conveyed through their soul-bound connection to Lee C.T. There was a ripple in the space at that spot, surely hosting something special. It's undeniable that with age, thanks to the red dragon water and the accumulation of numerous magic potions, Bard's development was rapid, and its abilities increasingly strong. Although it was only over 80 years old, it was not far from maturity. The formidable space talent of a sacred dragon enhanced its observational capabilities tremendously. Oh, then what are we waiting for? Let's go check it out. Flapping its wings like a flashing arrow. In the blink of an eye, both dragon and rider arrived at the unusual spot Bard had discovered, searching around. This was a lush forest with a thick, sedimentary, and decaying layer of fallen leaves. There was no magic power feedback light around, and it looked just like an ordinary hill in the forest. However, through the soul-bound connection with Bard, Lee C.T. also noticed the anomaly and would not easily overlook it. It should be right here, stray magic power in the air causing ripples in space, something unusual buried beneath. Could it be Nemean? A smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, the blue skull design on his face flickering. With a soft call, the blue skull pattern burst forth from his body, transforming into a dragon constructed of bones. "Vinny, please. Your Majesty, no need to be so formal, this is what I should do." Bone Dragon Vinny swayed her forelimbs and then suddenly plunged into the decayed layer of fallen leaves. Like an extra-large, super-fast excavator, Bone Dragon Vinny's forelimbs continuously swung, digging through a large amount of sludge. Just then, the layer of decayed leaves suddenly exploded open, and a massive creature burst from the pit, emitting a ferocious roar. This figure, like a small mountain, swung its vast claws at Bone Dragon Vinny as it roared. "Come back, Vinny!" Lee C.T. called. In an instant, Bone Dragon Vinny transformed into a magic form and projected onto Lee C.T. Their souls connected, turning into a set of bone dragon armor and a bone dragon sword. Bard flapped its wings and rose high into the air. Lee C.T., clad in bone dragon armor, coldly watched the massive creature that had leaped out from above. It bore the shape of a lion, but its mountain-like size was incomparable to any normal lion-type magical beast, nearly matching a dragon in stature. It had no mane but dense fur, resembling a fluffy overcoat, with thick legs, a large head, and a short tail, giving it a somewhat bloated appearance. Roar. This massive lion, tilting its head, stared at the formless dragon in the sky, its twin green orbs glistening with a chilling, ruthless light. Indeed, it is Nemea the giant lion, just as Piro described. It must be a super dragon beast of the earth attribute, given its preference for living underground. But its size feels excessively large, even surpassing the size of the lightning dragon turtle, and its magic power is also exceptionally concentrated. List even felt that Nemea's magic power might belong to the category of superior magic. Let's test the waters first. No sooner said than done. As a holy dragon knight, List would not back down. He swapped his bone dragon sword for the Thunder Fury dragon lance, and executed an avalanche, snow mountain from the sky. Moving along the material boundary, the formless dragon darted straight towards Nemea the giant lion as if it had teleported. Thunder Fury, enveloping a massive wave of dragon chi, thrust directly in front of Nemea. At that moment, Nemea leapt high, dodging the attack with agility disproportionate to its size. Sonic boom. Missing with the first strike, List struck again, his offensive swelling like a tide. Rather than retreating, Nemea advanced, leaping and pouncing, clashing head-on with the holy dragon. Its movements were agile, but the formless dragon was even more so, twisting its body to evade the attack. Then, coordinating with List, it thrust forward with the dragon lance. Though it missed the aimed eyes, it pierced the creature's backside. Roar. Nemea let out a furious roar. With the dragon lance embedded in its back, it felt like piercing a cowhide with a wire, sensing a vast stagnation and resistance against the force of the lance. However, ultimately, Nemea's skin could not withstand the piercing of the dragon lance and begrudgingly bore a small hole. Dark red blood flowed heavily, further enraging it as its green eyes reddened. This is indeed tough. It definitely has the superior magic level of Earth attribute magic power. List's gaze hovered over the small healing wound on Nemea, having gathered much data. Nemea has surpassed the level of a super dragon beast, possibly on par with the phoenix and unicorn. Being on par with the phoenix and unicorn meant that it had reached a level equal to that of a dragon. The brief skirmish had proved this point. Able to withstand a fierce assault from a formless dragon knight without any significant damage, was enough to attest to its immense strength. Nemea being so powerful indicates that its skin is genuinely valuable. If crafted into magic equipment, it could probably withstand attacks even from the dragon knight. Such a treasure cannot be missed. Leo, come out, let's hit big, and slay this boastful Nemea. Oh ho! The fire dragon pattern on his chest lit up, transforming into a flame that surged into the sky, scattering countless sparks as Leo's massive black-red figure slowly emerged. Almost instantly restored to a flesh and blood body, it charged headfirst at Nemea, clashing directly with the giant lion. Its forelimbs' sharp claws viciously tore into Nemea's skin, making blood spurt. Nemea, in turn, bit firmly into Leo's shoulder area. Several black-red scales burst apart, and what flowed from Leo was not blood but red flames. Shadow. List maneuvered the formless dragon bard, diving into the material boundary and reappearing just as Nemea's unguarded belly was exposed. Thunder Fury ruthlessly pierced the supposedly soft belly. However, to List's surprise, the skin on Nemea's abdomen also gave him the feeling of piercing a cowhide with wire, the resistance so immense it was unimaginable. No wonder it's called the unkillable Nemea. With such thick skin, even a dragon knight would need to stab 30 or 50 lances. List remarked, but his desire to kill grew stronger. Regrettably, no matter how tough your skin is, you're just a target for beating. Tomorrow, I will be wearing your skin. Mind and spirit connected, formless dragon bard and fire dragon Leo responded simultaneously to List's will. Weeya. Oh ho. Chapter 1049, Guardian Beast. The battle was not as evenly matched as imagined, or perhaps Nemea the giant lion was not as strong as imagined. Its combat methods consisted of pouncing, biting, tearing, pulling, and occasionally using a bit of Earth system magic like causing the ground to shake. Its skin was indeed extremely thick, and the razor-sharp teeth and claws of the dragon could only inflict minor injuries. Even though Lee Ct was controlling formless dragon bard in unity of man and dragon, and exerted the powerful dragon chi manual, he still couldn't inflict severe wounds on Nemea the giant lion. After a full 10 minutes of battle, though Nemea the giant lion was covered in blood, it was still lively with no signs of exhaustion. Really resilient. Lee Ct gritted his teeth, continuing to command Fire Dragon Leo to engage in close combat with Nemea the giant lion, while he maneuvered formless dragon bard around the perimeter to launch sneak attacks, looking for any vulnerabilities to deliver a fatal blow. However, Nemea the giant lion appeared to have no vulnerabilities at all. Even its buttocks, which Lee Ct had reluctantly stabbed twice, only bled profusely without any unexpected result. When he stabbed its eyes, its eyelids dropped quickly, making it feel like stabbing steel, leaving only a slight white mark. As it roared with its mouth open, Lee Ct even tried to stab inside its mouth, But Nimia the giant lion quickly clenched its teeth, nearly breaking the wrath of thunder. It looks like it truly has no vulnerabilities. Then, I have to grind it down to death. The fight intensified for another 20 minutes. Though not a single attack seriously injured Nimia the giant lion, a series of small wounds, accumulated on top of each other, continuously weakened its vitality as it lost a significant amount of blood from superior magic. At this rate, a little more grinding would lead to Nimia the giant lion collapsing right before his eyes. Suddenly, this mountain-like massive beast heavily sank to the ground, melding into it at a visibly rapid pace. Merging with the earth? Trying to escape? Although unsure what magic this was, it did not stop Lee Ct from interrupting Nimia the giant lion's escape. Through inner communication, Fire Dragon Leo stomped forcefully. A surge of dragon magic power furiously rushed into the earth, rapidly disrupting the balance of the magic that Nimia the giant lion was trying to cast. In that moment, the massive beast, as if equipped with a spring, was sent bouncing back up from the ground. Splattered with mud in the process. It twisted its body and sunk into the ground again, but with another stomp from Leo, it was bounced back once more. After a few repetitions, Nimia the giant lion realized that escape was futile. Its speed on the ground was not fast, and now it could not perform its earth escape magic. It could only wait for its demise. Barred, another go, this time for its life. The dragon lance was grasped tightly, dragon chi mixed with dragon magic power was violently infused into the lance. However, in the next moment, Nimia the giant lion suddenly lowered its head, laying its body flat on the ground, allowing Leo to strike without showing any resistance. And making a low, woo-woo sound. Lee Ct did not understand why, but upon hearing it, he suddenly realized that this earth attribute superior magical beast was submitting and pleading for mercy. It was a strange form of communication, not mental communication nor an illusion. It seemed to have a very strong emotional influence in its voice. Submit to me? Lee Ct was stunned. He had never considered this option. Because his impression of Nimia the giant lion was that it was tough and unkillable, so from the beginning, he had thought about whether he could kill this legendary sub-dragon. Furthermore, he coveted the skin of Nimia the giant lion.